whether the
fallout.
The fallout, that's right. And we are opening auditions for Humphrey B. Bear. We'll see you then with a wrap of the week in sport. Bye now.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. A memorial round for two former players at a football club in Melbourne's southeast will become an annual fixture from today after the pair died from methanol poisoning overseas last year. Jason Katsaris reports.
Holly Bowles and Bianca Jones played at the Beaumaris Sharks Football Club, winning an under-18s premiership together. The best friends died in a Thai hospital last November after they consumed cocktails tainted with methanol in Laos. Their football club is today hosting a memorial game in their honour. Club president Nick Heath says players in the game against Fitzroy will wear special Guernseys featuring the girls' numbers.
It's going to be a very special day celebrating Holly and Bianca, celebrate their great achievements and them being wonderful people.
In March, the federal government launched a travel safety campaign warning young people of the risks of drink spiking overseas.
The State Emergency Service is preparing to assist thousands of flood-affected communities in New South Wales through a massive clean-up. Courtney Barrett-Peters reports.
Hundreds of people remain displaced in evacuation centres as part of the state start recovery operations. Since Monday, the SES has carried out more than 750 flood rescues across New South Wales, most of which resulted from people driving through floodwaters. Commissioner Mike Wassing says the worst impacts won't be realised by communities until waters recede.
The impacts are devastating in the context of the floods themselves. So your personal possessions or your business impact, that's usually felt afterwards.
Crews in Queensland are being deployed to assist in the cleanup, along with their counterparts in Victoria and the ACT.
New road safety cameras have been activated across Victoria today to help reduce road trauma and bad driver behaviour. The government says speed contributes to around a third of all road trauma in Victoria, or approximately 100 deaths and 2,000 serious injuries every year. Research by Monash University shows a 47% reduction in crashes where cameras are installed. 119 people died on Victorian roads this year, 9 more compared to the same time last year. The European Union says trade with the US must be guided by mutual respect, not threats, after President Donald Trump announced he would raise import taxes on all goods from the region to 50%. Here's Sarah Amir.
In a post on social media, the EU's Commissioner for Trade, Maroš Šefčovič, says the bloc is ready to defend its interests. The comments are the first formal response from the EU to Mr. Trump's dramatic raising of tariffs from 10 to 50%. Washington has accused the bloc of being very difficult to deal with negotiations going nowhere. Mr. Šefčovič says the EU Commission will work in good faith, but won't accept this type of treatment from Mr. Trump.
Investigators in Germany say they're looking into whether the suspect in a mass stabbing attack in Hamburg may have been mentally ill. Police have arrested the 39-year-old woman after she stabbed 17 people at a bus train station. The city's fire department says 4 people have life-threatening injuries and another 6 have been left with serious injuries. Israeli airstrikes have continued to flatten parts of Gaza a week after the IDF began its expanded military offensive in the Strip. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran has the details.
Gaza's hospitals are overrun with the dead and injured being rushed in following airstrikes across the territory. Palestinian authorities say residential areas have been hit and civilians killed in the attacks, which Israel says are targeting claimed Hamas fighters and facilities. Hamas says some security personnel guarding aid trucks coming into the Strip from looters are among those killed. Tens of thousands of Palestinians have been displaced as a result of the evacuation warnings being issued by the IDF, and the UN says 80% of Gaza is now either controlled by the Israeli military or areas where Palestinians have been told to leave. Matthew Doran, ABC News, Jerusalem.
To sport, and Carlton will honour the late Robert Walls when it hosts GWS in today's AFL clash at Docklands. The former Blues player and coach passed away last week, aged 74, after using voluntary assisted dying laws. Carlton is planning a 1-minute round of applause at 12:42 to celebrate his 12 seasons wearing the number 42 Guernsey. In today's other games, Hawthorn faces Brisbane at the MCG, Collingwood plays North Melbourne in the second of 2 matches at Docklands, and Fremantle hosts Port Adelaide in Perth. To the weather now for the state. Showers and drizzle about central and eastern districts, mostly clearing. Isolated showers developing about the southwest later, with isolated thunderstorms possible. For Melbourne, cloud increasing with a top today of 19 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, also 19. Showers and wind easing on Monday, 19 again. Tuesday, showers and 16. Right now in Melbourne, it's 17 degrees. ABC News.
God-tier comedy is on ABC iView. Good God. Unbelievable. More checklists, optics, breeders, big boys, double park, and so many more. Always free, always hilarious on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. This is AFL Saturday.
Round 11, the second week of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Bailey laughs last in the battle with the Bulldogs, while the Bombers bounce back in the Dreamtime. There's a whole lot to chop up, and we are straight into the Saturday slate. The first game, the teams are already in, and the bounce is only 30 minutes from now between Carlton and GWS. There is no late change here at Docklands. The first of what the stadium is calling a double dipper. Not a double header. There's a match being played here later tonight. Separate ticketing. They're going to clear the stadium and get all the new fans in ahead of North Melbourne and Collingwood coming up later tonight. Welcome to AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The crew has assembled, our Saturday afternoon crew ready for the footy. First of all, the Collingwood Premiership player Luke Ball is with me. Hello, Bally.
Hello, Corby. I think it's my first game at Marvel this year. What are we, round 11? I missed one somewhere in there, but it's nice to be here. It's almost short weather. We were 19 today, so just not quite a 2 in front of it. So I flirted with the shorts, but I'll go the jeans and T-shirt instead. But looking forward to this one. We'll have a quick chat about the Thursday night and Friday night game, and then before we know it, the 12:35 start, Corby.
It's amazing. It's
double dipper.
It's an early start. I'll tell you more about that as we go, and we may even have a little visit from Scott Fitzgerald as we go, the GM of Marvel Stadium. So this is something that they're looking for going forward.
I like it.
And the reason for that is due to the Thursday night. So it gives them more flexibility in the fixture if they can play 2 games at Docklands on the same day, given the amount of tenants that are played here. So this is something that we'll see again later in the season. There's another one in the fixture in the back end in the new release that's just dropped. And the opportunity to be able to get everyone in, everyone out, turn the rooms around, and gives them more creativity and more flexibility.
Well, I think it makes sense as we enter the colder winter months too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It was a bit of a shame with the beautiful blue skies outside walking into the roof stadium today, but I think, come July, August, I think it has plenty of merit, the double dipper under the roof.
If you want to hear from the best senior coaches in the game, then this is the program for us.
Done it again, has he?
This will be our 6th senior coach in 5 weeks.
Is it? It's a pattern now. So are we? Yep. Who are we actually giving the? I think we'll portion some credit. Is it B. Cameron? I mean, he'll take the credit. I know that.
Reluctantly, it actually has to go to him. Yeah, we'll give Ben Cameron all the credit for it. So Chris Scott, arguably the best coach in the game, according to a lot of people in footy. Of course, 2-time premiership coach, a winning percentage ridiculous. So can't wait to chat to Chris Scott. We're very lucky to be joined by him today, as we are this man who's excited for the doubleheader at Docklands, less excited for the fact the roof is remaining closed for both games. Adam Ramanaskas, the Essendon Premiership star. Hello, Ram.
Good afternoon to all. Yes, look, it's a bugbear of mine. It always has been. A perfect day outside, not a cloud in the sky in Melbourne, 19 degrees as Bally mentioned, and we have the roof closed.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's life. That's what we live in. But more importantly, the Bombers are in the 8. We're stop the season now and. Let's get rolling, I think, Corbs.
I love the way Dan Gorringe referred to it last night, where he said a little sleepover in the top 8, and that's what the Bombers did. They grabbed their pillow last night and they went to bed inside the top 8.
I tend to think that's all it will be as well.
One thing the Dons do have is a new cult hero, though. What about the story of Angus Clark?
So good.
For people that weren't familiar with him, which a lot of people weren't until last night, he's from Tantanoola, which is regional South Australia, a 4.5-hour drive out of Adelaide. he would chop wood in Tantanoola and deliver it as a way of funding his footy dream. So he would pay for petrol, for train tickets, for flights to be able to get his way down to Adelaide to play for Glenelg, and ultimately then played under-18s footy, got the opportunity to impress in the Carnival, rolled up to Essendon, day one, won the time trial.
Yeah, which is it helps, doesn't it? Yeah, He's a modern player, isn't he? 189 centimetres, elite runner, and he just slotted him. He's clearly got Rammer some high footy IQ too. To kick 3 goals, sometimes you can. The ball can bounce your way. Get on the end of one, can't you, in your first game and get a bit of luck. But he played that wing role beautifully and drifting forward at the right time. He got back to support as well, and clearly good overhead, used his body really well, and then went back without any hesitation and slotted them straight through, didn't he? So, it was terrific.
What I love about him, there's already an appreciation. I think some kids that come into the AFL now, I'll play AFL football, no worries. He's actually helped his parents fund that dream. So he gets it. He gets how privileged he is to be in the position that he is, and he'll work. He's going to work.
He's a proper country kid.
Yeah.
We had Andy McGrath with us last night, the vice captain of the Bombers, and naturally we asked him about Angus Clark and what he's like as a young man.
I remember pretty early on we were sitting in the sauna together and he was telling me all about dairy farms and how hard he works back home, and I think he offered a few of the boys to do their gardening early on to get some cash, which was quite funny. I said, mate, let's focus on footy first and then we can think about that later. But he's an absolute beauty. He's our best runner at the club. He's come in and he's just put his head down and worked, and he deserves this opportunity, and we were so happy to see him get on the end of a couple off some really hard work. He's eating a lot right now. We're trying to beef him up a little bit, but you want to keep that balance of being pretty rangy and a good runner, but also some strength in there too. But I think he definitely has the farm strength.
And isn't that great? I mean, it's a school captain of Brighton Grammar, talking about the boy from the boy. And that's one of the great things about footy, it really is. And, he's what did he say? He's eating us out of house and home, and it was terrific, wasn't it?
Farm strength.
Farm strength, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, he would have grown up on meat and milk, I reckon, out of the carton. It's terrific.
It was a brutal night on the injury front, so the Bombers weren't spared for that, despite the fact they got the points. So Langford with the quad, he's obviously got a long history of soft tissue injuries as well, despite the good footy he's played in recent years. He did it while kicking, so that's probably more 4 to 6 than it is on the low end. And then Zach Reid, who did his hammy, spoiling. So this is a guy who's playing his 10th consecutive game, Rammer, longest consecutive game streak of his career. But unfortunately, as Brad Scott said last night, he felt his hammy go. They were taking no risk, took him out of the game. But it's not looking good for Zach Reid.
No, and he's had problems with it previously as well. So, it was looking all so positive, as you mentioned. 10 games in succession for the first time in his career. So you hope it's on the minor side. I would assume Essendon would be incredibly cautious with him. They know what they've got, what type of player they've got. It's now, well, can we rehab him to get him back, obviously? But they've also, when they're rehabbing Zach Reid, they've got to rehab him for his career rather than just for the now.
Yeah,
it is a reminder of just how brutal the game is. Oh. We're 11 games in now. Even Sammy Lawler, who we love, we've loved watching him, who's strung together. I think he's almost played. He missed a couple early, didn't he? But 5, 6, just that cumulative fatigue. If you don't have the pre-seasons under your belt, it is just such a physically taxing and hard game, and we're seeing that. And unfortunately, Essendon are a club who's copping it on that front at the moment.
They've now got 9 guys, the Bombers, key position players, really guys, 195 plus that are on their injury list. Just on the Richmond injuries, Adam Uzo last night on his number 1 pick, and Thompson Dow.
Yeah, Sammy Lawler, unfortunately, we think it's just got a slight hammy. Not sure how bad it is, and he's obviously most likely going to miss next week. But and Thompson Dow's kneecap slipped out, so he said he's had it before. So depending on what sort of damage that does, so he's most likely going to miss as well.
Did we like Dreamtime on the Friday night?
Yeah, well, I was there. I was fortunate enough to be there, and I thought, the pre-game stuff was outstanding. I loved it. I don't mind it. Like 76,000 people would suggest it's in the right time slot there.
I think it works. I don't think it works okay at the moment, given where these two teams are at. I think if that's tonight, I'm not sure they get 75, 76, just based on where these two teams are at and their average crowds at the moment. So maybe that clearly wasn't taken into consideration, was it? But I think the way it's played out at the moment, was a pretty good result.
So big pro is obviously free-to-air TV, given that the TV deal, there's a lockout obviously for Fox Footy on the Saturday.
Yeah.
But the drawback is, once upon a time, the idea of it being on a Saturday was to get a lot of the Indigenous communities down.
Sure. Yeah.
And obviously that is harder on a Friday to be trying to get people in. But 76,000 was a pretty good roll-up, particularly given the weather.
Last thing, the other part too, with the Thursday night game now, the Saturday almost feels like, given this is the marquee game, the centrepiece game of the round or the two rounds, burying it 2 days after the start of the round probably doesn't work anymore either. So I think it probably has to stay Friday night from here.
Chris Scott about to join us. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Carlton and GWS, the first game for broadcast. There's no late change. Bailey Smith and his boys at Geelong got the last laugh the other night. We were expecting a good old-fashioned grudge match. Must be said, didn't really pan out that way. There wasn't nearly as much niggle as what we thought there was going to be from the outset. We asked Max Holmes about it post-game as to whether he was surprised about the lack of biff that was involved towards Bailey Smith.
Were you a bit surprised how little they went after Bailey?
Yeah, and I was a little surprised how little Bailey went after them, to be honest. I thought he was going to be... he was going to have a rocket up his ass today, but he calmed down. He wasn't too bad, which is nice. I was thinking I was going to have to be dragging him off melees all day, and that's not my style, so I wasn't keen for that.
I think the Bulldogs purposely went the other way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas they didn't want to attack him in any way possible. It's sort of like, well,
did it backfire?
Well, it was a great game of footy.
It was.
It was a great game of football. So, look, Bailey had a good game. But I think they probably thought, look, if we try to fire this young man up, that's probably when he is at his best.
How did you go against the Saints? The first time you came up against them, Bally?
I didn't have to wait long. It was the first NAB Cup game as it was back then here. So, yeah, no, well, I struggled a little bit early on. Yeah, I think.
Did they give it to you? Or
there was a bit of... depends on the player. I think, and was it...
he kicked it to Lenny Hayes 4 times in the first quarter.
Handball into Dell and Joey. But I think it depends on the player. So Milne, it's his I heard it from him, but to expect others who don't naturally do it, I think that's probably the point the Bulldogs coaches were making. We're not going to go out of our way. The Libba put some physical pressure on him at times, but didn't go out of his way to distract there, because then you distract yourself from your own game. So I think that's probably more the route that the Bulldogs took. But yeah, he played a good game, didn't he? But I thought and he was good again late. I thought he set it up pretty well in the first half. Was good late as he's been, given that running power, him and Holmes. But through that middle part of the game, I thought that the Bulldogs midfield group as a collective were well and truly on top.
I'm very pleased to say we can welcome the two-time premiership coach, a man who's got a winning record as good as anyone in the coaching game. He is the senior coach of the Geelong Cats. Chris Scott joins us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport across the country. Chris, congratulations on the win back on Thursday night. Really appreciate your time.
No, good to be with you guys. Thanks very much.
You've had a couple of nights now to reflect on it. What comes to mind when you look back on Thursday?
I think the quality of the game is probably the most obvious thing. We went in with the expectation that it would be really tough, given the form and capacity of the Bulldogs. We're also mindful that Darcy would have made a big difference to their team, and if you throw in Jamara as well, they become even more formidable. Having said that, one observation that we did make is that with that more mobile forward line, they looked just as potent. It's certainly a different look, so in some ways more challenging because of the lack of predictability. But our expectations came to pass. I thought we played well. Obviously didn't have control of the game for the whole night. I thought the Bulldogs, through the middle part of the game, got on top. Obviously, had some shots that they missed that would have made it even more difficult for us. But overall, I just thought that it was two pretty good teams going at it.
It certainly was a tremendous game of footy. I've heard you mention a few times about the change in style and the way that you're playing nowadays, and that's down to personnel. You've got obviously different talent at your disposal, and speed is very much your DNA in this run-and-gun fashion that you're playing. Is it more enjoyable to coach? Like, we look at it obviously from the outside and go, this is visually pleasing, there's high scoring and everything else. Do you get any extra enjoyment playing that way as a senior coach when your group goes about it compared to, I guess, teams that you've had in the past?
I think so. I mean, I always enjoy the challenge. And I think one of the hard parts looking from the outside, I imagine, is sort of seeing the way the game can be played by certain teams, and then wondering why other teams don't try to play that way. And what you can't see is, the challenges or the weaknesses that some teams might have internally. And I don't think it's good practice to explain to the rest of the competition what you think your weaknesses are. So what you end up getting is some slightly confusing sort of aspects of the way a team plays, and then get no explanation for it. But to answer your question, I think it gives you much greater flexibility as a coaching group, not only to have players who can play different positions and, as you said, have that extreme speed, but what we have morphed from a team that 6 or 7 years ago had some gun players, but running power wasn't one of our strengths necessarily, and that's completely flipped now. We're in the position where it's difficult to gauge exactly the level of the opposition in that regard, but we just have supreme confidence in our ability to run, and especially to run games out.
Chris, I sit there as a fan on Thursday night and I look at the scoreboard, 127 to 113, and I love that, and I'm sure the AFL would love that as well, the attacking football, as you mentioned. But is a scoreline and a style like that sustainable for you guys, obviously, when the whips are really cracking later in the year?
Look, I don't think so, but I do. I'm a big believer for a long time, and I've probably started to say it a bit more publicly, that the game across the season does shift, especially as the weather changes. Now, the Bulldogs and the Saints, the Saints, I think, play 13 games at Marvel. The Bulldogs might be similar. They probably don't need to think about that so much, given they're under the roof at that venue. But we certainly do. It wasn't our intention. I doubt it was the Bulldogs as well to engage in a shootout, because I completely buy into the idea that when the stakes are higher, and whether you like it or not, I don't completely buy into the effort argument in big games, but I certainly buy into the pressure argument when the stakes are higher and there are a few more errors. The idea that you can let the opposition score on the basis that you'll just punish them enough the other way, is a questionable way of thinking about the game.
Chris, I tossed up whether to ask you about Bailey. I think you're probably getting sick of being asked about him a little bit, but I want to ask about the person, only because I had a little bit of experience coaching him at school level 5 or 6 years ago now, and we know that he's unique's probably too strong a word, but we know that the character we've seen enough of. How involved are you as a senior coach in managing the personality like not just Bailey but others? I mean, even at the other end of the spectrum, Mitch Duncan playing his 300th game the other night. What a terrific stalwart he's been. How involved are you as senior coach at that level? Or I'd imagine there's a fair bit of trust in your assistants and even your other staff at the footy club as well.
Yeah, it's a really good question, Paulie. I'm a lot of things, but a micromanager I'm not. And especially if we sort of preach to our players, and not just our players, but our footy department in general, that we do encourage people to be themselves and embrace their individuality. Obviously, they just need to be aware that fits within a framework of sort of doing the right thing by their teammates and the club. But beyond that, I think from back when you guys were playing, there was this sense that, and we were going through a transition period as an industry. It had gone from, semi-professional, very much so when I started. I mean, I finished year 12 and played 20 games of AFL footy that year from Brisbane. It was very part-time and semi-professional through to this fully professional era, but there was still that stage where, players were discouraged from promoting themselves or, from being on Media Street. And we have certainly tried to sort of move away from that idea, especially we effectively run a socialist competition. Yeah. So any area where, the players can sort of embrace the commercial side of the game, we tend to support. So my part in that is obviously limited. I'm a very different person to Bailey, but that probably sums up as much as anything. The fact that I'm 49 and he's 23. I've never bought into the idea that a 50-year-old head coach should be best mates with his players. But it is really important that you have a good professional relationship with them, and I guess my part with the media stuff is very, very limited. I'm rarely aware of who's doing media or even what they've said. For that matter, I don't have any interest in sort of engaging in the sort of social media environment. And so that really narrows my role with Bailey down to the footy stuff. But naturally that kind of does morph into, slightly different areas. And if we're going to embrace the idea that players should have good balance in their lives, it's impossible to divorce yourself from it completely as a coach. But to be frank, Paulie, and you would know this from your time at Xavier with Bailey, he is an extrovert, but wow, he's a hard worker. Oh, yeah. And that kind of part, is the baseline. I'd much rather have guys that are a little bit edgy but are really driven and competitive, as opposed to the straighty 180s, who struggle a little bit more when the heat is really on.
Yeah. Without trying to get too in the minutiae and the latest Bailey Smith update and everything else, Chris, that he did have a response on social media last night in which contained drug references. You mentioned obviously the way that he goes about it and how he's free to express himself. Is he towing the line a little bit in what you're comfortable with as a senior coach to what you're actually getting?
So Sarah Kalea, our media manager, did pass that on to me, but she didn't say exactly what he said, so I'm wary to comment without knowing fully. But I think it's an example of kind of that edginess. I mean, my take on it, not just in the footy world, but just in society, is you can't have it both ways. If you're going to embrace this idea that, the new world is sharing everything online and bantering and having a bit of fun, but as soon as it sort of edges over that line, we all have conniptions. We're seeing this in the comedy world as well. We all like comics that are on edge, but as soon as they say something that is confronting to someone's sensibility, we want to cancel them. I mean, I just think that's a loss of perspective. And with Bailey, again, remember he's 23, and you've got to be careful that these things don't drift and drift and drift until it becomes something uncontrollable. But I think it's an example of just keeping everything in perspective. And the other point I would make is, from what I'm told, the players cop so much abuse. And the moment that they flip the bird back or push back on social media, they get criticised for it. So it's a balance between certainly not condoning behaviour that you prefer didn't happen, but also, as I said, just keeping it in perspective as much as possible.
Chris Scott, the senior coach with of the Cats, with us on ABC Sport across the country. The other one with Bailey Smith the other night, he was talking about his shin. He said he had a shin injury. You said you didn't know about it. A couple of weeks ago, you mentioned that you were asked about the injury list. You said, what injury list? We've obviously seen the late changes in the past. What does it rankle you, I guess, that the league wants so much of this transparent? And clearly, as the coach of the Cats, you would much rather a lot of this in-house. How does that battle go between senior coach and head office?
It hasn't come up at all. If that's an accurate description of the situation, I'm not really aware of it. And as I said, I do tend to, what's Ross's line? Let the cobbler do the cobbling around this sort of stuff. We put out a media release with an injury list, which is at best an educated guess. I don't have any part to play in that at all. But my understanding is the AFL do mandate that you need to put that list out, so we do the best we can. The late change one, I mean, it's if someone can come up with an example where we've been nefarious in what we've done, then I'd like to hear about it. But the reality is we may run our program differently to some other teams in that if we have to pick a team on a Thursday night before a Saturday night game, which we do, and we've got a player that we think has only a 1% chance of playing, we pick him. We don't have a policy where we want to know 48 hours out whether that guy's going to play. We want to give them every chance to get to the line. So if the question was, and I'd be happy to answer it on a Friday, if the question comes that, are you sure this is going to be your 23? Then a lot of weeks I will answer probably not.
Chris, your time's always...
can I just finish on the other point around the medical stuff? Like there is a point where I think players have a right to stand up and say, my private medical situation is just that. The expectation that the whole world has, and I think sometimes the AFL, that they own the players is something that I disagree with, and I think our club disagrees with as well. So if that sort of manifests in some less than completely transparent communication around injuries, then, I mean, I can live with that.
Chris, we love your insights on the game. We've got a heart out, obviously, the early start today at Docklands, but really appreciate you dropping by for a chat, and good luck the rest of the way.
No, thank you. You too, guys. Enjoy the day.
Chris Scott, the two-time premiership coach, senior coach.
Can we have another 15 minutes, please?
I know. We've got to ask him a million other things, but we're very lucky to have him with us here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. There's a game of footy on deck. There's 4 of them, in fact, today. 2 here at Docklands, and a pretty juicy game between Hawthorn and Brisbane sandwiched in between. Plus, of course, Freo and the Power out west. All right, our game coverage coming up next. Of course, you can catch up anytime through the podcast store. Just search ABC AFL Daily. A new drop and discussion every day.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
AFL on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
The Blues at 4 and 6. The Giants now outside the 8 on the back of Essendon's win last night. They're 5 and 5 on the year, so a huge game for both teams. The winner will be inside the 8, at least provisionally, after this afternoon's fixture. It is Carlton and GWS. There is no late change here at Docklands. Jackson Binns is the sub for Carlton, and Harry Ralston, who plays his first game since 2023, is going to start as the sub for GWS. Great to have you with us here at Docklands, the first of 2 games being played here today, ahead of the match between North Melbourne and Collingwood later tonight. We are straight into it with a 12:35 bounce Eastern, which is less than 4 minutes away. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Tremendous to be here at the Blues and the Giants, and 2 teams that desperately need a win here today. It feels like both of their seasons almost have reached a fork in the road. So who wins today? And maybe one heads in one direction and the other dovetails in the other, so to speak.
Feels like the same question for both of them. Are they about to peak and become good, or are they just rank average?
It's a difficult one for Giants because I think they've got critical players missing at the moment. So, whereas the time's now for Carlton. They need we said they needed the victory against Geelong a few weeks ago, but now, again, it sits here and they go, well, they need a victory against the Giants to sort of say, we want to contend in this season. If they don't, it's a long way back, 4 and 7.
It is. I think with the Giants, I'm a hold on them. We've seen them play good finals. We've seen, albeit last year they crashed and burned, didn't they? But they've got prelim final integrity, whereas the Blues, it's still an unknown, I think.
So who's got more upside?
From where they're going right now, the Giants, yeah. Having said that, they are at a critical point with their injuries. We know the players that they lost over the off-season.
Yep.
Their depth's really been exposed. Their bottom 6, and we always talk about that on a Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
Their bottom 6 really is exposed at the moment, just for the youth and the lack of experience that they have. So, and both teams really are in that boat. So that's why today augurs really well for a tight, tough game. Obviously, Toby Green's 250th game. What a champ of the game he's been. So. Yeah. You'd think that his Chargers would steel themselves for a big performance today for their skipper.
That's Luke Ball alongside Adam Romanaskas, our premiership pair. You mentioned the bottom 6. One man who used to talk about the bottom 6 all the time, Ben Cameron, was Robert Walls. Of course, his funeral on Thursday, sad passing recently, which we reflected on last week. There's a special tribute today with Carlton playing at home.
There certainly is. So at 12:42, which is in 11 minutes' time, there will be a minute of applause for Robert Walls. Now, this is to commemorate the fact that he played 12 seasons in the number 42 jumper. He's a triple premiership player, 1987 premiership coach. And the bit that I love about all of this, Corb, is that Adam Sard is wearing that number now. And both Walsey and Sard grew up in Coburg and Brunswick. Can you believe that? So they've grown up in the same suburbs, and now Adam Sard wearing that number that Wolsey did with such distinction.
Fifth member of our team, Ray Chamberlain's in the front row of the grandstand. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, fellas. I always love coming to Marvel. Roof shut, good crowd in, and the ball goes fast. So looking forward to today.
Surface looks all right. It's in for 8 quarters of footy today, obviously.
Looks a treat. I think they've relayed the centre too, which will be nice. Not so much for the boys in green whacking it down, but just a quick one on Toby Green's 250th game today. You know that AFL umpires don't have favourites, but once Lance Franklin retired, Toby Green was mine. I love watching him play. When he plays, they win. I'm really looking forward to see how he goes today.
Would Matt Stevic say the same thing?
I was going to ask the same question.
Matt Stevic doesn't talk to us. He's a very insular sort of a fellow, so I'm not sure what Matt would say.
He's on today too, so maybe there's a bit of irony in that. The AFL have got a bit of a sense of humour. Matty Stevic can cross paths with Toby again today.
He was the one, of course, who rode the hip and shoulder from him in that famous elimination final.
Accidental.
Jesse Motlop, along with Toby Bedford and Harry Ralston, all attending the coin toss. Of course, the 3 First Nations players in the game, ahead of Carlton and GWS.
Can I just mention as well that we've got young Harry O'Farrell on debut. His dad, Peter, is the barrister that has got all of the Carlton players off at the tribunal recently, including Paddy Cripps when he won his Brownlow medal. So Cripper better be buying young Harry a coffee on his way into the club every morning.
He's playing with house money already.
He's done better than that. He's got a game.
Harry O'Farrell in jumper number 22 is a bit of a swing man. He's recruited as an intercept defender but can play forward.
197.
Huge game in the context of the season for both Carlton and GWS. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport, and you're with Ben Cameron.
The umpire lays it down in the middle. Perfect bounce to start. De Koning reaching over the top, slaps it down. Chera tackled immediately by Bedford. Nowhere to go. And we'll do it again. Toby Green in game 250 over the top.
Starting on the ball too in the centre bounce. I like that with Callaghan out, Canelio out. Toby Green will have to play a lot more time midfield, I think, today.
Koning flicks it down, but there's a free kick. It will go the way of Toby Green. He said during the week that he was going to take his daughter out through the banner for game 250, but it was right at nap time, and she might be getting booed, so she might crack it.
Yeah, that's fair.
See. The ball will get back to Toby Green in the middle. The Giants predominantly in white, with the white shorts in their First Nations design jumper. Kicking inside 50, Toby Green off hands. Tom De Koning getting back at fullback, looking like his brother. He's called to play on. No mark paid, I don't think. The Blues work it out through Doherty. He'll get a clearing kick, floating it up towards halfback. In they come. No mark taken down at ground level. Himmelberg goes in. Handball chopped off. Taken by Chera. Kicks the Blues up towards the wing and
Hewitt wants to keep it moving towards the Coventry end in this opening term, the Blues. Handball away to Akers, back in the team today. Hand pass to Fogarty, another one returning, one of the 5 ends. Down to half forward and a sprawling mark. Good effort by young Will White. A left footer. A hot start. He's slowed down in recent weeks. Just 1 goal in his last 3 games. Shout out to Nick Hames too, who plays against his old team for the first time this afternoon. Kick pulled into the forward pocket. Briggs dropped a mark he should have taken. Spills to Lekalia. Get to see him for the first time in a while today, and we'll have a ball up here in the forward pocket for the Blues.
Big day for Big Briggsy.
Yeah.
Got to be taking those sort of marks, but he's got a big job today. Tom De Koning back into the team. That's that contest alone is going to have a huge say on the game today.
He hasn't been in stunning form, Briggs, either. So, yeah, big challenge.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Boundary throwing coming deep in the right forward pocket. Here for the Blues. Boundary umpire wants to pick out the ruckman. Now flings it back into play. De Koning and Briggs. Briggs laying it down to the front. Himmelberg hurries a kick out of the defensive arc. Up towards the back flank. Cadman can't take the mark. The Blues are there. They apply some pressure. Eventually it spits out to Sard. He'll float a kick. Shallow entry inside 50. Himmelberg underneath it. Marks on that defensive arc.
That was young O'Farrell getting into the game there. Jeez, have a look at him. As I said, 197 centimetres. He's got the Cadman matchup, so 2 young, rangy athletes going at it there.
Himmelberg down the line, and good mark there for Brown. Just inside the boundary line. Swings a hand pass forward to young Harvey Thomas, who gets the start today after being the sub last week. Gives it to Tom Green. Centering kick is good to Toby Green. And marks here right on the 50.
Wheel around and kick the first goal of the game, Toby.
I think he'll have the distance here.
Got an SMS saying his hair looks a little darker today. Is he?
Oh, isn't it? He hasn't, has he?
Surely
The
not.
rinse.
He wouldn't be that. wouldn't be that kind of guy.
He's about that age, though.
You can attest to that.
I can attest to that, yeah. Steffi Silver's pushing through.
I have noticed the little rinse in your hair, by the way.
Stress of working with Corbin Middlemass every week.
Stress-related, can they be?
This would be a perfect
golf
start. Toby Green
yes.
in a milestone game. Loads up from 50, clips the post. He's got the first score. I'm sure he would have envisaged that being a major. It's a behind, so GWS 3.5 minutes in. They get the opening score. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. No late change here at Docklands.
Adam Sard in that famous number 42 jumper. Goes to the pocket for Walsh, who zigzags.
That's a little bit far, yeah.
Oh, he ran too far.
Yeah, definitely.
The NBA playoffs are on at the moment, and that was a travel.
Well, if you're a Knicks fan, look away now. They're down 2-0.
Walsh with the travel, and the free kick will go to the kid in the lid. Darcy Jones, 40 metres out, 45-degree angle. He'll kick for goal.
Matty Stevic was right on it there.
He lost his bearings, I think, a little bit, Sam Walsh.
He sort of zigzagged a bit, so it wasn't your traditional straight line run too far, but Matty Stevic was right onto it, counting the steps. Opportunity here for the young Giants gun.
In comes Darcy Jones. His drop punt is looking pretty good just across the face. Slides through for a minor score. A couple of those to begin for the Giants. Carlton yet to get off the mark. We played 4.5 minutes Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Giants, the opening couple of scores. The kick goes wide to Curnow, who gets his first major involvement. He marks in the back 50 from the kick out. Hands it off to Sard. Short kick to Doherty. The one who returns today. Hand pass back to Sard. Closed down. Good kick. Works it out. Back to Curnow. Back edge to centre square. Swings the kick over halfway. Holland's trying to run onto it. Intercepted though by Himmelberg. Hand pass over to Ash. Back through the corridor. The Giants go. An outstretched Toby takes the mark in the middle of the ground. Immediately turns and heads towards the city wing. Kick out there. Finds his teammate in Ware, the left footer. Looks inside the forward 50 from 70 out. Up strong is Wiedering. No mark. Ball spills down to Thomas. He's tackled, dispossessed. Still 20 out from the Giants' goal. Cadman collects. They've got him. Well, the ball up. So 2 behinds for GWS. Carlton yet to score. 5.5 played Saturday footy on ABC Sport. No late change.
Tapping it down to Koning, getting there Wiedering. He'll hook a snap beyond the defensive arc. Up goes Curnow, juggles the mark.
He started well.
In front of Aaliyah. Now he swings a kick around the wing, looking for Mackay, juggling, marking, he's got it.
He's got to go.
Forward of the wing, the Blues break inside 50. He wheels and kicks to full forward. Getting back there, Taylor, hands to it in the pocket, Fogarty out after it. Ollie Hollands too. Over the boundary line it goes, the throw incoming.
So that's an awareness thing there for Harry Mackay. So Sam Taylor's the one to play dropping off. You've got to bypass him quickly. So Mackay takes the mark, dead centre wing. Turn and go straight away, so you kick the ball over Sam Taylor's head and he can't come and intercept mark.
Toby Bedford, the stoppage here, hanging out with his mate Paddy Cripps, and they'll be most of the day. And there's the 42-minute mark past the hour, so you can hear the warm round of applause for the late Robert Walls as the Carlton faithful pay their tribute to him in the early stages of this match. Carlton have won the footy back in midfield as Walsh gives it to Curnow. Curnow kicks a rocket. Effortless from 65 metres out. And that is a loud way to start for the Blues. 1 straight 6. GWS yet to score. 4-point advantage for the Baggers. 7 minutes in, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's funny with Charlie Curnow. He's won a couple of Coleman medals and you still feel like his potential's untapped. Like there, he gets the ball from, let's call it 55 metres out. One step, absolutely. It's 60. Yeah, 60.
I mean, that's Buddy Franklin stuff. There's only a handful of players over the last 20 years that have been able to do that. And I mentioned that he started well. It's ominous signs here for the Giants. Lee Kalir looks like he's got the matchup. Maybe Sam Taylor. But I love it. He's coming up the ground. He's taken 3 marks already. Got his hands on the footy.
Well, it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse in the coach's box. So Sam Taylor doesn't want to come up the ground with Charlie Curnow. So the handover then goes to Aaliyah. And then that's allowing then Taylor to sit back inside Carlton's forward 50.
Neither ruck decisive. Toby Green goes and picks it up. Swings a high ball to half forward for GWS. Haynes spoils it down. Onto it quickly. The kick inside 50 from Angove. No one able to gather it, and the Blues do through Sard, who gives it off to Durden, bouncing off halfback. He'll kick up to the wing. His kick is a good one, onto the chest of Will White. He'll poke it short, leading up Young. 60 out from goal. He's got the mark for the Blues.
Cripps the target, puts it on his head, leaps over Bedford. Cripps has got it. Hangs in the air, and the two-time Brownlow medalist with a specky in the pocket.
And it's another watch here, Bally. So Toby Bedford's got the job on Paddy Cripps. Paddy Cripps has been really good against the Giants the last couple of games. Certainly got the height advantage. So I imagine Cripps will try to drag Bedford forward at every occasion today.
And that is a problem. The towering Paddy Cripps. Big contested grab. Curno's got the first. Cripps has the second. Could not have started much better for the Blue Baggers. 2 straight to 2 behinds. We're 9 minutes in and it's Carlton by 10 points. 9 played opening term. Saturday footy on ABC.
Well, it was great transition footy, wasn't it? It was the forward entry which just didn't hit Jesse Hogan here. It was young Angove. Hogan had plenty of separation. You've just got to hit that kick, especially on the road. Take your chances early on, and then a little bit of a mistake from Hogan to turn it over. And from there, they didn't see it. The Blues, terrific footy in transition from their back 50, utilising the open space. It looks like Young might be trying to get himself to Sam Taylor to restrict his influence on the game. And yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. I'm not sure about Bedford for Cripps. I'll be looking more Bedford, Walsh, those sort of more running outside type players. Going head to head with Cripps.
What's the alternative plan then? Bally?
Well, I don't think it's a head to head. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd play, if anything, it's Bedford on Walsh, and then you're back in Green and as in Tom and Toby.
Yeah.
Bigger players to go head to head with Hewitt and Cripps.
Blues out of the middle again. It's been all the Blues to begin. Walsh kicks to a leading Curnow. And he takes it 49 out, left half forward. And this is well within range.
Well, yeah, based on his last kick. And he likes it from here. He likes it just wheel out a little bit. Right, left forward pocket, so can hook it in on his right foot, punches it low. It's like a stinger, isn't it, Benny? 5-iron stinger, just about.
You hit many of those?
Benny
got a high ball flight.
Benny can hit the 1-iron. His ball striking is that good.
Here comes Curnow from 55, swinging it on goal. It's out to the right and through for a minor score.
Too close to the man on the mark, but they're looking dangerous, aren't they? The Blues forward of the ball. And this Giants back 6, just looking a little bit all at sea at the moment. We know Aliir back into the team. Sam Taylor and Jack Buckley have to organise the troops here. It's looking already, what are they up to? 4 marks inside 50.
Off he trots. Lockie Ash on the kick out. Takes a bit of ground and then goes long out towards that City wing. Punched away by Wiedering. Ball hits the deck. Jones trying to keep it in front of him. Paddles it out in front. Intercepted. Nice work from Carroll. Got it out by hand to Doherty. Hand pass to the boundary line. Scooped up by Wiedering. Just inside the field of play. Kicks down to half forward. Curnow has it broken up by Taylor. Close to the boundary line. And the efforts to keep it in are in vain from Will White. So a boundary throw in here. Carlton by 11 points. The tribute for Robert Walls. 42 minutes past the hour. As that was happening, Charlie Curnow whacked one through from 65 out. So Robert Walls helping that one in. And then Paddy Cripps the second goal.
Forward 50 throw in here for the Blues. Tom de Koning takes it out of the ruck. It's a handball moving forward. The Giants are there through Himmelberg. Out of play with his handball. Away towards Bedford. So another throw-in coming.
Just looking a bit of ring and rosy. You can see Taylor trying to get to Curnow. Lewis Young has been an absolute nuisance. Just blocking Taylor. I mean, this almost should be a free kick. You've got to watch the ball, Lewis Young.
Briggs slaps it down, getting involved. Cripps, he shovels out a handball away towards Tom de Koning. He gets it out. Green's there for the Giants. That's Tom Green, who gives it off to Himmelberg. He'll whack a kick up towards the wing. Hainsey's trying to get there. Hogan goes with one hand, spills out the back. Toby Green dribbles on a kick, but back there McGovern mops up for the Blues, back flank.
Just stops, decides to kick laterally out to Doherty. Marks on the back flank. Dropped a couple of times this year, Sam Doherty. Gets a recall after the loss to Sydney. There were some changes forced, others...
Had 37 possessions last week in the reserves.
Yeah, that's one way to force your way back in. It was up in Sydney as well. They played the curtain raiser for the VFL before the league game, and now the short kicking game in the back half. Through hit the hands of multiple Blues. Wiedering to Haynes, and now to Lord, the rising star winner from last week. Short to Hewitt. Chips it up to McGovern. One of their better users up over halfway. Sends it to half forward. Mackay bursts through his hands. No mark, hits the deck. Cripps soccers it further forward. Good collect down low by Taylor. And pass for Bedford, and the Giants able to relieve a bit of pressure. The long contest kick to the wing.
Sends it up towards that contest. McGovern coming in from the side, but Jones is there to mop up. Handball away for the Giants, back towards Ward. He gets rid of it towards O'Halloran, twisting, turning, unsure. He'll kick around the wing, up towards Riccardi. He plucks it with that glove on. Kicks inside out, up towards Toby Green. 50 out, nothing he likes immediately. And he'll go back off the mark and assess his options. Poke it really short, looking for Hogan. Breaking it up, McGovern. Comes down for the Giants, Tom Green. Back to Hogan. Back to Toby Green. Shrugs a tackle. Snaps on goal. To the line. Help through. The Blues get back there.
I think they're going to have a little look at this, Benny.
Right on the line. So Akers was back there getting a hand on it. But we are going to check it.
I reckon this might have just snuck over, judging by the goal umpire's body language.
And Akers looks a little flat too. The soft call's a goal.
Yeah.
Oh, it has.
I just when they bob up straight away, the goal umpires, I reckon it's a bit of a tell. I go, oh no, I reckon that's crossed the line.
By about half a foot.
Oh, easily.
So Toby Green, he kicks the Giants into gear and gets a goal in his milestone match. Game 250 on the snap from the James Hird pocket at Docklands, and it's back to 5 points. 2-1-13 plays 1-2-8. Quarter hour mark in this opening term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's not the moment you thought it would be, would it? For a milestone game, at big time, he kicks a goal to start the party, and yet it goes to a score review.
And he started well. Toby's had the 7 possession, all those being kicks, so they started on the ball just to get him in the game. I like that move by Adam Kingsley. He probably hasn't. We've seen Toby Green play better, and I think by injecting him into the midfield, it just gets him into the game. Gets his hands on the ball as demonstrated by 7 possessions to start it.
I mean, he was a midfielder as a kid, obviously. So, drafted. He's just been squeezed out by the amount of talent that they've had in there over the years. But they need him in there today. As we said, no Kelly, no Canelio, no Finn Callaghan. So expect to see Toby Green in the centre bounce a lot more.
The 2 backup rucks, it's Mackay and Riccardi. Riccardi the telling touch down to Chera, who's tackled immediately. Ball up in the middle. 5-point lead for the Blues, 2-1 to 1-2. Key players involved. Goals to Curnow, Cripps, and now Toby Green. Down it comes to Whitfield. Tackled immediately by Chera. Had an arm free, didn't release, holding the ball. That's the way it's explained to us, that you've got an arm free, you've got to at least make an attempt to get it out. So Chera goes short to Motlop. He's got it still inside the centre square. Motlop drives it deep. One out in the cage is Young. Ball hits the deck. Durden, a live chance. Took an unkind bounce. Picked up by Hollins in the pocket. Goes bursting through, and he's tackled out of play. Boundary throwing forward pocket here for the Blues.
And he's playing a half-forward role, Ollie Hollins. At the start of the season, he's played a lot of half-back, but swinging him back forward now, which seems more of a natural position for him.
Carlton by 5 points. 16 minutes into the opening term. Riccardi slaps it down. There's a whistle on the play. Free kick.
To Carlton.
We'll go to the Blues. Looks like Mackay will get it in that ruck contest.
He thought he was getting it, and the umpire's just saying, no, not yours.
Soft ball. Ollie Hollins will get it.
Still looking for a little handball, Harry Mackay.
Need to have another look at this. Still can't find it in the replay. Anyway, that's one for the 4 umpire system. You can't get away with anything. Eyes are going to be on you at these clearances.
Only kicked a couple of goals this year. You can add one to that. And it is a hot start for the Blues. 3-1-19 plays 1-2-8. They lead it by 11. 17 minutes and change into the opening term. On Saturday footy on ABC Sport, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
It's really interesting what's happening, Bally. So in Carlton's forward line, Sam Taylor's desperately trying to get to Charlie Curnow. Lewis Young is then trying to get to Sam Taylor to play more as a defensive forward. That's then forcing Lee Kalia to go to Charlie Curnow. So they're pushing and shoving here, the 4 of them. It's quite comical to be totally honest with you.
Well, that's right. I think Sam Taylor, you just go where the ball's going to be. You don't worry about, and the umpire needs to watch this, because if Young's not looking at the ball, like he's not right now, he's got to pay a free kick. Like that's not You've got to be watching the footy. But if you're Sam Taylor, just get yourself in line with the footy.
Ray Chamberlain downstairs.
It's a great point. I've been watching that match-up for the last 3 minutes, and obviously, you know, if the ball's not within the vicinity, Taylor's trying to roll up and he's either being blocked or held. That does warrant a free kick, and I do think the umpires need to be clued onto this. It's not new news that the Taylor effect is key for GWS.
Well, the umpire is got his eyes directly on the four of them at the moment. So
I think if you play a free kick once, it's going to stop, isn't it? So.
Still no clearance in the middle. Repeat ball ups. Here's Fonte for the Giants. Handball away to Whitfield. Hand pass to Iden. A little fumble. Good enough to regather. Break the tackle. Sends it down to half forward. Bouncing footy close to the boundary line. Oh, Wiedering was clean bowled by it. Haynes mops it up. Hand pass to Sard. Still half back for Carlton. Short kick to Lord. Feel good story. This young man out of North Melbourne's VFL program. Mid-season recruit last year and now a rising star winner. Off the back flank. I think the mid-season draft's on Wednesday night. Is that right, Ren?
Yep, correct.
Just around the corner. There's a handball sent away here for the Giants. Meant for Ware. Stolen by Cripps. Hand pass back into dispute. Turnover. Jones to Iden. To Riccardi. Back to Iden. Kicks across the centre square. Finds Himmelberg. He's got it defensive side of the wing now. Short kick further afield to O'Halloran. Giants mostly in white today. The Blues all in navy. And some Doug Nicholls round strips, which look sensational again as O'Halloran just loads up, kicks it long inside 50. Just spilling it, Wiedering, and that is a gift of Brown, who can pop it through from the top of the goal square. And you don't see that often. Flying for the intercept mark, bursts through the hands of Wiedering, and Brown an easy goal from the top of the goal square. Closes the gap to 5. Carlton 3-1-19, GWS 2-2-14. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, he fumbled the one on the boundary line as well, Jacob Wiedering. It was a ground ball, so we're so used to seeing him just gobble those marks quite easily. Now, it was a simple little crumb for Callum Brown, who was there, but he's a little bit off to start this game, Jacob Wiedering. That's his second mark that he's dropped now. He's missed the ground ball, so just tidy it up. But that's the result, isn't it? Like in AFL football now, there's one little mistake that results in a score.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Ray Chamberlain. With all of the boundary news and all of the umpire analysis as we move through as well. All out to the wing. Hewitt gathers, gets it for the Blues, gives it off to Walsh. He'll kick inside 50, getting back. Taylor, so brave, whacks his head on the turf though as he goes to ground. It's up rubbing the back of it. And I'm sure the Giants...
Motlop come through.
I think he just caught Motlop's knee. Is nothing untoward.
It's okay.
Motlop was contesting the ball. He's all right.
The Docs will have a look at that though as Ash relieves for the Giants up towards the wing, and the Blues will send it back inside 50. Fogarty's kick chopped off there by Iden, and now the Giants go through the middle of the ground.
They love to do that. Finds Hogan right in the middle of Marvel Stadium. Sends a long kick out towards half forward. Angove takes the mark. Looks into the pocket for Brown. Strong hands.
Yeah, that's good footy.
Slick, wasn't it?
Yeah, just the kick. Whitfield, I mean, that's why, he's one of the best in the business. Beautiful. Just the vision to look inboard. And it was a 50-metre pinpoint kick to the middle of the ground. Just opens up the whole open side of play. Good running from young Angove, who's been involved early. And a nice kick to Brown.
Brown opens up the angle. That is a superb finish. Hooks it straight through. He's got a couple. And GWS have the lead back. 3-2 to 3-1. And that was just superb. Just stepped out, hooked it through.
That's the Gaelic kick, isn't it?
No problems with that whatsoever. GWS by 1. Lead change number 2 of the afternoon. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, that's the old Irish. Actually, did he start there? No, that's kind of right. But that's the old Irish Gaelic, just curl it around the body. Jesse Hogan getting involved up the ground too. That's another interesting matchup. You can see Jacob Wiedering there, letting Jesse Hogan come up the ground, and good play by the Giants. They're able to bypass then Wiedering. If you're going to let your player go up, you'd want to make sure that you have an impact inside 50. And you're just a little bit off at the moment, Wiedering. Good call, Rammer. Great transition footy though from the Giants.
Umpire Stevic to lay it down back in the middle. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Bounce favours Briggs, but de Koning leaps over the top of him, taps it to himself. Handball away to Wally Hollins. He gets it onto Chera, pokes it inside 50, and Fogarty backpedaling, takes the mark. And that is Tom de Koning at his best. TDK gets your system going.
Well, and that's why I don't love the new ruck rule, how a ruckman can cross the line and then body. So Tom de Koning there, that was a traditional ruck tap to himself, basically. So he jumps over the top of Briggs, ball hits the deck, he's then able to follow up, little handball, Hollands.
Fogarty to swing the lead, steers it through. The Blues back in front. They lead by 5 points. 4-1-25 plays 3-2-20 before Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, people always ask me, do we keep the bounce or do we revert to a ball up? And I had an impromptu meeting with TDK over a Subway in South Melbourne a week or two ago, and he did say to me, keep the bounce. He goes, that little bit of shift allows the jumpers to get over the big boppers who just stand there and cross the line and block their run. So that's a prime example of the value of the bounce, I guess, and that unpredictable restart to play.
So just confirming that you didn't plan to meet at Subway?
No, but I will say, in fairness to Tom, he took a low-carb sort of a setup, so he was very much looking after the rig.
Of course, also our regular Saturday afternoon listeners will be familiar with that story. But it's a good story, and every time Carlton feature, I want to hear it, Chambo.
It's getting a
very
run.
good.
It is getting
Well, it's very relevant too. It's going to play a big role today.
You got a good story. You got to back it up, Ray.
Only bloke I've had dinner with or lunch with, so I'm going to lean in real hard.
De Koning to Krebs, back to De Koning, sends it down to half forward, slips through the hands towards Whitfield, hand pass to Toby Green, tumbles a kick down the wing, hand pass away from the young man Farrell, gives it to Carroll. Farrell to Carroll, that rhymes as Colton, I didn't know it, kicks down to half forward and no mark for Hollands, it's out of play.
I actually thought Benny Cameron was the best name dropper. I think Ray's,
It's a ding-dong battle.
It's on now.
Just watch your feet when you get up, Ray.
Smaller sample size. We haven't had as much at Ray yet. What have you got for us, Ray?
Adam Kingsley, who I have not had dumplings with this week, has been doing a lot of direct feedback with his back six, so obviously trying to sort out what's going on back there with Young.
On the boundary throw in, Chera, hand pass away to Sard, kicks a high ball inside the forward 50. Allowed to bounce, whacked away by Fonte for the Giants, into the path of Young Angove, who collects. Big sweeping polyth on the hand pass, band up to Hogan.
Yeah, gets it onto Hogan. It gives it to the run of O'Halloran. Floats a kick forward of the wing, taken there by Thomas. The diminutive Harvey Thomas onto his left. Floats a kick into the pocket for the Giants, looking for Riccardi. Spoiling it away, Akers. Punching it on Sard. Back corridor though. Toby Green, clever little dribble kick. Gets it to Himmelberg. Back to Riccardi. Swings it on goal. What a finish. What a setup from Toby Green. And a great finish from Riccardi as well. And a fourth lead change in this opening term. The Giants by a point. 4-2-26 plays 4-1-25. 25 minutes in.
Well, transition footy again, Ramble, wasn't it? That's a bit of the tsunami, the old tsunami at work there, just getting back and then turning the footy over in their defensive 50, then running in waves into an open forward line. Wasn't pretty, was it?
Well, I'm not sure what Adam Saab was thinking.
Yeah, it was that's
he's come through with
back into
a fist back in right inside the middle of their defensive 50. The ball fell at Toby Green's feet. So I think Adam Saab, if he's going to take the ball, you might have to absorb a tackle in there, but take the ball. That was a bad piece of play by Adam Saab.
Lead change number 4. Lead swinging on the last 3 goals.
To 9, because 9 kicks Toby Green has had, 4 score involvements.
And GWS by 1, Cripps at the centre bounce, watches on and then gets a hit out from Briggs in his general vicinity, whacked out of his grasp. Tom Green, hand pass to Briggs, and now he gets the centre break. Kicks a high ball down to full forward, unkind bounce for Hogan. Knocked away into the path of Wiedering. There's a whistle here, it's a free, it's going to Wiedering. There's a quick time, I think, in all of that. Gets the free at fullback for Carlton. No late change coming in. Jackson Binns is the sub for Carlton today. And Harry Ralston, who's one of their First Nations players back in the team. First game since 2023 for him, so missed all of last year. He starts as the sub for GWS. Short kicking game, Doherty to Akers. Akers, short, back to Doherty. First game of 2 today here at Dockland Stadium. Tonight, North Melbourne and Collingwood, a rare double header, or what the ground's calling a double dipper. Kick into the middle of the ground. McGovern sockers it down to centre half forward. 2 players in opposite directions. Bang bodies. Buckley and Walsh both hard at it. Ball spills to Mackay. Still centre half forward for the Blues. Hand pass to Motlop. Kicks to full forward. Needs a kind roll. Doesn't get it. And Bedford scoop it up deep in defence, comes wide to Angove, can't quite reel in the one-hander. And a play goes and a throw in right half forward here for Carlton. 60 out from their attacking goal, Giants by 1.
Well, you see what the Blues are trying to do across half-back, just build the ball up, trying to draw the Giants out of their team defence and then pin one through the middle of the ground. Slow play. It's working. I'd just love to see them take a bit more of a risk through the middle of the ground, from their back 50.
Giants by a point. Acrobatic tap coming from Tom De Koning. Sends it back boundary side. Run down quickly is where he's taken the ground by Fogarty. And the free kick going to the Blues. 47 metres out. 3 metres in from the boundary line, right half forward.
That's good pressure, isn't it? That's what he's role in the team, Lockie Fogarty.
Sets it up to the hot spot. Curnow goes up, hands to it, doesn't control it. Down at ground level, Mackay. Don't worry, it's coming back. And Curnow will get the free kick.
Oh.
Was it there, Borley and Rummer?
Let's have a closer look. Again, umpire in best position. Sammy Taylor certainly doesn't think so. Looked like a pretty good contest in the air of gun key forward against a gun key back. But I think maybe the left arm was just around the waist. And that's what Curnow does, doesn't it? I mean,
that's what Taylor does all the time.
Yeah. Curnow, when he's in this sort of form.
So it's sort of like a tackle in the air to hold his jump down.
Hasn't really ripped the game apart this year. He might be in a mood to do it today. He's got 2. And a 5th lead change of the opening stanza. 5-1-31 plays 4-2-26. Nearing the half-hour mark. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So the reality of this matchup, or four-way matchup at the moment, is if I'm Carlton, I'm thinking I want Sam Taylor to go to Charlie Curnow, and Curnow then gets him up the ground. Taylor's at his most comfortable when he's sitting inside defensive 50 and he can control and patrol. Very similar to what Jacob Wiedering will want to do at the other end. But if Taylor then has to play on Curnow, Charlie needs to then play it from 30 to the middle of the ground and force Taylor to come with him. Harry Mackay then gets around the back and he plays them more as that traditional full forward.
Fun quarter of footy. As Ben said, 5 lead changes, goal for goal, lead swinging on the last 4 or 5 in the game. Out to the wing, Jones gets the first clean possession from the restart, kicks into oncoming traffic, Saab the smother, spills to McGovern, he's drilled in the tackle, ball comes out, Carlton keep it. Hewitt to Walsh, then to De Koning, hand pass intercepted. Bedford, who's still running with Cripps, ball there to be won on the wing. Cripps goes in strong, got it out to Walsh, and he's held up. Now the ball up.
So that seems like a more natural matchup here with Cripps and Tom Green. So, watching what Cripps is trying to do to Bedford at the moment, he's already kicked the goal, but on a couple of more occasions, he's also dragged him forward.
Hewitt's hanging out with Tom Green, at least at this stoppage. Briggs palms it down. Walsh collects the footy, sweeps a hand pass forward. It gets out the back towards Hollands. Has a little fumble, costs him. Ash sweating on him. Now the players come in to try and either support or hold him up. Umpire circles, and eventually Matt Stevic says, I'll have to throw that up as well. So the ball up here on the City wing. Carlton by 5 points. Last 4 goals in the game, the lead has swung. Carlton on top at the moment, and as Ben said, 5 lead changes now in this opening quarter, which is half an hour old.
Ball up, City side of the ground, going after it at ground level. Briggs, and a winner free kick, and Tom De Koning down slightly sore.
Yeah, and that's what he needs to do, Big Briggsy. After a bit of a slow start, he's coming into the game, but that's what he needs to do. That's when he's at his best, following up, getting down after the ground ball, winning himself a free kick. De Koning does look a bit sore there.
Briggs goes short away towards a teammate in Bedford, who gives it to Lockie Whitfield, then gets it back. Bedford swings a handball forward, running by as well Fonte. He gets involved, off to Harvey Thomas, high kick towards full forward, up they go, and at the front Toby Green, unopposed virtually in the end, he drags in the mark. 25 out, 45-degree angle.
Yeah, that's Mitch McGovern. Like Toby Green's looking at the ball.
He wants to move it on quickly, swings it on goal, and it's through. 2 for Toby in game 250 in the opening term. And again, the lead swings for a 6th time in this opening term. 5-2-32 plays 5-1-31. A seesawing Saturday afternoon battle.
I do always find it interesting, Bally, with a defender. Rather than attack the ball, like what? So Mitch McGovern there, he's going backwards to try and find Toby Green with some sort of body contact, where one of his great assets, the way he plays, is his intercept marking. But there, he wasn't even in the contest. He also got tackled earlier with the holding the ball
he might
decision.
have a few stars around.
Yeah.
They might have a look at that. The tackle looked like he hit his head on the ground, and what was that bit of play directly in the lead up to that? Well done, young Fonte there at the wing. He created that goal, didn't he? Run and carry, took a risk. Good play.
Back underway we go. So Jones at the centre bounce again, gets a nice little first possession. Hand pass out to Tom Green, kicks the Giants wide. Lord breaks it up. Angove paddles it out in front. Motlop comes and gets him. Ball spills out in front of Doherty. Oh, hand pass to Lord. He's crunched in the Fonte tackle.
Yeah, like Fonte.
Just on Fonte, we know you're not allowed to give yourself your own nickname, but apparently he has around the club. He's calling himself Fontempelli.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
You don't like it, Rama?
Not if you give it to
we'll
yourself.
wait and see if you can back it up.
Yeah. I think you let somebody else give you that type of name.
You try and plant the seed.
GWS by 1. DeConing down to Walsh. High kick to half forward, and Buckley punches it away from Mackay.
I think just the Italian heritage. Just
yeah.
Sticking with that.
Yeah.
The font. We'll see if that can catch him.
Yeah, I think the font might work a bit better, but like what I've seen from him today. First time I've seen him live. Looks a good size. Nice and aggressive.
20 years of age. 4th game of the year. Just the 9th of his career. Joe Fonte in the restart. Green up on the ball. That's Toby, and he's locked up. We'll have a ball up. 2 captains at it. Cripps tackling him. So GWS by 1. Standalone Saturday afternoon footy, and then the twilight big one to come. Hawthorn and Brisbane before 2 games tonight.
Tom DeConing decisive with the tap, but picked off there by Ward for the Giants. Handball to Toby Green. Handball to the run of Whitfield. Past halfway the Giants. Kick inside 50. Getting back. A good mark from O'Farrell. On debut. He marks in the back pocket. Good defensive work early on. He'll kick up towards the wing. Towards a contest off the hands of the pack. Out of play it goes, and another throw-in coming right in front of Ray Chamberlain.
We see a free kick warranted for an arm around the waist in that marking contest with Sam Taylor. I tell you what, Tom Green's just about a gutful of George Hewitt's arms around him at stoppage. He's getting a little bit fisty here.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. 3 Giants players haven't touched the ball in this opening term. From the boundary throw-in, Doherty hands it out to Lord. There's a free kick for a high tackle. Surely advantage applied? No. Why not, Ray? How come they didn't play advantage there?
We all make mistakes. I'm not going to talk about more today. So
like it. That'll do us anyway. Time expires on this opening term, but we had high hopes, it must be said, coming in. 2 teams outside the 8, at least at the start of the day. Not so the start of the round, with the Giants hanging on to their position. And so far it's delivered. 10-goal opening term, 6 lead changes, and at quarter time it is GWS by 1. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Giants 5-2-32. They lead Carlton 5-1-31. For the Giants, 2 each for Toby Green and for Callum Brown, and then 1 for Jake Riccardi. Meanwhile, for Carlton, Charlie Curnow's kicked 2, including the first of the day, and then 1 each for Hollands, Fogarty and Cripps. Your thoughts on the SMS coming up throughout the day, 0437 774 774. With the thoughts of Rama and Bawley coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
An emergency can happen anywhere. There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
And there's the 42-minute mark past the hour, so you can hear the warm round of applause. The late Robert Walls, as the Carlton faithful pay their tribute to him in the early stages of this match. Carlton have won the footy back in midfield as well. Hits it to Curnow. Curnow kicks a rocket. Effortless from 65 metres out. And that is a loud way to start for the Blues. Cripps the target, puts it on his head, leaps over Bedford. Cripps has got it. Hangs in the air, and the 2-time Brownlow medalist with a specky in the pocket. The towering Paddy Cripps. Big contested grab. Curnow's got the first. Cripps has the second. Hogan, right in the middle of Marvel Stadium, sends a long kick out towards half forward. Angove takes the mark, looks into the pocket for Brown. Strong hands. Brown opens up the angle. That is a superb finish. Hooks it straight through. He's got a couple.
Harvey Thomas Onto his left. Floats the kick into the pocket for the Giants. Looking for Riccardi. Spoiling it away, Akers. Punching it on Sard. Back corridor though. Toby Green. Clever little dribble kick. Gets it to Himmelberg. Back to Riccardi. Swings it on goal. What a finish. What a setup from Toby Green.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
6 lead changes in the opening term. Liv and Marupna off the SMS 0437 774 774. Well done to Carlton or AFL with their 1 minute round of applause to honour the past players. I think it was a Carlton initiative. The English Premier League have done this for a long time and it's a great way to pay respect. It does work a little different in football. No disrespect to the Association Football Code, but slower game, opportunity to sort of come in and do that. When in a game of footy, there's so many ebbs and flows and the crowd's yelling. It is harder to try and execute that moment.
It is.
And from Grant, in a wet Hobart, he says, I hear Razor Ray will soon have a sit-down interview show on the ABC titled Interviews with Players I Haven't Rubbed Out. Go the Blues.
At Subway.
From Grant. There's something in the works there. There's no doubt about it. Thanks, Grant. Appreciate that. Giants by 1. Quarter time Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball.
Entertaining game, Rama. Entertaining game. 5 goals apiece, 6 lead changes, as Corby said, and just really players taking their opportunities at both ends. It hasn't been a free-flowing game. I mentioned, so Carlton have taken 26 marks. It's clear that they're trying to control the footy across half-back, low risk out of the back line and draw the Giants out of their defensive structure until something opens up through the middle of the ground. And that might mean Curnow getting up high. We saw him do that really early, take 2 or 3 marks up on centre wing or across half-back early and then release back hard. And it's interesting, isn't it, the tactics around the key forwards at both ends, both backs in terms of Taylor at one end and Wiedering, trying to get on their most dangerous forward. And it's great. There's a bit of a yesteryear about the matchups, isn't there? Wiedering on Hogan and Curnow on Taylor. But both forwards, trying to get up high to get their hands on the footy and their opposite numbers letting them go and trying to catch them on the way back. Midfield battle's interesting. We spoke about, that it's a really big day for Kieran Briggs today against Sam DeConey. They're not sort of like for like in terms of athleticism, but Briggs will be trying to use all his craft and all his nous to try and keep DeConey on the ground. Well, I think Briggs, he started slow, but I think he's got DeConey under control. You see what he can do to DeConey when he can run and jump at it. The one centre bounce goal that's come out of the day was when DeConey, almost like the under-10s footy, hit it to himself, took a bounce, fed it off, and resulted in that mark inside 50, so the Fogarty. So if Briggs can get across the line there and keep it in tight, that'll suit the Giants. It's a good battle through there. I love Toby Green. We were talking Rammer off ground, sort of back to the future a bit, going back into the middle of the ground, almost as a permanent midfielder. He's had 11 possessions, 10 kicks, 200 metres gain and 4 scoring moments and 2 goals. So he's been the best player on the ground at the moment. I love him as a full-time mid. And then Cripps and Tom Green going at it with Hewitt, Walsh. And the Giants are spinning more numbers through necessity, spinning more numbers through the middle of the ground and trying to get some more speed through the ground. Young Jones has gone in there. Whitfield's been in there. So with the players they don't have in there, they're being a little bit less without Tom Green, being a little bit less predictable through the middle of the ground. It's a really good battle.
The concern for Carlton at the moment is the Giants are leaving the contest first. And you see that then with ball movement. So, the perfect example of that is the one that Jesse Hogan marks in the middle of the ground, swings it out wide, and then the ball's inside forward 50, and the Giants are able to kick a goal. So I think that's where, Carlton probably need to concentrate on that area. They can win the ball in close, certainly. But when that ball then is that movement and that speed, I think that's where the Giants have got them at the moment. So Carlton midfielders have got to be aware of that. Bally mentioned the Hewitt and Tom Green matchup. Yeah, okay, you do got to sit on Tom Green, but you've got to work him the other way. Like Hewitt's having a stellar season at the moment. Start to work him back the other way.
I must admit I was a little disappointed with Lecalier in that opening term. We didn't see any major involvement from him. And a lot of talk about him, obviously, in the trade period and what's to come. And he went without a disposal in that opening quarter. Interesting to see how he responds here. As a little kick going forward there from Haynes. He's slow to get up after disposing of the footy. The Giants win it back. Toby Green, hand pass to O'Halloran, who shoots goalward but misses.
It's hard to find the football when you're trying to work out who your opponent is.
Yeah. Why the confusion?
Because Lecalier is trying to get to Lewis Young.
Yeah. He's got now.
So he's got him now, so that's settled down. So now Lear should be able to go and play that support role in the air. Now obviously Lewis Young, not the most dangerous of forwards,
But this
Gotta
suits
read
Carlton
moments.
now. They've got Sam Taylor up at centre wing.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Giants by 2 on the back of that behind for O'Halloran.
Punched away there by Briggs. Out after it quickly is Akers for the Blues on the back flank. He gives it off to McGovern. He'll float a kick back towards the wing. Bouncing ball. It bounces away there from Briggs up towards Taylor. Gathers the football. Handball away towards Tom Green. Twisting, turning. Handball back to Taylor. Giants up to half forward. Here's Himmelberg looking inside 50. He'll float a kick to full forward. No one can mark it down there over the head there of Cadman. O'Farrell runs into a tackle. He's taken to ground. And a ball upcoming 12 metres out from the attacking goal here for the Giants.
Giants to the Coventry end in this second term. I don't know if those names are ever going to make their return to Dockland Stadium, but it is the southern end. As Cripps had it, got a handball out close to the boundary line, and in the end, Lord sees it over. We've got these new sexy screens that Gillan McLaughlin dubbed them. He said that he'd make sure the names went back up. He's since departed, and we still haven't got the names. But I can tell you the end the Giants are going is definitely the Coventry end, the southern end, named after the great Gordon Coventry, and the left-hand side of your screen, if you're watching at home, or the northern end of the stadium is the Lockett end. Of course, after the great Tony Lockett. As Hewitt, hand pass away to Akers, clears the defensive 50. Contesting that ball is Mackay. Sprills back underneath him, and we'll have a ball up here.
Well, neither played it.
No, that's what I was going to say. Which makes no sense.
Yeah.
Fairness.
They did not kick one goal, those players.
In time, it probably should be the Franklin and
Lloyd or
Lloyd,
something,
or Revolt end or something like that. But anyway.
Yeah, so there's actually a free kick. I said there was going to be a ball up. Will White didn't get rid of it, so the Giants get the free. Long kick inside 50. Ward finds Hogan, who stands tall and takes the mark in the left forward pocket.
Well, you get to Koning really deep. So Briggs has dragged him forward and puts him into the marking contest.
Where's Wiedering?
That's right.
Where Jacob Wiedering is. Okay, your ruckman's back to support, but that doesn't completely relinquish your responsibilities for your direct opponent, especially when it's a superstar Coleman medalist like Jesse Hogan. Got a little block, Jacob Wiedering from Briggs, but that's too much space for a play like this.
Took him a while last week to get a goal. Not the same weight today. Pops one through in the early stages of the second term, and GWS bounce out to an 8-point advantage. It's their biggest lead of the day. GWS 6-3-39, Carlton 5-1-31. 3 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, that's where you are expecting the support from Tom de Koning there. He's pushed under the ball, but then you're expecting the next layer. So I'm not sure. Wiedering got handed over to Cadman, then handed back, and there's a little block from Briggs, but nothing that should have stopped Jacob Wiedering getting into that contest.
Yeah. You've got to be harder there. Just a little bit off today, as we said, Jacob Wiedering. Just finding his feet a bit, and in the end, reasonably uncontested mark.
Worth noting down there as well, Ray, my old mate Ben Hart, the midfield coach of the GWS Giants, coaching from the bench alongside Adam Kingsley at the moment. On the laptop out there as Briggs slaps it down out in front of Tom Green. He goes out after it. Ward puts his head over it. Jones comes in, picks up the footy. Handball out to O'Halloran. Giants with some go forward out of the middle. Kick inside 50. Off the hands of the pack there. McGovern knocks it down to Haynes. Blues have the numbers. Off to Wiedering. Wiedering with a relieving kick. Up towards the wing. Briggs a hand on it. Falls for de Koning though. Handball to Lord. Now the Blues doing the attacking. Here goes Will White. He moves it on to Cripps, who takes a bounce, runs to half forward, kick to full forward. Young's down there, up he goes. Out the back, off the hands of the pack. It'll spill for the Giants, and young Harvey Thomas pokes a kick.
Smart kick.
Good for centre half back, and the mark taken by Bedford.
That is dangerous, trying to switch. And has to contend with Cripps as well, who breaks it up from Ward. A bit of a helping hand for the Giants in Iden, who retrieves it. Sweeping hand pass down to Ash. Has it on that City wing, one way then the other, and decides to turn around and go forward. It's always a good option. Punched away by McGovern into the lap of Iden. He can reload and then send a torp on the run down to half forward. Cadman caught at the back, and the intercept mark to O'Farrell. The young man on debut.
Been good.
Takes the intercept mark, sends it down the wing to Lord, plays on immediately and drills it under the chest of Mackay. 3 marks between wing and half forward for Carlton. Just drops the kick into the path of Curnow, bursts through his hands, gets a second look at it. White hands it back to Curnow, tumbles it goalward, took an unkind bounce and a minor score.
He likes making it hard for himself sometimes, Charlie, doesn't he? Dropped the mark he should have taken. Almost a look away snap from 45 out.
7-point lead for GWS, 6-3 to 5-2. 5.5 gone in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We like the look of O'Farrell, Remmer.
Yep.
Looks assured, doesn't he? And looks a really good kick too.
Yep, athletic.
Really good kick.
Yeah, really athletic. So
Ash to bring the ball back into play, runs himself into a little bit of trouble, goes short to O'Halloran, the Bear 15. Giants by 7 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kicks out wide O'Halloran to Taylor.
What's his old man's name, Ben?
His old man's name is Peter.
Peter O'Farrell.
He's the barrister who gets them all off. The kick up towards the contest. Out the back, Angove's away with it. The Giants up towards half forward. Angove kicks towards full forward. Here for a marker down there. McGovern slaps it down. And Haynes mops up against the old mob. Blues out of D50 through Chera. Kick to the wing.
Finds McKay. He takes the mark back. Corridor for Chera. Oh, big collision. Hung on to it. Great mark. Opposed to Whitfield. Turns, comes inboard. Sard. Hand pass to Hewitt. Continues the surge forward. Cripps looking to leap at it. Had his run taken out. Ends up in the lap of Durden. And Durden is going to end up with the footy, or are they paying the free kick? They paid the free kick. The path blocked to Paddy Cripps, so he'll get it inside 50.
That's much better from Carlton because they continue to change lanes. So that's forcing then GWS defence to move. Now, on occasions in that first quarter, they're just happy to continue to go up and down the same line. And that suits any team to defend that. So when I say changing lanes, that's, moving the ball from one side of the ground to the other to shift the defence.
Paddy Cripps. Left half forward, 45-degree angle. The drop punt misses near side. Behind makes it a one-score game. Carlton trail by 6, so it's GWS 6-3. Carlton a 5-3. 7.5 minutes travelled second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, Ash with the kick in. He misses Buckley. The ball skids away towards the boundary line. And we'll get the throw in. The new rule when you run out of the goal square.
Well, I disagree with that.
You think it should still be a free kick?
Yep, I do.
Harry Mackay didn't know the rule, Ray, so you won't be happy with that. He thought it was a free kick.
Got to start the speed, boys.
Right on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Tom de Koning and Briggs. They go for a waltz. Briggs brings it down onto it quickly. Durden, quick kick forward. Pinched by Thomas. Giants in possession. Back flank for them. Ward. Away to Ash. Chaining handballs. Onto Jones. He sells the candy. Runs away with it. Long kick up towards Cadman. He goes up, hands to it, doesn't drag it down. Turns tackler on young O'Farrell. And O'Farrell halves it.
He's got to mark them, Aaron Cadman.
He does. Terrific stuff from the debutant. You heard the applause there from the fans. That's how you win the hearts of them. But you're right, Cadman's just got to be stronger there.
Up it goes, and down it comes, into the path of Ward. High half forward for the Giants. Hand pass away to Ware. He sends a kick inside the forward 50. They all leap at it. It spills off hands to O'Farrell. Hand pass away to Carroll. He goes back to Lord, who swings the kick out towards half back, and Fogarty makes. Left half back for Carlton. 6-point game. 9 gone in the second term. Going to kick down the line to a contest. In from the side, Taylor takes the intercept mark. GWS kept a bit of possession, so after the free-flowing, high-scoring opening term, a little bit slower in this second quarter. 9 minutes with a 1 goal. Short kick to Aaliyah. Hand pass back to Ash. The Giants now under the pump. Picked up by Taylor. His hand pass knocked down by Young. It stays alive for Carlton. Durden collects. Tackled out of bounds by Ash.
That's good by Carlton. Better. Really forcing a mistake out of GWS just with pressure.
Giants by 6 points. 9 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. De Koning runs to the front, but slapping it down. Briggs coming away with it. The Blues through Lord. Handball to Walsh. Back to Tom de Koning. That long left leg. Kick to full forward. Aaliyah goes back. Drops the mark. Fogarty rose. Off to Will White. Swings it through. Will White in the navy blue. Scores level. 6-3-39 each of two. 10 minutes into their second term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, just nice hands here around the clearance, wasn't it, to set that ball free? Yeah, Lord. Just a handball to Walsh, turn to Coney, who followed up, and then I guess the kick to the top of the square. Lear going back. Yeah. I mean, he went back hard. In the end, Cripps creates the contest, and the Carlton small forwards
Either you
where they
spoil
should
that
be.
or you got to mark it.
Yeah.
You can't just let it fall to the ground there.
Yeah, soft drop, and then Fogarty involved to his little mate in white, who shelling peas for a small forward. So good response here from the Blues. The Giants had started well this quarter, especially around clearance. They won the first four. That time it was the Blues with their hands around clearance, setting up that goal.
Carlton led by 11 points in the opening term. The Giants by 8 points earlier in this quarter. We're now a dozen minutes into the second term, and we've had 6 lead changes, and the scores are back level. A great game of footy so far, 6 goals each. As Doherty gets it from Hewitt, hand pass out in front of Walsh, hits the volley out to half forward, but Buckley, first one there for the Giants, shanks the Mackay tackle. Hand pass away to Ward, handball on the boundary line to Whitfield, and this is when they look good, the Giants. They link up by hand to Tom Green, to Toby. He gives it back inboard to Tom Green. He's caught. Great chase down tackle. And Akers came and got him.
Oh, he got tripped.
The Blues trying to take the advantage, and in the end, Walsh is tripped. And Akers still taking a moment to untangle himself from Tom Green after that chase down tackle, but Carlton have it defensive side of the wing.
Walsh's kick, well weighted. It gets to its target in Haynes. He might have been held up slightly. Eventually, he skips back off the mark past the Go Foundation logo. City side of the ground. Sets up a kick to half forward. Mackay leads them all to it. Marks. Just inside 50, slightly right of centre.
Just read the drop of the ball better, didn't he? Yep. Jack Buckley probably entitled to expect at least, a midfielder drop back into the hole there to support, but not a great place to be when you've got big 200 centimetres Harry steaming down. He just read the drop of the ball and took an uncontested mark.
Does he have this distance in him? He tugs his kick hard right. And through for a minor score. At the journey, Carlton lead by a point. That makes it a 7th lead change of the match. 6-4-40 plays 6-3-39. The first of what Docklands are calling the double dip here today.
Scott Fitzgerald, the GM of Marvel Stadium, is going to join us at halftime. We can ask him about the concept and what it's all about. As Ash brings it into Ware. Marks half-back, goes long down the line and killed out of bounds. Pretty happy with that result, both Cadman and Wiedering. So get everyone in and get everyone out. 2 big fan bases involved too, with Carlton and Collingwood. So North Melbourne and Collingwood the night game tonight. Day game here. Carlton and GWS, slightly earlier start to give them a little bit more wriggle room. And the boundary throwing, Mackay got a shove in the back. He gets a free. Blues want to take the advantage, and it's not happening. Late change coming in. Binns and Ralston, the 2 subs. Mackay, the short kick with the Blues on top by a point. Saturday Footy ABC Sport, midway through the second.
Come on, move the ball.
Chera gets the short kick, and now long he goes to Cripps. There's everybody in that pack, and Aaliyah puts his fist through it. Young hangs it inside the boundary line, half forward for the Blues. Hand pass to Hewitt. Short kick to Chera. Oh, opens up corridor. There's Hollands.
Amazing.
Reels it in.
Amazing. When you take a mark and then you go straight away, you find a free player inside your forward 50. The previous one, Chera takes a mark and then he stands there for 7 or 8 seconds. It just allows the Giants players to roll back, fill space.
I've been watching Harvey Thomas on the bench here. He's had a long chat with Adam Kingsley, who's coaching from the boundary line. Is that common? Will coaches generally talk a lot to their players during games?
Yeah, and that's more from a structure point of view.
Yeah. It's Hollands here, who's going to try and finish off the set shot. The kick is out to the right and behind. I know that
he plays a very specific position for the Giants as a smaller forward.
Yeah.
So where they want him, is he up and connecting more, or is he deeper and at the feet of a Jesse Hogan?
Obviously, you're familiar with the short, sharp conversations. Yeah. This was almost a prolonged educational piece.
I think that's great coaching.
Yeah.
He's going to be down there, Adam Kingsley.
Yep.
Coach the team.
Back on now, Thomas. 2-point lead for the Blues on the Hollands miss.
Iden a kick to the logo, spills off hands. Whitfield mops up. Giants on their back flank. He goes to centre half back. Long kick from Ware to the opposite logo. Off hands, the Blues arrive. Walsh trying to sucker it on. There is Harvey Thomas, fresh off the coaching. Gets a handball out. Trying to run onto it. Jones overruns it. Getting back there for the Blues. They're able to clean up through Carroll. And a good outlet kick. And now they might be away. Fogarty's kick infield, not his best. Motlop mops it up, makes it look clean. Twist, turns, kicks out wide. Curnow forward flank. He'll twist. Swing it on goal. Charlie, no.
Yeah.
Sneaks it through for a minor score. Carlton by 3 points, and this game is helter-skelter.
Yeah, it is up and back, isn't it? It's just that last kick inside 50 who can hit that at the moment. Lewis Young saying, hey, Charlie, I reckon that's a top of the square job. He's probably right, albeit Charlie can kick those every now and then, but that one's got to go to the top of the square. Play the percentages. Giants just can't find a mark inside 50 at the moment.
Jacob Ware on the kick-out duties, one of their three lefties. Rama goes short. The back pocket for Buckley. And he kicks long down the wing. Cadman leaping at it. No mark. Spills to Angove. Hand pass to Riccardi. To Cadman. Dishes off the hand pass to Tom Green. Handball back inboard. Chera intercepts it for the Blues. Few numbers out in front. Akers collects. Hand pass away to Durden. 70 out short. Kick to Young. Broken up by Aaliyah. Picked up by Whitfield of the Giants. Hand pass to Aaliyah. He gives it off towards Angove. Floats a kick down the wing in hope. Hands on it from Cherry. He's getting a free.
Locked to Cameron. I'm just watching Cameron, so he's not having a great day, but the work rate is there. He's getting the contest. The ball, they're not sticking. Yeah. That is a good sign. Young key forward. You've just got to keep getting into the contest, and it can turn.
Thought it might have been in the back to Chera, but the hold happened before that. So free kick for Cadman as he kicks it down to half forward. Angove throws it off the pack, got it away, and there's a free coming back here to Cody Angove ball. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Kick to Cadman was he was held back from being able to engage in that marking contest. You spoke of Adam Kingsley and his work down on the boundary line. Lots of work on the behind the goals vision, and his main concern is structural through the middle of the ground. So it's a collaborative and an informative piece of coaching down here.
Thanks, Ray. The kick goes towards full forward. No one able to mark for the Giants down there. McGovern roves. His kick smothered. Angove gets it in the pocket for the Giants. Off to Himmelberg, bundled out by Akers. Calm and collaborative down there on the boundary for GWS. Calm and collaborative.
It's a Australian cricket team mantra.
It was. Led by Pat Cummins. George Stark, a big GWS fan.
So that's how you two tend to roll?
Yeah.
Maybe collaborative. We'll get another ball up here, or the umpire lets them rumble. Trying to get a kick out, Wiedering. Forward pocket for the Giants. Jones goes in, ball comes out, Green. He gets it on. Now they burst through. Toby Bedford shovels out a handball, and Saad hacks it off the deck out into space.
I don't know if they get a woof, but it certainly got it out of there. Up towards the wing, picked up by Hollands. He's mowed down immediately by the Font. Slips out of the tackle. Hollands gets a hand pass inboard to Fogarty. Hand pass to the boundary line for Doherty. Sends the Blues up over halfway. Motlop the target. Iden knocks it out of bounds. And the throw in on the wing, City side. Carlton by 3. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Good contest at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Game's just tightened up a little bit.
The Giants are straight. They just can't find a winner forward of the ball.
Can't find a mark. Hogan under control at the moment. Riccardi, no impact.
There's your other sort of forward in Cadman. He's dropping. He's getting his hands to the ball, but just not sticking at the moment.
Mackay grabs it out of the ruck. Hewitt paddles it forward, and Cripps sees it out of bounds. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Go the Giants for Michael in hospital recovering from a leg injury. Shout out to you, Michael. Great to have you with us. Hi, team, with you and enjoying the call as usual. Good calling from Laurel in Rushworth. Keep them coming throughout the afternoon. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Throwing on the wing, neither ruck able to get a tap again. Getting it out with a squeeze kick into the pocket is Lord, but back there to mop up Buckley. Handball for Aaliyah. He leaves it behind, allows in Fogarty. Aaliyah goes back to clean up his mess. Now he's under the pump, close to the line. The umpire wants to spin it in. 5 around from the point post. Forward pocket for the Blues. They led it by 3, 19 into this second term. Off middle mass, Ben Cameron. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain. Beneath the lid at Docklands. Cripps doing the ruck work, opposed to Riccardi. Riccardi trips, knocks it down in front. Whitfield flicks out a handball, and Ward spirals a clearing kick. Up they go, Cadman. Vice-like grip, comes down with the mark back flank.
Game number 46 today for their number 1 pick, Aaron Cadman.
Just on Cadman as well, Rama. He told me he was largely a winger growing up, so still adjusting to playing key forward.
No doubt.
Kicks to a contest on the wing. The Blues win it back. Walsh, hand pass away towards Carroll. Sends it down to half forward. Ball spills off the pack towards Saad. Hand pass back into traffic. Handed out by Riccardi. Away to Cadman. There's a sweeping hand pass. He got it to Angove. Hand pass to Thomas. 2 fresh-faced Giants. Got a hand pass away to Toby Green. He loads up. He kicks goalward. It's safe on the line. And Wiedering ushers it through for a rush behind.
Yeah, it was only his final year of under-18s football, Aaron Cadman, when he was when he grew, and then they threw him as a key position player.
Carlton by 2, 21 gone second term, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
Wiedering with a long kick, and Lekalia juggles the mark. Giants back in possession, forward of the wing. So it is quite an adjustment for him. It might only be his fourth year playing.
That's right.
Key forward.
Yep.
You know they take longer. Aaliyah sets it up into the pocket. They fly from all angles. Nobody marks. Akers roves back pocket for the Blues. Off towards McGovern, who chips it short to Will White. Already with a goal today. Third in the VFL. Best and fairest last year for the Blues, and now plying his trade at AFL level. Sets up a kick up to the wing, looking for De Koning. Briggs gets to the front, drops the mark. Follows up at ground level. GWS want to bring it corridor. Green away to Whitfield. On to Fonte. It kicks inside 50. Free kick for Hogan. Right on the arc of 50. The 223s, Wiedering and Hogan. And this is beyond Jesse Hogan's range if he has to kick from 50. The mark will be 45, so just within his range.
And he's got a point here, Jacob Wiedering. He's saying the mark, it should be marked a few metres further out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hogan, this is right on Hogan's limit, so that would make the difference. He's not an exceptionally long kick of the footy. Nearly called him Fontempelli there too. I confused myself. As Joe Fonte went through the middle. Jesse Hogan from 50. He flares it out to the right. Doesn't have the distance, and it's marked in the pocket by Brown. Close to the behind post. 1 metre in the field of play, and he will go back and snap for goal.
How does he go on the left shoe? Kicked the beauty at the other end, didn't he? On the right foot, curled it around. Gaelic sort of style. He'll hold it out.
Veers out to the left, snaps it.
No problem.
Beautifully bally. Beautifully through the middle for his third. And another lead change in this game, an eighth. The Giants claw back the lead. They lead it by 4 points. 7-4, 46 plays 6-6, 42. 23 minutes into the second.
No, it's a good return, isn't it, Rama? Brown, he's sort of been in and out of the team a little bit. Hasn't quite continued on. He had a terrific year. Was it last year or the year before?
Had a six-game goalless streak.
Yeah, he did last year, but good return early, and it just sort of breaks the deadlock a bit because both teams' defences have been holding up pretty well.
Yeah.
And in this second quarter, only the 2 goals to 1 now the Giants' way, and for that sort of 10-minute period, the ball was up and back a bit. As I said, both teams' defences were holding up pretty well. So again, it wasn't pretty. Sometimes you just got to find a way to score, and it's a good return from Callum Brown in this first half for the Giants.
Free-flowing opening quarter, a bit more of a grind in his second term, but a highly entertaining, engrossing, absorbing contest. And now an 8th lead change. Giants by a couple of points as the kick inside the forward 50 from Lord for the Blues. Ball hits the deck. Trying to get there, Fogarty knocks it out to the advantage of Curnow. Hand pass away to White. He's tackled. Taken to ground by Tom Green.
Good umpiring.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So White initiated the contact into Toby Green to try and get the high free kick.
Tom Green then just puts it out on the full. Clean miss, Ward, over his head and out of bounds. So Carlton will get the ball back. 4 points is the advantage, by the way. GWS over Carlton, 24 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport as Doherty sends a high contest kick inside 50. Young leaps for it. Ball spills down towards Iden. Hand pass away straight to Curnow. Miskicks it, trying to hook across the body. He's put it out of bounds on the full in the opposite pocket. One bounce.
Just hit the line there, Corb.
One bounce out of play, so not a bad result for the Blues. Boundary throwing opposite pocket. Giants by 4 late in the second term. Be confusing, I'm sure, for Giants fans. The State of Origin on Wednesday night, so they'll be barracking against the Blues tonight, but for them on Wednesday.
Umpire brings it in the pocket, slapping it down Briggs and Himmelberg. Away to Tom Green and a short kick for Thomas. It's beyond the defensive arc here for the Giants. He's a very youthful and diminutive man. It's Harvey Thomas. He goes back to Wyden. Last line for the Giants. Looking for the switch. Goes to the opposite pocket. Taylor Marks.
Heard you described that way too, at times, Benny.
Yep. Fraser changing at least half of it as the kick goes up to the wing, but Doherty glides in from the side and he marks for the Blues.
Youthful and diminutive.
Still diminutive, but less useful.
Doherty goes back to Haynes. Short kick. to Chera.
Oh, that's where you'd like to see him go. He's got Curnow one-on-one deep in the square.
Gives it to Sard, hand pass away to Haynes off his non-preferred unorthodox left-footed kick inside 50. Motlop has it broken up by Iden. Ball spills down to Curnow. Got it at half forward for the Blues. Hand pass to Hollands. Kicks into the pocket. Touched on the way through before reaching Walsh. Hand pass back to White. Centering kick to the hot spot. Looking to punch it away. Himmelberg turns out okay. Toby Green collects. He's caught in the Chera tackle, but high. Free kick for the G-men, and Green will get it centre half back for the
Giants. The Blues fans not happy, but Ollie Hollands across the shoulder.
He moves it on quickly out towards the wing, and they're away down that city wing now, the Giants, where he moves it on towards Himmelberg, sweeping handball. Tom Green, half-forward flank, pulls his kick back beautifully, waits it perfectly, and sliding in Riccardi marks. 40 out, slight angle to the left.
Well, it was a great run from Tom Green. Yeah, we're not used to seeing that side of his game, are we? You know how good he is in close, but that time just put his head down. It was a 150-metre run into that space at half forward and had a lovely kick across his body on the left foot.
He was goalless last week against Fremantle. Already has one today as he hammers it on target and through the major opening. The Giants with their biggest lead of the afternoon. They lead it by 10. 8:4:52 plays 6:6:42. 27 minutes played second term. Saturday footy on ABC.
But again, Bally, that's pure work rate. So that's the Giants players simply working harder than the Carlton players. I've noticed it on a couple of occasions there. So Nick Haynes is the one chasing Tom Green. Not his direct opponent, of course. But Nick Haynes has got to close quicker. You know, so Tom Green has the time then to turn onto his left foot and hit that target. If Nick Haynes closes that space a lot quicker, it forces Tom Green to probably dump kick it and give the Carlton defenders a chance. But if you're not closing the space quickly, AFL players now they're all very, very skillful, and if they've got that little bit of time, they will hit a target.
Giants by 10, closing in on half-time. DeConey wins it down towards Cripps, got a handball out, picked up by Chera, feeds a handball to the wing, meant for Lord, broken up by Thomas, and collects, hand pass away there towards Himmelberg. He just draws the defender, gives it back to Harvey Thomas. 45 kick finds Whitfield, turns, heads deeper inside the attacking arc. Riccardi down there, takes the mark. Oh, but not before giving a shove to young O'Farrell and a free kick for the Carlton defender.
Yeah, probably there. 2 hands in the back. Not a heap in it. They got away with one there, the young defender, but probably clear 2 hands in the back there.
We've seen them let go, haven't we, Paulie? So O'Farrell to get out of dodge for the time being. Goes short to Doherty. Sends it down the wing. Ball spills to Whitfield. Hand pass turned over. Picked up by Lord. Trying to thread it through traffic. Back to Hewitt. Tackled by Jones. Still got a hand pass away to Cripps. His hand pass swatted down. Jones forces it back into congestion. Picked up by Doherty. Dispossessed. Inadvertently socked forward by Himmelberg. Another turnover. Sard. Hand pass to Haynes. Hurried kick down the wing. Durden. Clean pick up. He gives it to DeConing. Handball away to Will White. Open forward 50. Kick wrong-footed Young. Fourth entry inside the forward 50, and Lekalia takes the
end. That's basics. Take the grass in front of your ball.
And that's where you need, and I'm big on it, Corb, you need that forward to come at you there. Yeah. A little tick lead back. That's an easy 15-20 metre kick.
So less about the kick, more about the forward craft?
A bit of both. I think. That's where you need a smart player. You're right, Mary. If there's space in front of you, take it. But that's an easy one for a Mackay. Just got to tick back at the kicker there. That's an easy one in the end. He was in no man's land, and Lear took the intercept mark.
Your man Lee Montagna gave some great data the other night on the Blues on Fox Footy, talking about their profile and the comparisons to Brisbane at the same stage last year. So they're second for points against, fourth for time in forward half, top 3 for both ball movement and defending ball movement, but deplorable for their entries inside 50. So they rank 18th in the competition for kicks inside the attacking arc, and they're actually doubly worse 17th. So they're so far the worst team in the competition going inside 50. He also presented some numbers saying there were 276 players that had 10 kicks or more going inside 50. And the best rated player at Carlton was Ollie Hollands at 201. So almost every Carlton player is ranked in the bottom 76.
And that's the game now, isn't it?
No. That's always been
that's
the
the
game.
money kick, isn't it? That's the one. I mean, we know that they've got a lot of strengths elsewhere, don't they? They're strong around the ball, their clearance work, they've got some prolific midfielders. We know that. That's just the last part of their game. that they need to add to go from middle of the middle tier, middle of the track to that sort of top 6, top 4.
Giants by 10 at halftime. Just quickly, the goal kickers, my apologies. 3 for Brown, 2 for Riccardi and Toby Green, 1 for Jesse Hogan, 2 for Curnow, then singles for Hollands, Fogarty, Cripps and White. 8 lead changes, and the 10-point advantage for the Giants is their biggest lead of the day. Quick thoughts from Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Scott Fitzgerald is going to join us as well, the GM of Marvel Stadium.
The issue for Carlton is their tackle pressure. Only 8 tackles that quarter. I mentioned there Nick Haynes not closing space quick enough on Tom Green. I could have also mentioned Adam Chera over that other side of the ground. Also, just not closing space. We know the Giants they're a skillful team. They've always played that game. So if you want to give them time, you've got to then accept the consequences of what that may be, and that's going inside forward 50 and scoring. So Carlton kicked 1-5 in that quarter from their 15 inside 50s. GWS kicked 3 goals 2 from their 14 inside 50s. So that's just the efficiency piece going inside forward 50. Corbin then touched on it. Like Corey Durden had 20 metres in front of him there.
Yeah.
Like take the grass. Like that's what.
Sorry, was it White or
Durden? Whoever it was.
Yeah.
But I teach my under 16 kids that if there's grass in front of you, take it. Particularly if you've got speed. Like that's why you're in the team. You've got the speed, so take the grass, get to 15. You might have a shot yourself, but then it does force the forwards to come at you. Like, I hate seeing leads back to goals, and too many teams do that. It's everything's back to goal rather than coming at the kicker. Like Jesse Hogan is the best in the competition at coming to the kicker.
I think it's something that's happened because we've had the high press, so then players have become so used to leading back to goal.
Couldn't agree with you more.
All they
It's
know.
a lost art, Benny. You're right. It's a lost art. I think your old superstar teammate Matty Lloyd lamented the other day on TV that lack of, and it is an easy one. Just come back at the kicker. You can have one go back to goal to create that space, but so many easy opportunities are missed, I think. And the decision, the ball handler, is one part of the decision, but you can make it so much easier for him, can't you, by presenting.
Why don't coaches try like a revolutionary tactic by, say, planting a guy to the goalpost?
I couldn't agree more.
And saying, you know what, when the ball's coming, hit up.
But the thing is, what clubs want to do, make the ground smaller, initially in defence, but they've got to stretch it more. Like if you've got Charlie Curnow and Harry Mackay as your key forward, stretch the ground.
Yep.
Like force the opposition to go, okay, Sam Taylor, if the ball's up your end of the ground and Charlie Curnow is sitting at 20 or 30 metres out from goal, if you want to go up and sit 50 metres ahead of him, good luck to you.
Yep.
Good luck. But then you're relying on your midfielders,
correct,
who are there's one in the top 250 to kick the ball inside 50 to you. So you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't, in a sense.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the reality of Carlton's list and squad. You can't create, if it's not there, they've got to find other ways. They don't really have that elite kick, do they? No. Through the middle of the ground and even across half back. I mean, Sard, we know, is a penetrating long kick, but that spot kick through the middle is not his one would either. So you can only deal with what you've got at your disposal, and that's why they find themselves where they are. They're working tight around contest. We know is elite. They're defending pretty well at that quarter. Both teams' defences held up really well, and it was a real struggle, as you said, after a free-flowing first quarter. That last kick inside 50 is going to be the difference today.
I might just keep some time up our sleeve. Scott Fitzgerald's going to join us, the GM of Marvel Stadium, to talk about the double-header that's being played here today. Giants by 10 at halftime. Your thoughts off the SMS coming up. Plus, we'll relive a bit of Chris Scott, who joined us on AFL Saturday earlier today. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Sarah Amir. Conditions have eased on the New South Wales east coast, but almost 150 SES warnings remain in place as floodwaters recede. Emily Anderson reports.
Up to 700 millimetres of rain has fallen in parts of New South Wales over the past 5 days. Rain has now cleared, but the Bureau of Meteorology's Gabrielle Woodhouse says strong winds are expected for Monday and Tuesday.
We're talking wind speeds of, 30 to 50 kilometres an hour and some gusts up around that 70 to potentially 90 kilometres an hour.
People in flood-hit communities are being urged not to take unnecessary risks despite easing conditions. Authorities say between 8 to 10,000 properties have been impacted by flooding.
Police are examining an officer's interactions with a woman whose body was later found inside a car in floodwaters on the New South Wales mid-north coast. An officer was driving with the 60-year-old woman in a convoy on Wednesday night near Dorrigo before the pair reached ankle-deep floodwaters. Police say the officer could not continue driving through the water and gave the woman his contact details. She called police half an hour later, but she could not be found, and her body was recovered the next day. Investigations into her death are continuing. Meanwhile, the Insurance Council of Australia says it's too early to put a dollar figure on damage caused by the record flooding. The insurance body has so far received 1,600 claims. Its CEO Andrew Hall says insurers can expect to see thousands more after floodwaters recede. He says it's important homeowners lodge their claims as soon as possible.
I'm expecting a lot more to come in over the weekend because we have had up to 50,000 people over the last few days able to return to their properties and the like. So what we find is as the water recedes, people get back to their home and they discover they have had some damage.
6 members of the Territory Response Group have been deployed to the remote Northern Territory community of Wadeye after a major disturbance in the town yesterday afternoon. Isabella Tolhurst reports.
Police received reports of a disturbance outside of a Wadeye childcare centre around 4:15 yesterday afternoon. As the 3 officers left the station to respond, they were approached by a group of 30 people, allegedly armed with bows and arrows, steel rebars and window louvers. 2 men allegedly threw the steel rods at the police car, piercing the windscreen and bonnet. The officers retreated back to the station and the group allegedly began rioting, throwing things at the building. The officers were unharmed. No arrests have been made yet, but 6 TRG members have been flown out to assist.
Overseas, UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has warned that Israel has only allowed a teaspoon of aid into Gaza in recent days, when a flood is needed to feed the starving Palestinian population. The comments come as Gaza's Civil Defense Agency says Israeli attacks on the territory killed at least 71 Palestinians on Friday, including children. Israel's military says it conducted more strikes in Gaza overnight, hitting 75 targets, including weapons storage facilities and rocket launches. Mr. Guterres says Palestinians are enduring what may be the cruelest phase of the war.
4/5 of the territory of Gaza is a no-go zone for the people of Gaza. Without rapid, reliable, safe and sustained aid access, more people will die, and the long-term consequences on the entire population will be profound.
Also in the headlines today, specialist police are searching a national park south of Gingin in an effort to find a missing teenager last seen on Queensland's Wide Bay. Emma Johnson reports.
17-year-old Phoebe Bishop was last seen on Airport Drive in Bundaberg last Thursday, where she was due to board a flight to Western Australia. But police say CCTV footage showed she never made it inside the terminal. Authorities are treating her disappearance as suspicious and are now searching bushland and waterways at Goodnight Scrub National Park. The Homicide Investigation Unit is assisting local officers with inquiries. No one's been taken into custody and police say they haven't located any items linked to the missing teen. Anyone with information is urged to contact authorities.
And in Formula One, McLaren's Oscar Piastri has set the second fastest time in the second practice session for the Monaco Grand Prix. The Australian hit the barrier during the session but was able to recover and finished less than half a tenth behind Ferrari pace setter Charles Leclerc. This is ABC News.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio. This is the Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Will White didn't get rid of it, so the Giants get the free. Long kick inside 50. Ward finds Hogan, who stands tall and takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Took him a while last week to get a goal. Not the same weight today. Pops one through in the early stages of the second term.
Slapping it down, Briggs coming away with it, the Blues through Lord. Handball to Walsh, back to Tom de Koning. That long left leg, kick to full forward. Aaliyah goes back, drops the mark. Fogarty Rose, off to Will White, swings it through. Jesse Hogan from 50. He flares it out to the right, doesn't have the distance, and it's marked in the pocket by Brown. Close to the behind post, veers out to the left, snaps it
no problem.
Beautifully through the middle for his third. They're away down that city wing now, the Giants, where he moves it on towards Himmelberg, sweeping handball. Tom Green, half-forward flank, pulls his kick back beautifully, waits it perfectly, and sliding in Riccardi marks. Already has one today as he hammers it on target and through the major opening.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds here from the second term. It's been an entertaining game of footy. 8 lead changes, and at halftime it's GWS who lead by 10 points. That's the Giants over Carlton. Corbin Middlemouse alongside Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. And our premiership pair, Luke Ball, former Saint, former Pie. And, of course, Adam Ramanauskas, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth. Special guest Scott Fitzgerald, the GM of Marvel Stadium, is going to join us in just a moment. But earlier today, we had Chris Scott with us on AFL Saturday as our run of senior coaches continues. Of course, you can catch up with the full episode through the ABC AFL Daily podcast feed. But among various things we spoke to Chris Scott about included the latest Bailey Smith tweet or Instagram post last night, which was sort of responding to some grief that he was copying, which had drug references as part of that. Here's what the Geelong coach had to say.
Sarah Kalea, our media manager, did pass that on to me, but she didn't say exactly what he said, so I'm wary to comment without knowing fully. But I think it's an example of kind of that edginess. I mean, my take on it, not just in the footy world, but just in society, is you can't have it both ways. If you're going to embrace this idea that, the new world is sharing everything online and bantering and having a bit of fun, but as soon as it sort of edges over that line, we all have connections. And with Bailey, again, remember he's 23. You've got to be careful that these things don't drift and drift and drift until it becomes something uncontrollable. But I think it's an example of just keeping everything in perspective.
So that was Chris Scott earlier today speaking about Bailey Smith. You can catch the full episode through ABC AFL Daily. You had a bit to do with Bailey Smith as a young man. Bawley, what do you make of it all and how he's going down in Geelong as part of a very settled, mature program? And then you've got this, a guy that's probably the most marketable box office star in the game, crash his way through, and he's obviously still trying to feel his way through, not just as a footballer, but as a young man. Yeah, well, he's playing good footy, first and foremost. And it's great to see him back out there playing footy, isn't it? We didn't see him at all last year, and sometimes you can forget that, and knowing him, as you said, a little bit, I mean, that is his... He has always just loved footy, even going back to school days. And, first and foremost, it's great to see him back out there doing what he loves. And then, you're right, and Chris was at pains to stress that, again, wasn't he, that he's only young. He's only 23, and he's a young 23, if he can be that. And he's still finding his way, finding his feet a bit. But it seems to be suiting him, the lifestyle down there, doesn't it? The off-the-grid lifestyle a little bit, I think. He's taken to it really well. And I think I like the way Chris is handling him. I think, like he said, you can't have it both ways. I think he enjoys living his life through social media a little bit, and sometimes you're gonna get close to the line a bit, aren't you, with that side of things? But as long as he's backing it up and playing good footy, then ultimately that's the answer, isn't it? I like the young 23. It reminds me of Luke Beveridge's favourite saying about is he an 18-year-old that's like a 14-year-old, or is he a Luke Ball 18-year-old? That's where I was leading. I'm very pleased to say Scott Fitzgerald, the General Manager of Marvel Stadium, joins us on ABC Sport. Scott, appreciate your time.
Corbin, thanks for having us. It's
a big day, double header. Or, in fact, not a double-header. What should I be referring it to, the two games on the same day?
No, definitely not a double-header. It's two games one day. It's been affectionately known as the double dipper or the double banger, but we'll go with two games on one day.
I love it. So, earlier start time allows you a little bit more time in between to turn the ground around. What's involved in getting the game, clearing it out and getting it ready to go for the late game? So,
there's a few big things a part of it. I think cleaning is a big one. So we've got 250 cleaners on site that are ready to descend on the seating bowl as the siren goes. By about an hour afterwards, the entire venue will be clear, and then we'll begin the process of reloading it from about 5:30 onwards. So if you think about the game, finishes about 3:05, 3:10. By about 10 past 4, everybody's out, and we commence the process of turning the thing over. But we basically start that from 3:05, which, again, we went over to Adelaide, worked with the Adelaide Oval on their plan, so we're not first into it, but it's the first time we've done it here at Marvel Stadium, and we don't mind doing things differently and innovatively. And I think what it does do is, in a pretty chunky fixture, it gives Josh and the guys a little bit more flexibility to do some things.
So how long does that process take? So you mentioned about 4 o'clock they'll start.
Yeah.
Then, so obviously cleaning the stands, the change rooms. So how long's that process? Because I imagine then the gates open for the Collingwood North game at 5:30.
5:30. So we think, roughly speaking, sort of 90 minutes will be enough to do the lot. It's
pretty good.
And we've given ourselves a bit of room to move in there because, like all plans, they're best laid, but they never survive contact with the enemy. But we're looking forward to doing it, and we're very confident about it.
Is that a big increase in staff? Would you say 250 clubs? So what would it traditionally be if you didn't have the time?
It's probably about half that because we've got a little bit more time to clean it after a normal game. But we work really closely with Key Clean, who are our cleaning partner, but also fortuitously we're the Adelaide Oval's cleaning partner. So I wouldn't say they just copy-pasted the report, but they certainly had a lot of learnings out of Adelaide that they applied to us, which has put us in good stead.
So you mentioned the flexibility in the fixture. Can you talk us through that and how that works?
Well, not really. I'm in charge of running the stadium, Remmer, so I'll stay in my lane a bit on that. Suffice to say, though, that Josh and the fixturing team, it gives them a bit more flexibility, particularly when you've got 23 Thursday nights. And if it works, which we're confident that it will, we've got another one in round 17 with Essendon, Gold Coast and Saints Hawks. And then we'll get through those, and if it works, then we'll look at it again.
Scott Fitzgerald, the GM of Marvel Stadium, with us on ABC Sport. If I'm a North Melbourne or Collingwood player and I like coming to the ground early and getting set up and finding my feet, am I going to be impacted at all of my usual routine?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I think by the time that everybody's out, if you're a, Bally, you get here about 2 hours beforehand, so about
Bally is about 4 minutes before the bounce.
4 minutes before AFL Saturday, anyway.
No, they won't see each other. I think there'll be some logistics behind the scenes, but we work really close with both clubs to manage the in and out.
I like
really
it,
important.
mate. Yeah, presuming it's going to be a success. Was it your idea? You're going to claim it?
No, I couldn't claim it, but I think if it works really well, then our fingerprints will be all over it. If it doesn't go so well, then look, we're very confident, and we've done a lot of work and a lot of planning across our team, so we're feeling really good about it.
What about the bars and the restaurants around the precinct? Will they? Because there's bars in here, obviously, inside.
Yes, that's right.
Do they stay open? Do they close? How does all that work?
Yeah, we're really fortunate. A part of our 365-day-a-year strategy is that we've got the Friends of Fire wine room and Amphora that are open and will stay open throughout. So if anyone is leaving the game, don't leave the precinct. Go down there and grab a beer and grab a Palmer and hang around and see North Collingwood, which will be, we'll have 75,000+ people through the precinct. So we're very pumped about that, and we're excited about what it can do.
Raymond didn't hear any of the back end of that sentence after you said they'll stay open. So he's got the info that he wanted. Say less.
Say after Pot and Palmer.
That's it.
That's all he was
Sounds
after.
Good to me.
Got the info he was after. I can't wait to see how it goes. Scott, really appreciate you dropping by. Good luck with it.
Just quickly, you're back to Baz's Spa. It'd be a big day for you. Back to Baz's Spa for a beer.
I wouldn't have thought so. I'll be going home to bed.
Good on you, Scott. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
Scott Fitzgerald, the General Manager of Marvel Stadium. We'll see how it goes.
Why not?
Double dipper.
Yeah, let's try things. I think it's a great idea if people can watch 2 games of football at the same venue if they really want to buy 2 tickets or go and have a drink and a Palmer, Betty. I think you and I might do that.
They reckon 80,000 people in and out of the precinct over the next
as I said, I think as we head into July, August, those colder winter months, that's where the roof does come into play, Rammer. I think it's a great use of the facility.
Yeah, and it gives them more chance to put the better games in the primetime slot, so on Thursday and Friday, because it means if you've, say, got a North Melbourne home game and a St Kilda home game, and instead of saying, we've got to put one early in the week because we can't have them on the same day, you can have them on the same day. You can put 2 games on the Sunday or 2 games on the Saturday. The fixture flexibility is one of the major reasons why they're doing it.
I actually grew up on the same street as their fixture boss, Josh Bowler.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
I think the one thing is going to be the turf as the season goes on, just the turf. There's been a little bit slippery today. I didn't have time to ask Big Fitzy about that, but that's probably the watch. But I'm sure they'll have that. They'll have things considered for that. But here we go, second half, big second half.
GWS by 10, Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Ben Cameron.
Tom De Koning slapping it down, out after it though. Toby Green, game 250, running Torp. It's a bit of a mongrel punt. Inside 50, out the back it slides. Riccardi slaps it on into the pocket. Bouncing ball, gathering it though quickly. There for the Blues is Carroll, who gives it off towards Wiedering onto Ollie Hollins. He'll get a clearing kick beyond the defensive arc and slapped out of play. Throwing coming, 55 around from the attacking goal. There for the Giants, attacking the Lockett end in this third term.
I've seen Riccardi just take control of the ball there. He had time, didn't he? Generally speaking, Rab, I don't love the big double-fisted knock on. If you can take possession. And
Umpire brings it back in. Tom DeConey working to the front, misses it. Cripps picks it up. Handball to Walsh. She'll snap it up towards the wing. Mackay drops the chest mark. Fogarty rows. Handball to Cripps. Bursts through them. Handball to Mackay. Goes back to Cripps. Right into the muck. Curry makes a little bit of a boo-boo there, but there to mop it up for the Giants is Bedford, and they've got control of the footy.
Gives it to Iden, who goes short to Whitfield. Now in the slow play. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Giants by 10. Kicks into the corridor, finds Ash, and there we go. Tucks it under his arm and takes on Chera. Takes a bit of ground, kicks it deep inside 50. Ball's out the back. Giants are on. Toby Green's onto it, left it behind, trying to get boot the ball. Goes back and collects, met solidly by Carroll. Ball's still alive. Jones, hand pass over his shoulder, but straight to Walsh. And Walsh is trying to clear it. A high bomb into the lap of Ward, who takes the intercept mark. And Kel Ward can have a look right half forward, 40 out.
It was a goal-saving run, wasn't it, from Ollie Hollins? Like Toby Green, you see so many times kick a goal from there. But that long dump kick out really works, does it, Rammer? Especially when it's reasonably central.
Well, you probably expect a contest in the air by one of your teammates. Like, Adam Chera just jogged to that contest, really, rather than sprinting to try to put some type of physical pressure on Cal Ward.
This will be a big goal. It'll be the biggest lead of the game if he can kick it, as Ward fades it across goal and misses to the far side, so behind. So GWS by 11, Carlton led by as many as 11 themselves in the opening quarter. That's as wide as it's been. So 2.5 gone third term, GWS an 11-point buffer. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Here goes Sard with a long kick into the middle of the ground. Cripps is there, Bedford in his back pocket, gives away a high free kick. Does Bedford on Cripps. Outsized in the marking contest. Cripps sets it up inside 50, looking for McGovern. Swung forward in this second half. He can't take the mark. Down at ground level, Ware's there for GWS. Relieving handball to Ward. Beyond their defensive arc, Ward swings it out in front of Whitfield. He's slick away to Jones. Fleet of foot, runs through the logo. Kicks up to half forward, Riccardi marks. Looks on inside 50. Back leading Hogan. In the pocket, he's got it. Great work from the Giants. Back pocket to the forward pocket. And Hogan will, he'll shoot for goal.
He couldn't go with him there, Wiedering.
Yep.
Hogan, probably a 70-metre run, and in the end just ran past Wiedering.
He thought about centering at Hogan, but eventually settles on the left foot snap. 20 out. Flipping the footy in his hand, snaps on the left and hooks it through. The Giants have kicked the last 3 in the game, with the first of the second half, and they lead by 17 points. Hogan's got a couple, 9-5-59, plays 6-6-42. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the Blues need to find some intensity. That's why I see we're 3 minutes into this quarter, and Adam Chera jogging into a contest allows Cal Ward to have a shot at goal. Jesse Hogan runs past Jacob Wiedering, just work rate there by Jesse Hogan to get that ball kicked to him. So they're lacking intensity, lacking effort, I think, to start this quarter, the Blues, but a good start by the Giants. The Giants know if they get the ball out in the open against Carlton, they've just got superior runners.
And despite 6 goals in the opening term, the fact that they kicked 1-5 in that quarter, all of a sudden they've kicked 1 goal in a quarter and a bit of footy.
And we know their second halves haven't been strong this year.
They have led at half-time in 9 of their 11 games, which is the most in the league, leading into the weekend. Faced a 10-point deficit, which has now swelled to 17. Giants on top, repeat ball-ups in the centre square. DeConey down to Cripps, hand pass to Walsh, squeeze the kick forward, bouncing footy. Ash, a critical little tap out in front of Ward. He's met solidly in the Lord tackle. Rolled over, and we'll have a ball up again.
Yeah, Mitch McGovern has gone forward, so they've seen enough of Lewis Young there. He's gone back.
They call him Cement Head, and I think that lid just bounced off the tough Dockland Stadium surface. Hopefully he looks like A-OK. Bounces straight back up. Cal Ward. Cripps fights through a tackle. Got a hand pass away meant for Fogarty. Picked off by Iden to Toby Green. Feeds it to Whitfield. Extra hand passed away. Halloran. Started big ball and all tackle. Holds him up. Holding the ball.
It's a team holding the ball, isn't it? I mean, that's too hard on Xavier O'Halloran. Great tackle from Adam Saad. I've got no problem with rewarding a good tackle, but
no pride.
Red hot.
Does feel like the orange tsunami is just beginning to build here at Docklands today. Saad out to Akers on the logo. Forward with a half-forward flank and Fogarty. Giants by 17. Fogarty chisels it into the pocket. Taylor and Mackay. And in fact, Buckley it is who delivers a sprawling spoil. Out of play, keeps it out of Harry Mackay's grasp. Throwing coming, 40 around from the attacking goal for the Blues.
He's winning that matchup today, Jack Buckley. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Just looking for a little bit of support.
No, I'll support, always support you, Cole.
Our premiership pair in the second row. Adam Ramanauskas on loop ball from the boundary throw-in. Briggs palms it down, half forward for the Blues. Thomas crunched, ball left behind, picked up by Walsh, just feeds a hand pass into the pocket. Here's Doherty outside of the right boot. They love Sam Doherty. The Blues roar as he threads it from the pocket. And every one of his teammates rushes to him. The Carlton veteran with the goal. And it was one Carlton desperately needed. 7-6-48, GWS 9-5-59 out in front. The Giants by 11. 6.5 gone third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's had the 16 possessions of goal now, Sam Doherty, so he's been pretty good, in my opinion. That one there, it just shows the class of his finishing. So he's one player you do want the ball in their hands inside forward 50 for the Blues.
Borrow your line from Thursday night, Corbin, when Dr. Davidson kicked a goal for the Dogs. Just what the Doc ordered. Giants by 11 points. Adam Ramanauskas, his voice just before. Luke Ball is with him, Ben Cameron.
Sorry, Benny. So Mitch McGovern's been swung forward. Now you got Lewis Young, who's now playing as a key defender. So the matchup that we spoke about of Taylor and Curnow, that's just fallen into the Giants' hands because Curnow's playing too close to goal.
Nearly out of the middle, GWS, but Bedford leaves it behind. Haynes swoops on it. High kick inside 50 for the Blues. Aaliyah fists it away towards the boundary line. Akers inadvertently soccers it out of play and a throw in to come. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And that's good from Lake Aaliyah. Yeah. That's just clear in the area. I mean, that's a terrific spoil, isn't it?
Giants by 11, 7 minutes into the third. Let's keep it locked to ABC Sport right throughout your weekends for all of your footy action or the ABC Listen app. Tom De Koning takes it out of the ruck, handball to Wakers, high left foot kick in the Mackay direction, punched away by Taylor towards the arc. Hewitt might have been taken without it, umpire lets them play. No, he has picked out that free kick and it will go to Hewitt. So the mark set right on the arc of 50. Hewitt looks for a leading Mackay, just overshoots him. Buckley right there with him. And off his fingertips, out of play it goes. Throwing 25 around from the attacking goal for the Blues. They kick the last.
They're good battles, aren't they? These key defender, key forward battles, both ends of the ground. Buckley just wearing Mackay. Curnow's gone out of it a bit.
Sorry, Bawley. Harkens back to the glory days, doesn't it?
A little bit.
Boundary throw in. Cripps doing some of the ruck work there. Palms it down, but straight to Ash. He's tackled, dispossessed. Doherty throws his body at it. And throw a blanket over around a dozen players here, and eventually the ump says ball up. Jackson Binns and Harry Ralston, the two subs, both unused. First of 4 games on the Saturday slate in round 11. Twilight game next to the MCG from the stoppage. Chera, hurried kick forward to McGovern. The defender come forward, hooks it to the goal line, and an unkind bounce through for a minor score. Might also claim he's a forward come defender come forward. Back in the forward line, Mitch McGovern in this second half. Now the Giants by 10 gone third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Are starting to flex their muscle a little bit with their size around the footy. Some of these smaller Giants mids might get exposed as this game goes on. Cripps already up to 5 this quarter. Hewitt involved.
Giants quickly up to the wing. Ash, a little 1-2 with O'Halloran. Long searching kick, trying to get it to Riccardi. Toby Green goes in. He coughs it up though, and Saad from the defensive half of the Blues to Hewitt, to Tom De Koning, back to Saad, slips the tackle, runs, takes a bounce, attacking edge of the square, pokes the kick short, and it's onto the chest of Will White.
Oh, there you go. It's just that run by Saad, just breaks the game up completely. Forces forward to lead at you at least, forces the GWS defenders to have to move and scramble to find their direct opponent. And then Paulie and I spoke before the break about taking grass in front of you. And that's exactly what Adam Saad did.
They need to see more of that, don't they? I mean, that's Saad at his best. He comes off for a rest. We know he's not an endurance athlete, but they need to see more of that.
A little bit of ad-lib footy from Adam Saad. Can Will White finish the deal? His kick is into the post. Very nearly for the Warrnambool boy. Giants lead it by 9 points. The Blues riding a little wave of momentum at the moment.
There were 5 goals won, remember, in Carlton. They're now 7-8. I'm no nuts major, but I think they've only kicked 2 of their last 9 scoring shots. As Ash goes darting away towards the back pocket. Long kick down the wing and into the lap of Riccardi, who takes the mark. 9-point advantage for the Giants. Momentum with the Blue Baggers. 11 played in the third. Saturday Footy ABC Sport. Riccardi back to Ash. Now the low trajectory drop punt. It's going to get to Buckley on the half volley. Broken up by McGovern. Centre half back for the Giants. Iden goes to ground. Footy still not yet won. Buckley holds it in with McGovern and forces a ball up. Adam Kingsley on his feet. Got the tracksuit top on down in front of Ray on the Giants bench where he's been the entire game so far. From the restart, the Font got it out towards Thomas. Hand pass away to O'Halloran, who kicks out to the wing, reaching for it. Cadman, no mark. Spills through to Haynes, has it for the Blues. Hand pass to Hewitt, handball to Young.
Young, plenty of time to stop prop. Wait his kick to Chera. Giants by 9 points. Chera bites off the dangerous corridor kick. Broken up by a diving Toby Green. It spills down for Brown. He's not sure where to go. Loops the handball to Fonte. Loops it back to Brown. He swings it on. Getting back. Doherty gets a hand in. Breaks it up. Then goes and wins it. Great defensive work. Back to O'Farrell. His kick a little too much hang time. Ward comes in. Knocks it down. Goes at ground level. Wiedering, good tackle. Knocks it out of the hands there of Ward. The Giants are back onto it. Jones fires back a handball away to Ash. High half forward. He'll wait a kick inside 50. Cadman outpoints Haynes. Gave away a free kick.
Just dragged pulled the jumper of Nick Haynes there. It's a good spot there by the umpire.
Might have just gone up a notch this game as well. Giants by 9 points, 12.5 into the third.
Haynes to Fogarty. In fact, to Lord, who kicks it to Fogarty, so he takes the mark inside the middle of Dockland. Swings his kick out wide, looking for Hewitt. No mark, spills down to Chera. Tackled by Angove, did well to get it out. Hand pass to Motlop. Motlop arches his back, kicks inside 50, turns it over. And Taylor with the intercept mark there for the Giants. Sweeping hand pass to Thomas. Back the other way we go with the G-men. Down to Whitfield, he kicks looking for Hogan.
Hogan can't take the mark, spinning through Angove, out of play it goes, and we get it thrown alongside the interchange gates. Ray Chamberlain.
It's just exited the playing arena under duress, lower leg and in the hands of the doctors.
That's a perfect example of Carlton kicking inside 50 with Motlop there. He had the handball inside the corridor to Carroll, Matt Carroll, but just refused to give it.
Throwing on the wing. Mackay knocks it down. Gets a handball away towards Walsh. Now Walsh picks it up on the back flank for the Blues. Trying to hook a kick across his body. McGovern coming at the footy. Right there with him, Buckley. Slapped out of play. I just missed that, Ray. Who came off, sorry?
Kieran Briggs.
Briggs.
That's a big watch. A big responsibility falls onto Jake McCarty now as the backup ruckman. They would have had him penned for no more than 5 minutes a quarter. All of a sudden, against Mackay and De Koning, it could be a big moment in this game.
Our man Harry Rouston's been told to maybe just loosen up a little bit too, so he's doing his stretches while Briggs is getting some work done. A sub for GWS, 9-point lead for the Giants, close to the boundary line. Still no clean takeaway. O'Halloran got it to Himmelberg. Giants trying to get out. Hand pass to half forward. Haynes traps it for the Blues to Lord. Hand pass to Chera to Holtlands. Threads it through to Doherty. Hand pass inboard to Hewitt and now to Mackay.
Mackay, he'll give it off to Doherty running by. Kicks around the boundary line. McGovern takes it. Grass in front of him. Nearly run down. Centre and kick. Looking for Curnow. Squeezes it. Enough of it anyway. Dropped it as he hit the ground. Mark paid. And Big Charlie.
He's lucky there, Mitch McGovern, because he had Corey Durden in the pocket all alone. So, you know, Curnow's taking the mark in the end, Bally, but he does a tough kick.
Come back to here in front of us on the wing. Just the Blues' ability to fight through a tackle, stand up in a tackle. I mentioned it before, these bigger, stronger Carlton mid-bodies looked like the Giants had them cold there, at least hemmed in. Their ability to stand up and keep the ball in motion, keep the ball moving is the reason they've got a shot for goal here.
You need your stars. Charlie Curnow is one of those. He's got 3. Carlton bring it back to 3 points. Giants 9-5-59. The Blues 8-8-56. Quarter hour mark, third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they've got a bit of an advantage here with possession. So 53 to 39 in this quarter. And they're forcing GWS to handball. So GWS 17 kicks, 22 handballs. So as you mentioned there, Bally, the pressure on centre wing right in front of us here is what forced the turnover. And when you can do it, when you can win the ball back off the opposition continually, that then allows your forwards to get on the move and get going because that doesn't allow the Giants defenders to set up. So keep that pressure up, keep forcing GWS into handball. We know they're a great kicking team, so they'll cut you apart if they're allowed time and space. But if they handball, pressure, try turn it over.
Riley off the SMS. I'm a North Melbourne fan. I'm doing the double header today into tonight. We'll grab some tea after this game and then cruise back to Marvel tonight. It's awesome.
How good.
So Riley's in for a big day. Good luck to your Roos tonight. A free kick to Green in the middle. That's Toby. His namesake Tom takes the advantage. Kicks down to half forward and here's Jones. Short kick back inboard, not 15 to Himmelberg. He's 52 metres out and he loads up, gives it a thump to full forward over the head of Hogan. Slides out of bounds. On a similar note, wicket rolled between innings. Dockland staff rolling the dome before tonight's game between North and the Pies from Neil and Coburg.
There's some patching up done, I think. Yep, the groundskeepers will be out there.
8 quarters of footy today here at Docklands. We're in the third of them at the moment, and a fascinating stage in this game. Giants by just 3, having led by 17 earlier in the quarter. From the boundary throw, and we've got another stoppage, right forward pocket for GWS.
So Curnow looms at one end. Jesse Hogan's just a little bit out of sorts this quarter. Drop chest mark, that time running underneath the ball. He's the one for the Giants that needs to have an impact in this second half if they're going to get over the line.
Free kick from the ball up, going to ground. Harry Mackay, he receives it. We heard earlier on in the year from Ray Chamberlain, the spirit and intention of that rule similar to a marking contest. As Mackay kicks up to the wing and big Cripps.
This is a match-up as well, I think, as the game goes on with the size advantage. Just isolate Cripps on Bedford.
Big-bodied midfielder that he is. He goes to Walsh. He goes right back to the defensive goal square. Mark taken by Wiedering.
Yeah, I agree with the Carlton crowd here. Wiedering. Got them under the pump. They've got the momentum. Don't go back.
Pokes it short to Mackay, who moves it on beyond the defensive arc, out towards the city wing. Walsh, he goes short. Akers drops the mark. Allows him Ward for the Giants. He runs straight into Walsh, bundles him over, gets away a handball. Tom Green squeezes a kick away. Mackay's there for the Blues and they're back in possession.
Hand pass for Carroll. He's crunched as soon as he got it. Ball spills out to Thomas. Giants back with it half forward. Whitfield. Hand pass to Ward. Shoots for goal. The game's record holder dobs it. And the Blues only have themselves to blame. GWS extend their advantage. They're out by 9 points. Carlton silenced. 8-8-56. GWS out to 10-5-65. G-Man by 9 points. 19 gone in the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Bully, what happens there? So you're right in what you said, Corb. So they only got themselves to blame, but they didn't have a forward reset. So they got the ball on that far half-back flank, and they're looking up, and the matchup is Jesse Motlop and Lee Kalia. So you can't kick the ball long down the line.
So is that because Harry Mackay was back there?
Correct. Yeah. He was playing in the ruck at that stage. So I'm just looking for Charlie Curnow, but I gather he's sitting on the...
He's not.
He's not on the bench. Well, there he is. He's trotting back inside forward 50 now.
But not Bigs aren't working hard enough.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yep.
Thoughts of Premiership Don Adam Ramanauskas, restart in the middle.
And Louis Young's in the same boat as well. He's in conversation.
Taking it out of the ruck, Briggs gets a quick kick away. Jones burrows in after it. There's a Giants player hurt. I think it's Bedford. Cradling maybe a shoulder there. Doesn't look in a good way.
Sorry, just to clarify that. Young's gone back. McGovern
was the one that needed to work.
Oh, yeah. What's happened here? I think what's happened here is they've seen the injured player.
Yeah, they've stopped the play here.
It's a ball up, yeah. It's not a free kick. And so it's funny, this is off the back of what happened a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
This was always the risk a little bit, wasn't it? That there was going to be a bit of an overcorrection. This seems to be a shoulder injury. So the question we've got to ask ourselves is, are we happy with this as a trade-off for the safety of players' heads? Yeah.
And this is what we got.
So ball up in the middle. We get to our rules expert, Ray Chamberlain. in a moment as the ball spits out towards the wing. Trying to emerge with it White. Gets a kick away. Ash takes it. Another 15 and the Giants play on.
Whitfield gets a hand pass out to Himmelberg. He kicks a dart down to half forward, but Cadman shoved off it by Wiedering. Takes the intercept mark. Nick Oldhouse and Cameron Ling last night on our coverage mentioned when there was an episode in that game about the fear of the fact that it'll be exploited, whether that critical moment of the game, it seems flowing, whether...
Well, there's no safety issue if Toby Bedford can run off there.
Yeah.
So the game should just play on.
Short kick to Hollands. Hollands goes long to the wing, and there's Cripps. Superb mark. Immediately moves it on. That's the game. Got it out to Will White against the boundary line. Pulls the kick back into the corridor. Fogarty down there in a wrestle. They both hit the deck. Ash keeps his feet, wins the footy. Hand pass to Buckley. Kick swatted down. Good enough to reach Ward. Hand pass to Ash. On a jinking run off the back flank. Kicks down to half forward. Oh, big contested grab for Louis Young. Back in defence. There's a pack of about 3 or 4 and he rips it down.
That's Hogan again. He's got to get the ball to ground. That's twice now. Wiedering intercept mark. Now Young. Ball's got to come to ground for those Giants key forwards.
Young sets it up towards half forward. Flying at it there is Buckley. He doesn't take the mark. Neither does McGovern. Ball hits the deck and in over the top of them is Walsh. Another ball up. Half forward flank here for the Blues. The Giants led it by 9. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up it goes. Briggs brings it down for Thomas. Handball to Whitfield. Dispossessed in the tackle. Cripps picks it up. Rugby passes it out. Walsh shovels a handball away. Lord to Chera going backwards the Blues towards the wing. Haynes. Rush kick inside 50. Mark taken by Whitfield. Giants back with possession.
Been superb Whitfield this quarter. Him and Ash. The ones that are keeping not keeping the Giants in it, but propelling this Giants team forward. Both had 8 possessions.
Hand pass to the Font, kicks to the wing. Mark taken by Jones, moves it on to Angove, kicks inside 50. Thomas trying to reel in a one-hander, can't. Good enough to follow up. Hand pass to O'Halloran, gives it to Cadman. Turns, kicks for Hogan. And Jesse Hogan marks. Despite the late pressure from Wiedering. I'd say the crowd goes wild, but there's not too many here wearing orange. They silence, or at least for the time being, the Giants silence the Carlton faithful.
Well, here's his moment. Big Jesse. He's had a pretty ordinary quarter. And here's his chance. And again, just that transition. That's the Giants footy at its absolute best. Started here at halfback by Lockie Whitfield. As I said, 8 possessions. Ash has had 9. Their run's been telling this quarter.
He's kicked a couple already today. He moves in. He starts it right. He brings it back. Hogan's got 3. And the Coleman medalist puts the Giants back out by double digits. How did that happen? For all Carlton's momentum, it's GWS by 15 points. 23 gone in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, 11-5 to 8-8.
And they've done it with only 8 inside 50s this quarter, the Giants. So 10 to Carlton, 8 to the Giants. 3 goals, 1 now on the board for the Giants. But Paul is right. It's just that the transition play, and we mentioned it in the first half. Carlton leaving the contest second. Continually happening today. So whether that's a fitness issue, whether that's an effort issue, whatever you want to call it, you've got to move. You can't just stand. When the ball is gone from that contest, you have to move.
Well, it's become a clearance-free transition battle this quarter. Carlton on top around the footy. I think it's 10-5 clearance-wise. Giants scoring every time they're able to transition the ball out into space from half-back.
Last 2 goals of the game going the way of GWS. Ball hits the deck in the middle from the restart. There's a free kick picked out too. And Chera to receive it.
That's where you got to go quick now. One-on-one's ahead of the footy.
Chera kicks deep. Looking for a marker. Curno's down there. Bouncing ball. McGovern gets it out towards Curnow. Can't pick it up. Back towards McGovern. He's wrapped up by Fonte. And ball up. Right forward pocket here for the Blues.
That's an interesting SMS, that top one call, when you get a chance to read it.
I think it's a good point. Briggs tapping it down to Green. He'll get a clearing kick. Looking for a contest on the wing. Haynes out points Riccardi. Gets it back with the intercept mark for the Blues.
If play is stopped, injured players should be made to get off the ground. Go the Blues.
It's one way to police it, isn't it?
Yep. I don't mind it. You can't just then join back in the play.
Well, yeah, in fairness to Toby Bedford, though, he wasn't waving for the play to be stopped.
No.
Yeah, he was getting up, nursing a sore shoulder, so it's nothing. He's done nothing wrong. It's not his fault.
The issue for the umpires is how are they meant to know whether it's a sore shoulder, neck, or a head injury?
Or concussion. So are we saying there was an overreaction to the Schultz thing?
No.
It's...
Well, then you're making it the umpire's issue. They've got to try and work it out again. Another thing for them to do. As the Giants win it back from the ball that went out on the full, kick it down the wing. Angove got a hand pass away towards Doherty. Short kick along the boundary line to Haynes. Haynes in front of the benches. Sends it back down to half forward, and Taylor takes the intercept mark.
I don't know who it is. One of the GWS support staff standing up, pointing at the boundary umpire, saying that was out of bounds on the full. Now he's having a conversation with the Blues fans in row one behind him.
Taylor short to Ash, and then the long kick out towards Ware, who took a divot out of the ground when he landed. Matthew Lloyd-esque, when he used to dive forward on his knees and take a bit of the turf out here at Docklands, and Jacob Ware on that occasion. A long raking left-footed kick down the wing. Clever tap from Thomas away to his teammate Himmelberg, who's mowed down holding the ball. And Blake Acres will be rewarded. City boundary line, 3 to go before three-quarter time. Giants by 15.
I do think it's a good idea for Carlton to sub Jackson Binns into the game, just for more run. One of Lewis Young or Mitch McGovern, get one of those tools off now. The game could slip away with another Giants goal just before three-quarter time.
Akers goes to Wiedering, who kicks wide out to the wing, and Walsh. No one stands the mark, so he takes the grass. He'll kick deep into the pocket. Wants a marker down there. Buckley punches it away. Bouncing ball close to the line. Wide tackled out. In the Ware tackle.
You don't want to sub the first gamer in O'Farrell, but that might be another option as well.
Ray, any movement from the two subs down there?
Not at the moment, but just going back to that discussion regarding stopping, it was actually the second stoppage that we've had in the game. In the first quarter, there was a behind kick and we had a delay in bringing the ball back into the play. Injured player at the top of the 50, so clearly a heightened focus point for the umpires. That's a policy position from AFL.
Is it asking too much of the umpires, though, Ray?
Well, it's not asking too much of them to implement whatever policy is set in place by the game, not at all. But in terms of none of them are. We've got one doctor on our list, Dr. Harry Birch. The rest of the boys aren't trained in that sort of stuff. So you either want it stopped or you want to roll and wait until it's a mark or free kick. So, I think at the end of the day, umpires and the game itself have always got to worry about the players' well-being.
Giants trying to clear their D50, but the mark taken by Haynes. Wide out, half-forward flank for the Blues. They'd love a goal. Giants by 15 points, 27 minutes into the third.
Haynes high half forward, lays it up to the top of the goal square. There's a pack of 5 or 6. Cripps had a look at it and ripped down in the end by Taylor. He's tackled immediately. With a sequence of hands, ball up top of the goal square for the Blues. Giants by 15 despite Carlton's hard work in this third quarter. And they've got the crowd, trying to will them home. Cripps outpointed in the hit out, but wins the footy. Hand pass to Fogarty to squeeze it through. He's hit the post. You heard the reaction to that. A 14-point buffer for GWS. 29 gone in this third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ash with the kick-out duties. Goes short to Ware in the back pocket.
Just going to show a bit of composure here now, the Giants. Just take a bit of run, a bit of time off the clock. But a pretty frenetic quarter.
Ware with a long contest kick to the wing. Off hands, it spills down Carlton's way. Lord trying to thread a hand pass to DeConey and ends up in the lap of Thomas. He coughs it up. Wiedering, hand pass to Carroll, down to half forward. Taylor involved there along with Curnow. Ball hits the deck. Akers clever, knocks it on to Will White. Kicks for Motlop. Oh, didn't one grab it. Gets a free for a high contact. And that's a bailout for Motlop.
It's a huge bailout.
It's a goal he needs to kick before three-quarter time with 14 points the deficit.
Just panicked a bit, Iden, didn't he? Expected Motlop to take the mark, but in the end he's going to give him a shot at goal anyway.
One of footy's famous surnames, the son of Daniel, nephew of Shannon.
So he's going to kick it straight, isn't he? We're so used to seeing players go around the corner here.
He's had only 4 kicks today. He's got 1 goal in the last 4 weeks.
Not enough. Not enough for a small forward.
21-year-old on the back of his big pre-season. He lines up straight, then runs around late, pops it through. And the celebration, the snapping crocodile. as he claps it towards the crowd. And Jesse Motlop in Sir Doug Nicholls' round celebrates a key goal for Carlton. An 8-point buffer now. GWS 11-5-71. Carlton 9-9-63. Half-hour mark, third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, so they concede one late. No, it's where just a little bit of lack of experience in this Giants team, Rammer. Then that last sort of 90 seconds, they've done all the hard work this quarter, got themselves a 3-goal lead. That's where the experienced heads need to get down, get around the footy. I think they had some shorter options. In the end, they take the long one to the contest, where Carlton, in terms of contest this quarter, are looking a lot more dangerous, and they cause the turnover and the shot at goal. In the end, Jesse Motlop gets lucky, having dropped the mark. Crucial goal. So what have we got? 22 seconds here. We know that Carlton can score out of the centre bounce. The Giants just need to shut this down.
Giants lead it by 8 points. Bounce back in the middle. Briggs slaps it on. There's a whistle somewhere. Bad bounce. We'll do it again. Umpire Dan Johansson. Dad Allen, a good man, always around WA cricket. And we're over there, Corb. Thanks for your support. Briggs slaps it out after it. Walsh, she gathers the footy. Coughs it up though. Toby Green onto it quickly. Handball to Wango. Flicks it over his head. Running by O'Halloran. Driving ball to full forward. Riccardi marks. He'll run it in. Whack it through. That hurts. Last kick of the quarter, and it restores a 14-point lead the way of the GWS Giants. A third for Riccardi, 12-5-77, plays 9-9-63. The goal kickers, 3 to Brown, 3 to Riccardi, 3 to Hogan, 2 to Toby Green, 1 to Callum Ward, while for Carlton, 3 to Curnow, singles to Motlop, Ollie Hollins, Patrick Cripps, de Koning, Doherty, and also Will White.
Riccardi on the bell at Docklands.
Exactly.
It'll wind back the clock. No relation, but there you go, Jake Riccardi with a critical goal on the three-quarter time buzzer. GWS 12-5-77. They lead Carlton 9-9-63. You did the goal kickers, didn't you?
I did.
You mentioned Motlop with the croc celebration. Yes. Of course, he's a Larrakia man. His totem, by the way, is the Baru, which is the croc.
The croc.
So as a result, we saw the crocodile celebration from Jesse Motlop on the back of his goal. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport off the SMS. Chris in Tabletop, New South Wales. Hi guys, loving the call. I'm a Pies supporter, but I have a mate in Trentham who is a rusted-on Blues supporter. I'm hoping the Blues get up today, because if they don't, I'm afraid he's going to give the footy away. Go the Blues. Can't believe I said that from Chris. Thanks, Chris. From John in the Latrobe Valley. ABC footy team best in the business. Come on, Carlton today. Thanks, John. Nice to hear from you. And from Lachlan in Footscray. Loving the call. I've been listening while overseas for 3 months without the ability to send a message to say thanks. A lovely reminder of home every week despite the Roos performances. Thank you all from Lachlan in Footscray. Thanks, Lachlan. I appreciate you passing that on, and all of you listening out there. The SMS number 0437 774 774. 8 lead changes today here at Docklands, with the Giants led the entirety of that third quarter, and they lead by 14 as we turn for home. We'll see what's happening at the MCG next. Of course, a juicy game coming up between the Hawks and the Lions. You're listening to Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
All the latest, all verified.
Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Briggs palms it down, half forward for the Blues. Thomas crunched. Ball left behind, picked up by Walsh, just feeds a hand pass into the pocket. Here's Doherty outside of the right boot. They love Sam Doherty. The Blues roar as he threads it from the pocket. Hand pass for Carroll. He's crunched as soon as he got it. Ball spills out to Thomas. Giants back with it, half forward. Whitfield, hand pass to Ward, shoots for goal. The game's record holder dobs it. And the Blues only have themselves to blame. Jones moves it on to Angove, kicks inside 50. Thomas trying to reel in a one-hander, can't. Good enough to follow up. Hand pass to O'Halloran, gives it to Cadman. Turns, kicks for Hogan. And Jesse Hogan marks. He moves in. He starts it right. He brings it back. Hogan's got 3.
Walsh gathers the footy. Puffs it up though. Toby Green onto it quickly. Handball to Wango. Puts it over his head. running by O'Halloran. Driving ball to full forward. Riccardi marks. He'll run it in. Whack it through. That hurts.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at Docklands. Round 11 rolls on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Giants by 14 here. Across town next, Hawthorn and Brisbane. Can't wait for this. Quentin Hull heading up the call. G'day, Q.
Corby, you're stuck under the lid there. What a gorgeous day to be out in the Melbourne sunshine. Mid-teens, and as you mentioned, what a matchup between two teams that come to the G off the back of last round losses, though. The Hawks pushed the Suns in Darwin, but failed by 8 points, but still their season is set up well. 7 wins, 3 losses. And the Lions beaten by the fast-finishing Demons at the Gabba in what many saw as the upset of the round last week. So a draw against North and a loss to the D's has the reigning premiers returning to the G in not the best of form, and they'll be without star halfback Kadeem Coleman, who returned from an ACL last week, but he's a bit sore after that first game, so he's not playing. Connor McKenna's been dropped. Jared Berry does return to the team, though, from a week out under the HIA protocols. Dev Robertson is in for his first game of the year for Brisbane, while the Hawks, well, Jack Gunston didn't make the trip north to Darwin. He's back into the team. So too is Lloyd Meek. Jarman Impey returns from paternal leave, and Connor Nash is back from suspension. So there's some really good names back in for the Hawks, who have dropped Cal Shadir and Bailey McDonald. Finn McGuinness has been given the week off, and Ned Reeves fell pretty heavily on his hip in a ruck contest up in Darwin. So he is out of the team in what will be a bit of a milestone day for the Lions coach, Chris Fagan. He coaches his 200th game for the Lions today, a man that only won 10 games in his first 2 years as coach when he started in 2017-18, but of course the rest is history. Now a 9th year for Chris Fagan, and that record of Lee Matthews' 237 games coached for the Lions is in sight for one of the more popular figures that we have seen. But I know you're doubling up under the lid. Sometimes you have those Saturday afternoons and evenings in Melbourne where you absolutely crave the conditions that you've got. I think I've brought the Queensland with me, Corby. Absolutely perfect conditions for what should be a huge twilight clash between the Hawks and the Lions.
Enjoy it, Hully. What an absolute treat there at the MCG today. Can't wait for that matchup. Oh, I did this exercise before we went to air, Rummer. So top 7 teams in the league. We've had 93 games this season. Only 12 times we've had meetings of the top 7. And if you look at the top 6 in particular, which Hawthorn and Brisbane are both that, only 9. So, that means we haven't seen the best teams play each other a lot, but it means we're due for a lot of really good games.
Which would be nice in the depth of winter in Melbourne, so you can just...
It kind of backs up what we've seen, doesn't it?
Yeah,
we had that many really good close games? Probably not. So hopefully they're coming, which is good.
And those top 6 or 7 teams, I think people, the general consensus, they've almost separated them, pulled away to form their own little bracket. Giants by 14, game on the line here as we start the final term. Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Briggs winning the opening tap, knocking it down in the direction of Tom Green, but Tom de Koning goes and gets it. Wrong Tom. Off to Chera. He hooks the Blues to half forward. Motlop knocks it out to Doherty. Kicks for Mackay, doesn't quite hold on to it. Mackay goes to ground. Just reaches for his ankle as well. Motlop picks it up. Back off to Doherty. Off to Lord. Flying shot. That is a start for the Blues. Check side from 35. And Carlton are right back in it. 12-5-77 the Giants. Carlton 10-9-69. Giants lead it by 8 points. 1 minute, less than 1 minute into this final term. Ray Chamberlain.
They've activated their sub. Blake Acres is out and down in the rooms with the doctors. Jackson Binns is in.
Well, like for like there. Well, it was a centre bounce goal, wasn't it? Clearance. Chera involved. Doherty involved a couple of times. Got a great battle, that Buckley Mackay. It looked like Mackay was going to take that mark. Buckley's closing speed just to get the ball to ground, but then the Carlton Smalls at ground level were nice and clean. That's a good finish under serious physical pressure from Alier there. Young Lord, who's had a good couple of weeks, as you said, Corb, rising star nom last week. All-important first goal goes to the Blues.
The answer's there, Prez, here as GWS get the kick out towards the wing as Toby Green puts it out in front of Ward. Hand pass away towards Green. He tries to push his way around Doherty and just shakes the tackle. So Tom Green with a standing start. Down to half forward, Brown the target, and Wiedering punches it out of bounds. So throwing between wing and half forward for the G-men. 90 seconds into the last, Giants by 8. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. I know Rammer's excited because the earlier start means we got a longer post game, which should be good. Be able to pull apart all the hot button issues in footy and count down to that big game at the G between the Hawks and the Lions. We'll be able to see how they go turning the ground around.
Yes, we will. Yeah.
Got a first down look at that at the 45 minutes post game.
I'm mainly worried about the change rooms. They put up a lot of paraphernalia around the rooms.
Well, there's an extra 150 cleaners. I'm looking forward to them, seeing them spring into action here.
Well, the property guys are usually at the game 2 hours before the players.
Who'd have thought we'd be able to live call the ground getting turned around us. Ash on the wing, sends it down to Ward, kicks to full forward, hands on it from Hogan, no mark, pack forms top of the goal square for the Giants. Danger signs here for the Blues. Hogan trying to knock it into a dangerous spot. They got it out through Fogarty, then from Young to Wiedering. Hand pass rolls out of bounds and well disguised by Binns. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Giants, 8-point lead for GWS. 3 minutes gone in the final turn.
I think even often they would bump in the day before and set up the room, so not able to do that. See how it all goes. Giants by 9 points. The Koning and Briggs. Briggs brings it to the front. Toby Green swivels and steps into the woodwork.
It looked like it was coming around.
Yep.
Lightning too on the twisting and contorting of the body to get this snap-on goal.
He's gone out of it a little bit after a brilliant first quarter, Toby, the 250 gamer. You just feel like he'll want to have a say, won't he, in this last quarter, in the end result.
Giants by 9 points. 3 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Akers out, Binns in. Just repeating that sub that Ray Chamberlain told us. And Harry Ralston unused so far from GWS early in this final term. Long kick up to the wing from the Blues, picked off by the Font. He's got it. Short kick down to half forward to Tom Green. Tom Green dabs it down to the 50 for Thomas. All the Blues a little confused and Binns a little tardy getting to the mark, but he stands now.
Take his very, very best, Harvey Thomas. Right side, left footer.
I'm saying no.
He's looking around, looking at the coach on the boundary line. He's thinking, what do you think, coach? Have a shot or top of the square? Top of the square would be my guess.
Country lad, he's had the number change in the off-season. Rang Phil Davis, asked for his number 1, and former skipper happy to oblige. He darts out to his left here. He kicks a floater towards the top of the goal square, as Wayne Russell would say, the old chaos ball. And we've got a pack which develops top of the goal square for GWS and a ball up.
I want to hear the... Sorry.
4 gone final turn, Giants by 9.
I want to hear the stories when someone says, no, I prefer it, you didn't take my jumper number, and they call for permission.
Briggs! There's a moment for Briggs as he hacks it out of the air in the ruck, kicks the volley through for a goal. GWS by 15 points. That's a hit out and a goal all in one. Yeah. GWS 13-6-84, Carlton 10-9-69, 5 gone final term. Giants by 15 points, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, that was outstanding by the big fella there. Hasn't been his best game, but that's first class there. So he meant that. He meant that, big Kieran Briggs. The ball up in the goal square. He gets there with the Koning, holds the Koning out. Boot, bang. Manchester United would have liked one of those on Thursday morning against Tottenham.
Yeah, I think it's been a win, that matchup, though. You're right. He hasn't had a big day himself, only the 7 possessions. 27 hit-outs to 21, though. De Koning's only had the 2 kicks, 10 handballs, so limited impact on the game. That's been a huge win for the Giants.
Now he's in the middle, more orthodox this time, big Briggs, as he slaps it down towards Bedford, who's tackled, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of the Blues, and Cripps takes it. Driving ball inside 50. Aaliyah in from the side, swats it away. Bouncing ball in the pocket. Aaliyah slaps it on again. Runs out of room. Throwing coming. 40 around from the attacking goal here for the Blues.
Been good, these Giants key defenders after quarter time.
They're just
really
well organised.
Controlled the air, haven't they? That's right. Curnow only the 1 mark and goal in that third quarter. Other than that, they've been terrific. Buckley, Taylor really controlled the air.
And the Blues find another goal. Mackay doing the ruck work with Briggs. Both miss it. Briggs spikes it out of the 50. The umpire, Stevic, gets in the way. Handball from Young away towards a teammate in Binns, and the Blues fans don't like it as that Stevic puts a hand up to apologise there to Louis Young.
It's not the umpire's fault.
Can't be invisible.
Giants by 15 points, 6.5 into the final term.
Blues not making many inroads despite the crowd sort of willing them on.
Yeah, the crowd are trying to will their team on, but they're just not getting it. Not getting a response.
Not rolling the way they hoped they would. The Blues fans, long kick inside 50. Motlop had a good ride, couldn't quite bring it down. Iden, clearing kick to half-back. Picked up by Jones, got it out towards Ward. Now Briggs, back to Jones, goes darting away, Darcy Jones. Kicks over the top to Toby Green, who takes the mark at high half forward. Picks inside the attacking 50. Look at that for a bit of speed. Goes darting away Bedford. And he takes the mark, Toby Green to Toby Bedford. Takes a sprawling mark, 45 out.
That was 4 Giants players. So first Toby Green there in a running race against Adam Sard, who's probably Carlton's quickest player. But then you see Cadman going towards goal. You see Brown going towards goal. And then finally Toby Bedford, and there's not a Carlton player in sight.
The biggest lead of the day was 17 points GWS's way in the third quarter. Currently 15 points, which means if he kicks this, it'll be a new game high. Bedford wide out left half forward. Drop punt won't get there. It'll land just short of the behind line and punched through by Doherty. So it's 16 points. And despite all the spirit from the Carlton faithful, the Blues have it all to do. 8 minutes gone, final term. 16-point buffer for GWS. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We spoke at three-quarter time round, didn't we? If this game opens up out into space, you tend to think that's going to favour the Giants in this last quarter. The Blues need to keep it in tight, contested, more clearances. That's where their strength is.
Sard with a short kick into Lord. He gets it back, runs into trouble, has to get it off to Doherty. He's unsure too. Kicks off his left. It goes 30 metres. Young can't mark, knocks it down. Onto it quickly though, Carroll. He gets rid of it towards Walsh. Handball to Lord. Slips a tackle. Runs down the edge of the square. Kicks inside 50. Mackay on a searching lead. Bounces over his head. Cripps tracking it back. Close to the boundary line, out of play. It stays in. The umpire lets them rumble. Well, certain to go out. And we'll get a ball up. About a metre in from the boundary line. 40 out from the attacking goal. Here for the Blues. They're down by 16, 9 played in the fourth.
Umpire chucks it up. Briggs just palms it to the advantage of Tom Green. Threads a handbar through traffic to Bedford. Clearing kick. Haynes looking for the intercept mark. Can't bring it down. Free kick for a hold. It's going Doherty's way. And Thomas was draped all over him. He looks at the umpire and says, "Me? Surely not." That is the case as Thomas gives away the free. Told to stand, Doherty arcs around. Now the long kick into the forward pocket. They come from all directions and punched out of bounds. In the end, that wasn't a bad result for Mackay or for Briggs. Both had the same intention. And a throw in forward pocket for the Blues. 8 lead changes all in the first half. GWS by 10 at half-time. And the Blues, despite threatening on a couple of occasions, have never been able to put their nose back in front. Mackay grabbed it out of the ruck, tried to kick it forward, smothered. O'Halloran clearing kick. Sard the intercept mark. Now the old Adam Sard, I think would have loaded up from here, but after a series of soft tissue injuries, we haven't seen him give it a real woof in recent times, and he dabs it short to DeConing.
DeConing goes further out wide to Doherty. He turns and goes, looking for a leading target. Low down. Lord picks it off the grass. Not paid. Has to get it away to Walsh. Inside 50. He's tackled by Toby Green. He's ridden like a horse.
That was a mark.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Slips catch, wasn't it? Just slapped it off his toes. Almost caught the umpire off guard.
Giants by 16. 4:50 ball up here for the Blues. Cripps doing the ruck work. Knocks it down to Ash. Comes out to Cherrick. Quick fire shot on goal. Across the face. Giants by 15. 10 minutes played in the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The Blues need something to happen here. They need something dramatic.
There's no energy out on the ground for the Blues at the moment. There's no dare, there's no dash, there's no overlap run. The Giants are playing a really smart quarter of football at the moment.
40,000 people have been trying to give them a bit of energy, and yet they haven't been able to respond to it. The Giants heavily outnumbered in the stands, and yet holding up on the field. The wide kick from Ash finds Aaliyah. And Aaliyah takes the mark. He was unsure it had been paid. Is it in the gutter? He has to go and retrieve it.
Set play there, just had the outnumber. All the Giants players are over this side of the ground. Aaliyah out there with White.
Giants by 15. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, Ray Chamberlain. Contest kick down the wing. Over the top goes Himmelberg, tries to spoil, but ends up in the lap of the Blues. O'Farrell, daring kick back inboard, turns it over. And Angove, the youngest man on the ground at 18, takes it for the Giants, swings it out to Himmelberg on the wing.
He goes for a run. McGovern closing, so he kicks deep inside 50 in the Cadman direction. Hands to it.
Yeah, it was.
He copped one across the chops. And he'll get the free kick. 30 out, 30-degree angle.
That's careless by Wiedering.
Just been that sort of day, hasn't it?
Yep.
Jacob Wiedering. And Aaron Cadman, as we spoke about, he's still finding his feet as a key forward. But what I do love about him is his work rate. If you keep presenting, you keep getting the contests, eventually they're going to come. And he can have a real impact on this game here. He's getting his hands to a lot of them, isn't he? They're not sticking yet, but
it'll come.
Keep presenting. You win your fair share of free kicks like that.
Pick one back in 2022. The left footer drives it through the middle and sets a mighty task for the Blues now. Giants lead by 21 points. 12 minutes into the final term. 14-7-91. Plays 10-10-70. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. That's a game-high lead for GWS.
And they're playing a smart game of football, the Giants, because what they're doing, so turnover in the middle of the ground, that's fine. But then you look at the Giants, how they spread.
For the run, yeah.
And they just make the field so big, and Carl just simply can't get there. They just can't go with that run.
Like Dango's game, he's a player, isn't he? Really smart player. He was the one that created that intercept in the centre. It was a handball over the head just before three-quarter time too that set up that goal. He's a really smart player. He looks about 14, doesn't he? Looks like he doesn't need a razor yet, but he looks a real player.
And Cody Angove, did he make his debut in Geelong a couple of weeks ago? And then almost missed the song because they had the weight.
That's right.
He was out taking selfies and more, wouldn't you, on debut. Down there, a big win for the Giants, hoping to sing the song again today. Giants win it from the stoppage again. Tom Green at halfback tried to kick it to Himmelberg on the wing. Shanks it, rolls out of bounds. I like this one off the SMS, the Traralgon Tiger. Good to hear that Rammer is sharp today, surviving his night behind the glass at Dreamtime at the G.
I've matured now, so there's just a couple of beers and a glass of red, and
you've got to be careful.
Home on the siren.
Part of a high-profile Saturday afternoon crew.
Yes, correct.
Careful where you go.
Bumped into Kevin Sheedy on the way to the boxes today too. Speaking of Dreamtime at the G, had the Giants scarf on.
He did, didn't he? I saw him too.
Didn't bump into Sheeds last night, which is rare. He usually sort of goes from one behind the glass to the next.
No one gets stuck into Borley when he tells his story about bumping into Sheeds.
No. Well,
why would they?
You hear that, Dave Borley?
No.
My jacket when I ran into Sheeds.
He missed a beauty. We'll cut it up and send it to you.
That's after the game.
As the Blues win it from the stoppage here, Ben, sequence of hand pass to Lord to Chera. Chera tumbles at Goldwood and he's got it there. They need a few more of those, Carlton. And Adam Chera starts the climb back for the Blues. It's back to 15 points. GWS 14-7-91. Carlton move along to 11-10-76. Giants by 15 points halfway through the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Better out of the stoppage there, Paulie. They're able to link up with handball to get free there. So, the ball slides out. It's just a little handball, one handball, then two handball to a free player. But it's your handball and encourages run. If you want to get it straight on your boot and your teammate's open for a handball, you stop running.
Yeah.
You stop running. You go, he's not going to handball. It's a miss. I'm not going to run. But give the handball.
It looks like they're sort of likely avenue to goal at the moment, doesn't it? With their key forwards under control, the Giants defenders. Clearance.
Back to 15 points. There's a pulse for Carlton. Taking it out of the middle, Mackay. High ball, shallow inside 50. Ball hits the deck. Knocked on McGovern. He gets it out to Fogarty for 2 and 30 seconds. Yes! Here come Carlton. 2 for Fogarty. And it's back to single digits. 9 points. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, 14-7-91, plays 12-10-82, 16 into the fourth.
Just a surge runner out of the centre bounce again. That's what we just finished saying that, didn't we? That's where they're looking likely now. Not marking inside 50, so use your dominance. It was just a hit forward, McGovern involved. And that's twice now they've been able to exit out the front of the stoppage. Giants need to shuffle around, get that structure right.
Tempo it now.
That's it.
Yeah.
Get their hands on the footy, just close it down a little bit. All of a sudden, the Blues have the momentum. Good finish from Fogarty.
Crowd's been waiting for that, haven't they? So
They
they've
have,
been plugged into the electrical swing.
First time they've been able to get two in a row for a long time.
Plenty of time, 11.5 minutes of actual playing time remaining. So 9 points to margin now. Carlton got to push. Keep pushing here. They're having their little moment.
The Giants now had to contend not just with the Blues but with their 40,000 strong crowd as GWS win it at the coalface. Bedford away to O'Halloran, kicks inside 50. Cadman to climb, ball's out the back. Here's Wiedering, collects. Hogan's got him off the deck. Cadman pokes it through. The silencer from Aaron Cadman, and the Giants are back out by 15 points. They couldn't quite kill it. Wiedering caught with the footy. Huge chase down tackle from Hogan. And Cadman with 2 final quarter goals gives the Giants a 15-point buffer again. 17 gone final term. 15-7 to 12-10. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's just made some real errors today, Wiedering.
Uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it's very unlike him.
He's been indecisive, hasn't he? We used to see him. I mean, this time
he's so assured usually with ball in hand.
The last line of defence, that's just got to go through from behind, doesn't it? Look like he was unsure of exactly what to do. Great work out of the centre bounce. The centre bounce is going to be critical this quarter. O'Halloran, lovely long ball. Contest from Cadman, but that's just got to go through for a behind. And
it's almost like he didn't even feel in there.
No, he's had that sort of day, Jacob Wiedering.
Restart in the middle of Docklands. Just flicking it down Mackay. Eventually Walsh, he shovels out a handball, but the Giants break it up.
And go
Bedford, he'll get a high kick up to half forward. Bouncing ball, low down, good mark. Diving to take the mark is Carroll.
Still plenty of time on the clock. Don't need to be reckless with their ball use yet, the Blues.
Carroll kicks up to the logo. McGovern launches at it. Hewitt roves the pack, has nowhere to go, just gets a handball out. Doherty goes and gets it. Clever handball for Cripps. Forward of the logo. Run down. Under pressure. Court holding the ball. Bedford gets him. And he'll get the free kick as well, Bedford. Back flank here for GWS. They lead it by 15 points, 18 into the final term.
He's been good, hasn't he? I mean, he's just kept at it, Bedford. He's so tenacious. He felt like the Cripps' size and strength was going to have its toll, but he's just kept at it, Bedford.
Mondes kick with the wing, spills to Angove. Hand pass, a turnover. Carroll gives it to Lord. Kicks to centre half forward. Kerno half volley pick up, a little awkward. Mate gets contact, lost it. Cripps, hand pass inside, turnover. Ash, off he darts, kicks out to the wing. Tom Greenall is there, and he'll get it on the hop.
Has to swat it on. Here's Angove again. He somehow squeezes a kick to half forward. It's only Blues there. Rolly Hollands under pressure. Gets it out to Haynes. Still the Giants by 15. Angove spikes it inside 50. Wiedering onto it. He'll poke it towards the middle of the ground. Carroll can't mark. Right there with him, Toby Green. They fight after it. Attacking edge of the square here for the Giants. Flicking it out O'Halloran. Jones is out after it. Slaps it on. Hogan goals. And again, the Blues have got a lot of work to do. 4 for Hogan. And it's 21 points again. An equal game high. 16-7-103. Plays 12-10-82. 20 minutes into the fourth. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Credit to the Giants. Carlton had 3 chances to clear that ball. They just couldn't do it. So the Giants' pressure there was enormous. Toby Green was with that last effort. First the lunge to spoil Matt Carroll. Then dive on the ball, then get it out. And then a little bit of composure just going inside forward 50. I love the tap by Darcy Jones there to Jesse Hogan. And sometimes there you take the ball and you take the tackle, which is fine, but they had the creativity to give a little tap, and it was an easy finish for Jesse.
Just work rate, wasn't it? Yeah. Just turning up, wasn't pretty, just more Giants jumpers in the frame, and in the end that one out. A little bit of brilliance from Jones over to Hogan. We needed him to lift, didn't we? Halfway through that third quarter, and he certainly responded.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Any movement on our man Harry Ralston?
Yeah, plenty of warming up happening here. No paperwork submitted yet, but he's ready to roll.
That's Ray Chamberlain, best in the business, on the boundary for us on ABC Sport every Saturday afternoon. A 21-point buffer for the Giants. DeConey got it, gave it to Motlop. He's ridden into the ground and a heavy tackle. Ball up here, it was O'Halloran. Everyone's okay, bounces back to their feet, and there's 9 minutes and change left on the game clock. Carlton have it all to do. 21-point lead for GWS to try and get their spot back in the 8. Hollands, hand pass out towards De Koning. Handball a turnover. Tom Green threads his way through traffic, kicks out wide for Cadman. He's been big in the final term, Cadman. Kicked 2 goals. Quiet first half. Didn't have a touch in the opening quarter. Cadman, no one stands the mark. Just lopes away. Pokes it in the Hogan direction. No mark. Spills down to Walsh. Hand pass to Hollands. Hollands still in the defensive 50. Hand pass to Sard. Extra handball over the way to Chera. Chera's handball too hot for Hollands. Picked up by Tom Green. Hand pass to Brown. Brown kicks to the goal mouth. Thomas arriving late. Can't quite take the mark. Surely he had a piece of it. The umpire said no. The mark's been paid to Haynes. Last line of defence.
Well, who's got the run in their legs now for the Blues? Still slow play. Kick mark. Now's the time. They need to take a bit of a risk. Time's getting away from them.
Haynes moves it on short to Carroll. He'll kick around the wing. McGovern goes up, knee in the back of Buckley, doesn't drag in the mark. Throw in on the wing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Little Giants chant going up from the Coventry end of the ground. 8 minutes of real time left. The Blues will need 4 goals. Tom De Koning slaps it down. Motlop can't gather it. Turns tackler. Burrowing in is Bedford. Cripps on top of him, holding the ball. Free kick to go the way of Cripps. And the Blues fans have gone quiet, like they no longer believe. Cripps kicks into the middle. Spots up Binns, who shanks his kick, dribbles it on the ground, and Whitfield picks it up. Gets rid of it to Himmelberg, who goes off to Fonte. Relieving kick out to the city wing for Jones.
Jones in a slow play, and the Giants have no reason to try and rush things. Just dabs the kick over the top to Ash. Ray Chamberlain.
Paperwork in. Cody Angove has made his way out, and Ralston is about to come into the game.
Hasn't played or stepped on an AFL field since round 13, 2023. It's almost 2 years to the round. As Ash just kicks straight into the man on the mark, Chera. Ball spills out towards Haynes. His hand pass, a turnover. Whitfield gives it to Jones. Giants back with it, 55 out. Brown dabs it into the pocket. It's Toby Green who takes the mark. And Toby says, everyone calm down, I'm going to have a look from here. He's kicked 2 already in his 250th. And another look for Toby Green, maybe to put it to bed.
Yeah, it'd be fitting, wouldn't it? He set the game up in that first quarter, 11 possessions and 2 goals, Toby Green. Can he put the icing on the cake here? You would think put it out of reach. It just looks like they've got no run left in the legs, either the Blues. Both teams are a bit out in their feet.
Toby Green in his 250th arcs around and he puts it on ice. Toby Green with a big time goal to close it. They got 2 Greens, they got 2 Tobys. There's only one Toby Green. And he pops it through to give the Giants their biggest lead of the game. It's 21 points at the 25-minute mark of the final term. Jeremy Cameron in the stands watching on. And the Giants look like they're going to be winners today. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Old mate Chezza enjoying that in the crowd. He got that one on film too. Again, just pressure and work rate from these Giants. These young, small Giants. Jones, who I think's been terrific. In the end, just overwhelming Carlton with their pressure there on centre wing. And it had to be Toby, didn't it? Just bombing up. He knew he'd have an impact. As I said, so good early in that first quarter. And it's just kept working and working. In the end, they're just going to outwork them, the Giants, all across the park.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Their work rate's higher than Carlton across the ground.
Briggs knocking it down from the restart, soccering it on there quickly. O'Halloran bursting through Motlop, legging free kick.
And the interesting part, a lot of Carlton supporters will say, well, why are we having these fade-outs in the second half? We're watching live today. It just looks like fitness to me, really.
Motlop kicks deep inside 50 from the free kick, but Taylor's there to intercept. And the Giants' defence holds up again. And
he's been adamant that it's not fitness.
It's not. I just think whether the individual players are fit or not, it's a little bit. We heard Chris Scott talk about it pre-game. It's just their profile a bit from behind the Giants. The Blues. That's just, we know their strength is. You think about Cripps and Hewitt and Chera and these sort of big-body mids against these lighter frame endurance athletes.
Not great runners.
No, that's just the reality. Right. Yeah, that's right. So
you can't watch GWS players run past Carlton players continually in this last quarter.
Yeah, and there's just not much you can do about that other than play to your strengths. And as this game's gone on, we spoke about it at 3/4 time. It's opened up. It's favoured the Giants. Here he is again.
O'Halloran inside 50 and Toby Green's got it once more. Marks at centre half forward, and this would be his fourth. And all of a sudden for Carlton, a game which they felt like they'd been in throughout, 8 lead changes in the first half, hung about after half time, but GWS had putting it on them late.
There was 36,400 people here today. I reckon that the crowd's down to about 20,000.
If they take their rubbish with them, they'll make it a bit easier for the 100 extra cleaners as well.
They'll save a bit of money.
They can get going. They can get cracking. There's a few bays that are emptying as we speak.
So when you're trying to get off the plane and the cleaners are already on, sort of clearing out the first few rows. Toby Green for his fourth in game 250. Just jams it into the fence and out to the left for a behind. 28 points every score from here. GWS growing their game high advantage. 27 played final term. G-Men on top.
Blues working it quickly beyond the defensive arc. Binns feeds it to Ollie Hollins. Going for a run. He'll kick around the wing. Up to a contest. Mackay there with Buckley.
Buckley again. He's been
out
super.
of play goes.
Yeah, he's been super. The stat sheet doesn't say it, but Jack Buckley has been all over Harry Mackay in this second half in particular.
Harry's had 2 chances all day, Bally.
Yep. It's a big effort this from the Giants. It's a good effort. No doubt they've lifted for their skipper, as they should. Heart and soul of their team, but they were pretty ordinary last week. They were humbled at home again by the Dockers, so this is a good response.
Giants again winning it inside their D50, and they'll look to bounce it off quickly. Iden gets it away to Whitfield, who moves it on to Thomas. He'll poke it short. Toby Green. Marks on the wing and happy to just let a little bit of sand slip through the hourglass score.
Toby's day, by the way, he's up to 26 disposals, 3 goals and 3. Picks him to the man on the mark here. The 26th one, not all that memorable. As the Blues win it through Sard, gives it to Doherty, hand pass inboard, Ware bangs bodies with Walsh, ball sits up for Whitfield. He threw it. Free kick for the Blues. Sammy Walsh is
4 and 7. Corb's a long way back now for the Blues.
It is a huge way back, given they went to Sydney last week off the Mystic.
They had to get one of these two at least, didn't they, the 2 Sydney teams?
They go 0-2. And as a result, their season looks like it's on the rack before we hit the bye. A week off for the Blue Baggers and then a huge date with the Bombers. We'll slip out of the 8 rammer if GWS's win. It was just a little overnight stay for them.
Oh, great mark.
And from the side is Himmelberg, picks off the Blues forward thrust, and the mark for the kick from Ollie Hollins.
The Bombers know what it feels like now, being in there, so I'll assume they'll be back there soon.
They haven't changed their mailing address or anything, though, have they? Was it no longer stay? There's Ash.
The overnight special.
Ash goes back to Iden across the goal face to Buckley. Last few moments here, so 3 minutes left on the game clock. A 28-point lead for GWS. They've got it in their keeping, thanks largely to this man who's been enormous. Green, that's Toby, marks it. Hand pass away to Ward on the wing.
Ward looks up to half forward, and his kick is a good one. And the mark taken by the sub, Rouston. He's back on a footy ground for the first time in nearly 2 years, as Corb mentioned. Infield with his kick to O'Halloran. 51 metres out. He'll look inside 50. Short for Tom Green. Broken up there by Wiedering. Spills out. Model up for the Blues. Off to Chera. He kicks aimlessly up to the wing, and Buckley. Intercept marks again for the Giants. And every player out there on the ground knows the way this result is going. So Buckley just kicks effortlessly into the middle. Spots up Iden, who goes to Whitfield, and now to Aaliyah. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It continues next. A bit of a post game. We'll hear from the Giants. Wrap up everything else as Aaliyah sets it up into the pocket. Up they go to Koning. He takes the defensive mark for the Blues.
A long kick meant for Doherty, dragged down by Ward, the 2 vets. And a free kick for Doherty. He's going to have thought about it. He would have to retrieve his own ball, and in the end he sends young Matt Carroll to go and get it. So GWS.
Pretty listless last quarter, isn't it, from the Blues?
Yes.
They cut that little burst, kicked 2 in a row, didn't they? But after that, and then the Giants kicked the goal straight out of the centre bounce after that, and that was really it. Last bit of resistance.
Binns, long kick inside the forward 50. Mackay's down there. He's got Aaliyah to try and deal with. Aaliyah got a hand pass away, and it's knocked out of bounds by Durden. When you look at it in retrospect, after half-time, Curnow got the 3rd goal of the quarter to get them within 3 points. But outside of that, the closest they never really got within a goal. It was only once that they managed to get it down within a straight kick.
Yeah. And the Giants' defence really stood up in the second half.
Closest they were in this quarter was 8 points. And the boundary throwing. Cripps trying to wrestle it free. Bedford has hung out with him for most of the day. Had it, lost it. In the end, it's hacked off the deck by Briggs, trying to clear the area. Jones left it behind. Motlop collects, but retreats. Back by hand to McGovern. Hand pass away to Carroll. 55 out, kicks inside 50, turnover. Tom Green picks it off for GWS.
He sends it out to the wing. In front of the milestone man, Toby, on the logo. Happy to retreat. Back feeds a handball away to Ash. Ash will chisel a kick up to Rouston, who accepts it. And the elbow strapped. Has it right beneath us. Waits a kick, looking for Ward. Over his head, out of play it goes. Throwing coming up right half forward for the Giants. They lead it by 28 points. Will improve to 6-5 on the season. Carlton will slip to 4-7. Umpire brings it back in. Swatting it down, Briggs. Cripps pinches it. Motlop. He goes in. Back feeds a handball away to Doherty. Doherty kicks into the middle of the Docklands. Bouncing ball. Out after it, Himmelberg. He gathers, twists, turns. Kicks short for the Giants. Kick good for Whitfield. In the middle of the ground, he'll bring it out to Ash on the dockside wing.
Been good, those two.
Yep.
Whitfield and Ash.
Had nearly 60 between them. And Ash goes short to Ward here as the seconds tick down.
It's their running power again.
Across the ground to Lekalia. In a few waning moments, he's going to retreat back with the kick, and we'll find Connor Iden. He gives it to Taylor. He'll end up with it on the final siren. And the G-men with the W. They reclaim their place in the 8. And the big, big sound is a big, big headache for Michael Voss and the Blues.
Well, there's a big, big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking. The other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. We take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
And the longer it went, the greater it grew. It was GWS by 1 point at quarter time, 10 at the half, 14 at three-quarter time, and 28 points in the finish. Toby Green celebrating game number 250 in style. 28 disposals, 6 clearances, 13 score involvements, 3 goals, 3 for their captain and inspirational leader. Green Stars, GWS win again. They go to they win by 28 points and go to 6-5 on the year.
Well, there's a big, big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking. The other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. Take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
Ah, that's a great theme song. 4 for Jesse Hogan, takes him up to 30 in the Coleman medal tally. And that puts him, by the way, still behind Jezza Cameron, who was watching his great mate in Toby Green. Cameron leading the way with 33, so Hogan 3 behind him. The rest of the goal kickers, Toby Green, as mentioned, kicked 3, as did Riccardi and Callum Brown. 2 for Cadman, both came in the last quarter with the game on the line. 1 for Ward and 1 for Briggs. It was spectacular too, a volley from a ball up at the top of the goal square, able to knock it through for a major. Meanwhile, for Carlton, Curnow kicked 3. The problem for the Blues, they were all early in the game. He'd had his third halfway through the third quarter. 2 for Fogarty, and then singles for Motlop, Hollands, Chera, Cripps, Doherty, Lord and White. Giants by 28. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball with their initial thoughts on ABC Sport.
All honest to them, Rama. A really impressive performance today. We mentioned that they were humbled last week on their home patch against the Fremantle team. And to come here undermanned, we spoke before the game about maybe their bottom 6, their younger players being a little bit exposed of late, and the team being exposed for lack of depth without the likes of Kelly and Callaghan today, and Cornelio, we know, is not playing, and a handful of others. Well, I thought across the board they got contributions from all and sundry, but it was led by their skipper, the the milestone man today, his first quarter, he set the tone, didn't he? He was superb in that first quarter. He got them going. Sometimes when you come into state, you're not going to have the crowd there. You've got to generate your own excitement and atmosphere, and I thought he did that, and then everyone else just jumped on board. And I thought their back six as well after quarter time really took over, and Carlton, Charlie Curnow looked really dangerous in the early. Harry Mackay could never really get going, but I thought their back six really controlled things and just made it really hard for Carlton to score. And we know that Carlton, if they don't score from clearance and from stoppage at the moment, their plan B, they're really struggling. So I thought the Giants, and then as the game opened up in that second half, remember we spoke about just their running power, and it's their strength. The Giants, Whitfield and Ash off half-back was superb. And then their Mosquito fleet, really liked the game of young Angove. He's a player. They found one, a highest draft pick from last year. Little Jones and Harvey Thomas had their moments as well. And then, Hogan just got going enough just to get on the end of a few and capitalise on some of their work up the field, kicking 4 goals. Riccardi had some moments, and they got some scoreboard return out of Brown as well in that first half. So great performance from the Giants. I think they honour their skipper, their champion skipper in Toby Green with a really strong performance here in his 250th game. And they get themselves back on track and back in front of the ledger after a poor performance last week. And for the Blues, well, it's a bit of the same old story. Good start, got out of the blocks well, right in the contest. Kicked 1 goal 5 in the second quarter. That probably could have given them a bit of a buffer at half time, and then just that stark fall away in the second half as the game opens up. Again, the same old story for Carlton fans as they leave Marvel Stadium this afternoon.
Yeah, and they do. They should leave disappointed because there was opportunity there in that last quarter. They got within 9 points there about halfway through that fourth quarter, and they just couldn't go on from there. The Giants kicked the last 3 goals of the game, so they should walk away disappointed. But at the same time, it also gave me answers on the why in this second half, and I referenced it late in that fourth quarter. The Giants were just continually running past their Blues opponents. So Toby Green getting chaired off there, and deservingly so, and I'm sure they'll sing the song really loud for him in the change rooms. But you look at Carlton had 58 inside 50s for the game. They've had 22 scoring shots. GWS have 47 inside 50s for the game, had 25 scoring shots.
58 scoring shots is 58 entries is
a lot.
More than enough to win a game.
I go back to what you spoke about at half time around Carlton and going inside forward 50. And you sort of then you start to focus on that a little bit more in the second half. It's clear as day.
I'll come back to that. We've got a lot to pull apart on the Carlton front. Ray Chamberlain is in the winners' rooms. A big win for GWS. They're back in the 8, Ray.
Yeah, they're up and about down here, and the Orange Tsunami not only on the field but off the field. Plenty of support and love here, and Toby Green's 250th and a great victory. So we'll hear the song in just a minute.
It is one of the best songs in the league. So
it's a good song.
If you hear Ray Chamberlain sort of just singing along in the background, you'll know why.
I make no apologies.
Just waiting for the last few stragglers to make their way in there, Ray.
Callum's just bringing the whole family down. He's got a child under each arm. So to be fair, that's we wait for that.
And Toby Green joins in too.
Well done, mate.
Big sound from the west of the land. Big sound of the Giants. The other teams are breaking in their boots before the Giants. Take the longest strides and the high sleeps. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We're fun to the end. We're greater than the rest.
GWS, a pretty happy bunch, a big W in the context of their season. They win by 28 points. They get themselves back in the 8 after a slip-up against the Dockers. So either side of that, they go to Geelong and beat the Cats.
Yeah.
And now they come here and beat the Blues with 40,000 cheering
and
against
they're doing it without Brent Daniels.
Yep.
He's the other one.
Josh Kelly.
Yeah.
Brent Daniels, All-Australian 40 player last year, by the way.
Jake Stringer. Stephen Cornelio. Finn Callaghan. And then you can add Toby McMullen in there as well, who's played senior football this year. So
And the package?
Yeah, I said Jake Stringer. Yeah, I said him. So, significant outs for the Giants. Brett Daniels is a huge out. He's underrated as they come, Brett Daniels. But if you speak to anybody associated with the Giants, he's probably in their top 3 or 4 most important players.
We did mention this. We've got 33 minutes to pick it all apart. We're going to see the stadium change over as well from a Carlton home game to a North Melbourne home game later tonight. A double dipper, as they're calling it here at Dockland Stadium. So the cleaners are already in. There's a sign on the big screen which reads, it just changes, but basically says you need to get out of the car park by 4:30, otherwise you get an overstay fee.
Oh,
so it's basically straight out of the car park by 4:30.
I need a ticket to get out, or we just drive out?
Otherwise, you might get charged twice,
Right,
so you don't want to do that.
Okay.
Basically, the message around here is, look, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So get out, basically, is what they're telling everyone. And the cleaning is on, and they're doing their best. Someone texting joking about whether they'll roll the pitch and everything else. There's some turf work going on.
Yeah, there's an absolute
they're
different
repairing
replacement.
Very good. So the heavy roller might come out.
Just so keen to hear if someone wants to take the chance right up on the top bay just to try and see if they can hide and get away from it. But I don't think looking over the other side, there is about 3 or 4 cleaners per bay. So good luck if you're trying that.
We're not harbouring any fugitives in our box. We can get back down to the victorious GWS rooms and Ray Chamberlain.
Guys, I'm down here with the second best thing to come out of the ACT, Tom Green. And Tom, mate, thanks for taking some time, mate, to just have a bit of a chat around today. You come in today, been a tough month, got a few troops out, and you lob up here at Marvel Stadium in front of 40,000 crazy Carlton fans and you get the job done. Tell us how you set yourself for the week.
Yeah, well, we haven't been in the best of form for probably a month or so, as you said, and we had a lot of things, particularly defensively. I think we needed to tighten up out of last week. We really got touched up in that space from Freo, so we had some strong reviews during the week, and I think that's important, though. We reviewed it well, and we came into this game with that right mindset, I think, and thankfully we were on from the first bounce, and we had a better showing than we did last week. I'm sure there's still some things we need to tighten up, but it was certainly better than last week.
It was interesting observing today because there was a bit of fun and games going around in your D50 in terms of what Lewis Young and the Carlton forward line were trying to do with your back six, and then also transitioning the ball through the 50. I was watching your coach, Adam Kingsley, and obviously Ben Hart on the bench. Lots of strong coaching and collaborative communication taking place boundary side. How do you find that?
Yeah, I think it's really good. It's important because I think, while it can be... not forceful is not the right word, but they're obviously trying to be direct and sort out what we can do. But I think it's important that they're there solving those problems together, and I think we ended up handling it pretty well, which I think is made helpful or made easier by having those guys down there. So I think it's really good, helps us solve problems, and yeah, it was certainly positive today.
Well, there's no doubt that you did that. The problems were solved, and the proof's in the pudding. Now, listen, we don't have favourites. I've told you this before as umpires, but once Lance Franklin retired, Uncle Toby Green became mine.
Yeah.
So he's kicked multiple goals, midfield minutes, truckloads of possessions, sealer at the end. You've been around at the GWS Giants for a long time now. Tell us about the impact that this bloke's had on not just the group but the club.
Yeah, well, it's certainly I have been around for a little while now, but it goes even well beyond that. How long Toby's been here and the profound impact that he's had on the club, and I think you see as a leader, we love playing for him, playing with him. He leads by example every single minute, every single contest, every single game, and that's all you can ask from a captain. So he's an absolutely amazing captain. He's an amazing person, and we love having him. We're super duper fortunate that we have him, and it's an absolute privilege playing for him and running out alongside him every single game.
Yeah, well, that's obvious for all of us observing, mate. Now, boys upstairs, any questions for the second best thing out of the ACT?
I'll ignore that, Razor. Tom, well done today. That was a terrific performance from the team and you personally. We spoke about several times on the coverage about the first choice midfielders out, so he needed a lift from everyone. And I want to talk about Big Briggsy in the ruck. That loomed as a big contest today. Obviously, Tom de Koning, one of the best ruckmen in the competition. And Briggsy probably hasn't reached the heights of previous years, I think. But I thought his performance today, the stats sheet doesn't show it, but I thought he was terrific and kicked that unbelievable goal in the last quarter. But his ability to nullify de Koning to only 6 or 7 contested possessions today, I thought had a big impact.
Yeah, no, he has. You're probably right in terms of, I think by his own admission, he would say that he hasn't probably been playing as well as he would like to, but I think the important thing is that he just keeps getting up every single week and trying, and that's all you can really ask of anybody each week. And you see, we know how good he can be, as you said, from games that he's played in the past, and we saw today as well. I think he's starting to recapture some of that form. So it's just about, rocking up every single week and giving your best effort, and he certainly does that. And if you do, the footy gods end up rewarding you, and it's really stoked for him today, and that goal was pretty special.
And the Toby Bedford-Cripps matchup, that caught us off guard a little bit. I probably thought coming here today it might have been you yourself going head-to-head with Cripps at some stage, and Hewitt, obviously, the big bodies in there as well. But credit to Toby Bedford. It looked at times that Cripps was going to take him forward and use that size and strength to win those one-on-one battles, but you talk about keep turning up and keep at it. Toby Bedford just kept at it, and in the end, his running power, he had a significant impact on that last quarter as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he provides. As you said, he just rocks up every single week, tries his absolute heart out and gives his best effort. And again, that's all you can ask from someone. So you're right, it's a tough matchup for him. And there were times where, there's a few little games being played there with Hewitt trying to, I think, a few times get to me and him trying to get to Cripps. So there's a few games in the midfield that happen like that as well. But he just tries his ass off every single week, and that's why we love playing with him. So, he gives his best effort. That's all you can ask. And as you said, he ends up with his massive running power, wearing down opponents and having an impact on the game.
Tom, your troops down, so that's one part of the reason you're missing, Brent Daniels, Josh Kelly, Canelio, Stringer, Finn Callahan. So really significant players in your team. But you mentioned you haven't been in great form as a team. What are the little areas that you've been really going to work on as a collective? Because I thought particularly your last quarter was really strong. You guys are still running over the ground and running past Carlton. But what are those little areas that you've been to work on over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so as I said, particularly defensively during the week was one of our main room for improvement, main area for improvement, and we still weren't perfect today. I think if you look at things like inside 50s and whatever, we certainly weren't perfect. But that's something that we've got to continue to work on, and I think we got better today. We've still got to be a little bit better, I think, in the way that we want to move the ball a little bit more consistently and around stoppage as well. So we've got room for improvement, but I think, 11 games in? So you don't want to be playing your best footy now, and there's stuff for us to improve and hopefully build towards, hopefully September.
Now, we were debating up here about Joe Fonte, and has he given himself a nickname, or is it from the playing group that he's given himself, that you guys are giving him the nickname?
Yeah, Fontainpelli came from the playing group. I'll look after him there and say he didn't dub himself. Otherwise, it might not be what he wants getting around the public. But he got that from the group, and he's come in and been really good, I think, so far. What we want him to do is take the game on, because he's got dash, he's got pace, he's got great skills and decision-making. Yeah. And I think we see moments of that, and he's a really young player. He's probably only played a handful, maybe not even 10 games yet, I don't think. So, I think he's going to be really, really exciting, and you can see some of that dash and glimpses of what he's going to be.
Boys, just to interrupt there, sorry to cut you off, but Big Tom's getting called and pulled in 4 or 5 different directions. Tom also reminded me that there isn't a stand named after me at Manuka Oval from the fans, but one from him. So, Tom, thanks again for today, mate, and congratulations.
No problem. Thanks, Razor. Thanks, boys.
Thanks to Tom Green, and thanks to Ray Chamberlain downstairs. We'll see Ray back up here.
Well, I was going to add, so Cody Angove we liked his work today. There was a particular play in that last quarter where there's 3 Carlton players about to converge on the ball, but he just went straight through the contest, and Bully and I looked at each other and just both nodded our head and go, yep, okay, they found another one here, the Giants. So it's an abundance of riches with how they continue to draft, but they've also had smart list management, because they've always had 2 first-round draft picks in probably, I reckon, the last 10 drafts. Quite easily. We know all the allowances they had when they first came into the competition, but the way they've built their list and players that have left and the like, they've always been able to have 2 first-round draft picks.
Yeah, you could field a pretty good team of players that have obviously left the Giants over the years, but I don't think there's been too many that they've really, really, really wanted to keep that have gone. There's obviously been, you think about Jeremy Cameron and a handful of others, but they've always had replacements ready to go, haven't they? Even with Taranto, for example, they knew that they had Tom Green coming through to come in and fill that spot. So other than maybe 1 or 2, they've done. You're right, Raman. They've done a terrific job.
It's a good point. We should actually, as a little exercise, Like you look at the Gold Coast team of guys that they've lost, and that is like an All-Australian calibre team. I wonder if we did the same thing for GWS, what it would look like. We might try.
It'd be a good team, but my point is that they planned for it, and they've been able to replace them really well. You know, save for maybe a Jeremy Cameron, I think, is probably the obvious one.
They didn't expose themselves.
No, that's right. Yeah. They haven't dropped away, and that's shown in their performance. They've been around the hoop, every year for the last 4 or 5 years, haven't they, or longer? So it's a credit to their team, the list management team. They're starting to get a few through from their academy too, and that's what the Suns are doing, and that helps because you don't have that go home factor, and you get guys that have been committed to the colours from a lot, from an early age, and that really starts to bear fruit. So they've been able to do that, and then obviously been able to hit on a lot of their high end picks. But you're right, you have to keep bringing talent through, and we saw a lot of it today on show, which was terrific.
They've got 19 top 20 picks on their list, which is more than any other team, and the good news is 10 of them didn't even play today. So that includes Angwin, Callaghan, Canelio, Kelly, Leake, Hannaford, Gothard, Oliver, Stone, Stringer. Technically, it's a top 5 player when he was drafted way back when by the Western Bulldogs. But that is a haul that they still have at their disposal. Obviously, with some of those guys out injured or coming through the VFL program as it sits at the moment. Giants by 28 points. They get their spot back in the top 8. So they're 8th on the premiership table at the moment with a 6-5 record. Obviously, still a fair bit of footy to complete round 11, including what's coming up next at the MCG. We'll take you there for Hawthorn and the Brisbane Lions in a few moments' time. For those of you that are listening throughout the ACT, you'll be joining the NRL coverage, NRL Saturday, with Andrew Moore heading that up. So if you're listening through the ACT, you'll be headed to that. If you're listening in Sydney or Canberra on News Radio, we'll take you back to network. If you want to follow along with either the Rugby League or the Aussie Rules throughout the day, the ABC Listen app is the place to be, and you can toggle between the certain codes. Look out for the AFL and the AFL extra buttons for the footy. Giants by 28 points, full-time. Corbin Middlemass alongside Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball in the box. We heard from Ray. He's in the Giants room, and Ben Cameron's run down to the Carlton rooms because there's a fair bit to pick apart on the Carlton front. With some questions actually perhaps off the SMS maybe as a little tone setter here. So reality is that 3 out of the Blues' 4 wins this season have been against the Eagles, the Kangaroos and the Saints. The Blues might be a tad overrated from Brendan in Hobart. And I know there was another question that we just saw moments ago that came through that basically posed the question, have Carlton missed their window? The so-called premiership window, a team that's 4-7 for where they were supposedly in the season and where they thought they should be compared to where they are. The bottom fell out of 2024, and now in 2025, as they hit the bye, they're a long way back at 4-7.
Was it 2 years ago they were 6 goals up in a prelim final up in Brisbane at quarter time?
2023.
2023, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And then they've had a few, they've had some injuries and all that sort of stuff. It's probably needs a bit more thought in terms of the window discussion, but it's just a similar old story today again, wasn't it? I don't think we sort of know what we're going to get. They were plus 38 contested ball, which that's their strength, but what happens after that is where they're left wanting so often, and if you could probably write the script about what was going to happen today, that's sort of how it played out. It looked dangerous early, didn't they? Out of clearance, and they were able to transition the ball okay at times, and Curnow looked up and about, but then once the Giants' key defenders got on top and took control, their plan B or their where to after that was found wanting, wasn't it? And they just find it so hard to find clean avenues to goal.
Well, the game's transitioned into a running efficiency game now.
Yep.
That's what the game is. And what Carlton lack is they lack those real power runners, and they're not a great kicking team. So the way football is played this year, it goes against everything that they're not good at. So it's going to be hard to win games of football. They when they beat Geelong at the MCG, what they did is they handballed out a stoppage and they kicked over Geelong's defence into their forward 50 and it worked. But they've gone away from that now. Like the amount of times that you see a dump kick from Carlton, you just scratch your head. You just scratch your head. And I know a few Carlton supporters, and they've said this to me for years. They go, we're just not a good kicking team. Like if you put the ball in a scrap, they said, yeah, we'll probably win it. But then when it gets to the outside and to the edges,
Yep. So the age-old question.
goes anywhere.
So the age-old question: Can you become through practice a good kick, or do you need to recruit that?
There's there's recruiting. There's of course, but I think kicking goes hand in hand with decision making. Like you can be the worst kick, but if you're a good decision maker with the ball in hand, the ball gets to the target. But the amount of times that I see a Carlton player just kicking blindly.
Yep. So guys that are C-grade kicks chewing off A-grade.
That's right. Spot on.
Attempts.
Yeah.
But you do have to,
repetition
at that very
is
pointy, that
enormous.
elite level. You look at today, I mean, Whitfield and, across the competition, you've got to try and identify them and get them to your club. But other than that, you're right. I think decision-making, So the part of that is how you play too, and so being really clear and predictable about what you do, in certain situations. And then you hopefully the talent then kicks in.
Yeah. But you talk about kicking, and I talk about repetition. Now, I go to training and watch teams train and all that, and it's all this match simulation type of stuff. So you might be a player that is involved in that training session. You might touch the ball 20 times. Like you need to be touching the football in a training session between, in my opinion, probably 200 and 400 times. Doing drills, but then the club turn around and say, well, that's in your craft sessions. But hang on, craft sessions are done at no intensity whatsoever. Whereas if you start doing proper drills where the ball is flying around and the like, it's at intensity. So it's like, a perfect example was in that last quarter. Jackson Binns wins the ball in the middle of the ground. No pressure whatsoever. Okay? Takes 3 steps, kicks the ball along the ground. He's the fresh player. He's got fresh legs. Like that ball should hit a target going inside forward 50. But it's kicked along the ground. So I get the frustration of Carlton supporters. I really do, because you mentioned that, they are still in the window. The talent's on the list. Sam Walsh is a good player. Cripps, Chera, good players. Adam Sard's a good player. Harry Mackay's a Coleman medalist. Tom De Koning, we know what he is. George Hewitt's having an outstanding year. Wiedering's an All-Australian. Curno's a 2-time Coleman medal winner.
You can't wait, surely, to have all Australians on every single line. Like, at a certain point, you've got to go, we've got our stars, and we've got enough pieces around them, and now it's time to launch.
But the difference between their top players and their bottom players is it's too big of a gap.
Yep. But that's what happens, I guess, when you've got a salary cap, and you've got to be able to cover a certain amount of space.
I just think, if you look at role players and what they do in teams, I'm looking at their 2 small forwards, and Jesse Motlop and Durden. Motlop's had 9 possessions and a goal, and he had 6 tackles, and Durden's had 6 possessions and no goals.
Fogarty and White, who are okay today. They both had 13 and hit the scoreboard, but they haven't been able to nut that position down, have they?
Well, it feels like going inside forward 50. It's Mackay or Kerno, that's it.
At this stage of their development, though, like even Brian Cook said at the start of the season as the chief executive, we want to be a top 4 team and try and win some finals from there. If you said they're going to play at home against GWS in round 11, they'll have 58 inside 50s.
You go, we'll probably win that game.
It's got to amount to more than a 28-point defeat, and one in which you never even led after half-time. And that's unfortunately what it was today for Carlton fans. Let's go inside the Carlton rooms. Ben Cameron's made his way down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here in the Carlton rooms with Lockie Fogarty. Lockie, what are your immediate reflections on that match?
Yeah, it's probably a bit of disappointment and frustration. I felt like for a lot of that game we played our brand of footy. You looked up at the stats and contested possession, we won clearly. Inside 50s, I believe we were ahead late in the 4th. But, I guess last 10 minutes, we got it back to, I think it was 9 points or 2 goals, and just weren't able to capitalise then at the end.
It's kind of almost a little bit of the story of the year, isn't it? Do a lot right, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it probably has been a theme, and in particular efficiency going inside 50. And look, it's just something we got to keep working on. It's we got the bye now, so it's a good opportunity to just reset for the next few days and get away and think about things. But when we come back, we just got to be willing to work at it.
You're exactly right. I mean, you guys are doing a lot right. You're ranked 18th in the competition for efficiency going inside 50, and twice as bad as the second worst team in the competition. So, what can you put that down to?
Oh, it's probably a few things. Obviously, teams know that we've got 2 big guys down there in Harry and Charlie, and are defending that quite well. So, look, it's something we're looking at closely week to week, working with Jordan Russell, our forward-line coach, and just how we can be more effective. So, yeah, we certainly are getting to work at it, and I think last year we were 4th in the competition for scores inside 50, so it's something we know we can do.
One of the other things that we've looked at with the Blues this year, I mean, 9 of your 10 games coming into today, you've led at half-time. Today you didn't, but there was an apparent second half fade out again. Do you have a theory as to why that seems to be a recurring theme?
Not really. It's definitely not a fitness thing. At the end of the day, it's probably more a mental thing, just switching on. But I actually felt today for the third quarter we were really in there, and then even halfway through the fourth we were only 9 points down. And you got to give credit to the Giants. I think they're a really efficient team. They're really well drilled, and they played a great brand of footy today.
How did it feel out there? Our experts in the box sort of mentioned that it looked like the Giants were more running on top of the ground rather than the Blues in the third and fourth quarter. Now, like you say, that might not be a fitness thing. It might be that they're more natural endurance athletes. It could be a range of factors. They're moving the ball better. You're chasing tail. How did it feel out there?
Definitely first half it was a hard running game, and I think we looked at our pressure numbers and tackles and there actually weren't many, so that's probably the brand of footy that the Giants do want to play and doesn't perhaps suit us as much, but it didn't feel like we ran out of legs in the last quarter, so again I think it just comes down to an efficiency thing.
Will the group do anything special for the bye?
So we got the VFL who are playing after us at Icon Park, so as a group we'll just go watch them and then afterwards catch up. But we just got the next 4 or 5 days just to chill out and just to evaluate where things are at.
I think it was a couple of years ago there was the famous trip down to the Kerno's farm and a little bit of dipping. I'm not going to say skinny dipping, but dipping into the dam. Nothing like that?
Nothing like that has been planned yet. It's something we don't mind doing, is getting offside, so I don't know, I might throw it up there to do that. It was good night, that one.
Have you spoken to Michael Voss yet or not yet?
No, we haven't had our meeting, so this is the opportunity where you just catch up with family and friends. But yeah, Vossy will address us afterwards and I guess debrief the game as to where it went wrong.
Enjoyed tonight going back to Princess Park and watching the VFL and getting together as a group, and hopefully if you can go 4-7 in the first half of the year, maybe you can go 7-4 in the back half.
Yeah, that'd be nice, mate. Thanks for having me.
A bit of positivity out of the Carlton rooms, thanks to Ben Cameron down there with Lockie Fogarty, and thanks to the Blues for making him available. The problem is if they do go 7-4 in the back end of the season, it's only going to get them to 11-11. And that's not going to be enough for a Carlton team that expects to be contending. A 28-point win for GWS. The sentiment off the SMS, Stuart, who's a dedicated Carlton hater, he says season over for the Blues. He signed it that way, by the way. That's not me putting words in his mouth. They will not make the 8. Isn't that wonderful? From Rob, I love being a Blues fan, but I'm also extremely happy that no one in my office particularly cares about footy. It would be unbearable if anyone I spent time with wanted to talk about the footy on Monday. Annie's a big fan of the GWS song. I think we all co-sign that sentiment. From Dan, you could argue that Jesse Hogan has adequately covered the loss of Jeremy Cameron. Talking about the guys that the GWS have let go and the ones that are coming in to replace them.
Well, I think they're hopeful, just on that, I think they're hopeful that that's the play that Aaron Cadman sort of turned. Yes. There's a lot of likeness there. Obviously, the left footer and sort of tall and athletic. So he's sort of, that's their hope, I'm sure.
The Baggers are perfecting the art of underperforming and still accepting a remuneration exceeding their on-ground output. Wolsey would call it out as fraud. From Brett in Ballarat. Thanks, Brett. And from Brendan in Hobart, do you match the money the Saints want to give Tom De Koning or let him go?
Oh, I don't think they can match the money.
I'm not sure there's a team in the comp that would match the money.
No, by the sound of it. But you're trying to keep him. Don't react to today. It was his first game back from a week off. So, I mean, other than today, where he was still solid, but wasn't his best game. He's been a shining light for them this year, Tom De Koning.
Is it season over?
I'm still not giving up on them just yet. It seems a bit funny coming out of today, but I mean the fact is that there's probably, as you said, there's probably 5 or 6 that are separating themselves. I still think those last 2 spots are up for grabs in a funny way. I think the Giants, and we spoke about it before the game. I think they've still got a fair bit to give, and you even heard Tom Green say it there. You don't want to be playing your best footy now. They've had enough finals experience to know when the time is right to get going, and I think they'll do that. I think they'll claim a spot in that top 8. And that probably leaves 1 or 2, maybe just 1 up for grabs.
They do have a little runway after the bye at least, so they play Essendon, West Coast, North, Port. So if they win those 4 games, it'll get them to 8 and 7 on the season. Then you're in the positive, and from there they're going to have to take a few scalps on the back end, clearly, and the way they're playing at the moment.
For error is there?
Yep, doesn't really measure up. It sounded like, Rama, you're listening to Lockie Fogarty moments ago on ABC Sport. It sounded like a lot of the rhetoric we'd heard from Michael Voss so far this year. There's the same sort of Carlton rhetoric after a defeat in a game in which a lot went right, but ultimately they didn't get there.
But that's what probably concerns me. That they're sort of not identifying what is. Well, you can't say a lot went right and you've lost 7 games for the season. So there's got to be wrong.
Yeah,
it's got to be wrong somewhere.
So what is it that's wrong, and how do they address it?
Well, that's right. That's exactly right. And that's I think what Michael Voss and his coaching staff need to go to work at this week. They haven't got a game next week, so they're not preparing for an opposition.
Yeah,
let's go to work. Let's train it. Let's start to train what we need to do to improve at their best. And we saw that against Geelong. They're a more than capable team. The Blues more than capable, but I just think I think their disposal by hand and foot is lacking, and I just think I think their running power is not there at the moment.
Hawks Lions coming up. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. For those of you in the ACT, you're off to the NRL coverage. If you want to keep listening to the AFL, you can find it, of course, through the ABC Listen app. There is a late change, by the way, at the MCG with Finn McGuinness replacing Jarman Impey. So McGuinness comes in for Impey. McGuinness is also going to start as the sub, and Devon Robertson is the sub for the Brisbane Lions.
He's also a late replacement tomorrow.
I was about to say, Jarman Impey was working for us, isn't he?
He was, but he's unfortunately had to pull out of that also. So I think Bob Murphy is a more than capable substitute.
Look forward to that tomorrow. He'll be working the Melbourne-Sydney game at the MCG.
I have to see Benny twice in 2 days.
What a delight.
It's tough.
Imagine if you guys played golf together midweek. It'd be 3 times.
Oh, wow. We haven't had an update on his sort of little membership situation, which is concerning.
You played during the week then? Where'd you get on?
I had a hit during the week. You wouldn't believe what
That's not the question, is it?
You wouldn't believe what happened if I told you during the week.
Oh,
they messaged me and said the membership's ready to go. I replied and said magnificent. They said, sorry, this opportunity is no longer available.
What? Within what?
How long did it take?
I replied later that night. It was the whole thing. I was most disappointed.
Oh,
jeez. Where did you play during the week?
I don't want to say.
Okay. No shout out. No. GWS by 28 points. We're here watching the ground.
Yeah, we are. They've got the lawnmowers out at the moment, the ride-on mowers, so they're restriping the ground as we speak.
Why would they be doing that?
For the aesthetics of it all.
Make it look pretty.
Yeah, so the cameras, when they come back here tonight, it looks like an untouched ground for the players to start a game.
The clean-up continues, so we've got the cleaners in and out of all the rows on multiple levels here at Dockland Stadium. Interestingly, the North Melbourne, the Shimbona banner over their race has already been put up. Yep. The LED boards are still flashing the Carlton sponsorship. So it's fascinating to see it all change over. North Melbourne home game tonight, Carlton home game during the day. And they're moving the ground over here at Docklands. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Ballie's got those for us. GWS by 28 points. They're back in the 8, the Giants.
All right, we need one vote to Sam Doherty, who I thought was Carlton's best player. Had a good first quarter and kept working and trying all day. And looking in a way, that in itself sort of shows a little bit of where Carlton are at, aren't they? A bit of a concern if the veteran and Sammy Doherty's your best player, but I thought he was terrific today. 30 possessions and a goal. 2 votes, Lockie Ash. He's becoming a really, really A-grade player, I think. A high draft pick, as we know, but he's really developing and growing into the player that they'd hoped he'd be when they drafted him. I thought his run was emblematic of the rest of the team, and I think Whitfield got on board, and then a lot of those sort of younger players, Jones and little Thomas got involved as well. I wanted to try and squeeze a defender in, for after quarter time, particularly. I think just the team defence, the team back six, probably deserve a shout out from the Giants. Buckley and Taylor and Aliir got going a little bit after quarter time, but 3 votes go to the captain and the milestone, Toby Green, in his 200th game. Just thought he set the game up early, 11 possessions and 2 goals in the first quarter. Drifted out of it a little bit, probably spent more time out of the centre bounce in the midfield in that second and third quarter, but then got going again late when Carlton just threatened a little bit. He was one of the ones that stood up and and shut out any resistance from the Blues, and his last quarter was terrific as well, and kicked that sealer over in the pocket. So well done, Toby. What a champ he's been, and he can enjoy a beer tonight with family and friends down here in Melbourne.
I love it. 3 for Toby Green, 2 for Lockie Ash, and 1 for Sam Doherty. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Giants by 28 points.
Can I just say a bit of an eclectic mix that showed up to celebrate Toby Green today as well. So some of his friends that were out on the ground pre-game, Tanasi Kokonakis was out there. Wasn't expecting that. And one of the contestants off the most recent series of maths. Right. So I wasn't really expecting that either. But those were 2 of Toby's friends out there today as part of the Guard of Honour.
He really deep dives into the issues, doesn't he?
Is it Married at First Sight? That's the acronym, yeah?
Yeah.
MAPS. Thank you. Just to explain that for people. Thank you, Ben, for that. Just on Chris Scott, of course, the coach of the Geelong Football Club. He joined us earlier today on AFL Saturday. If you missed it, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Just look for ABC AFL Daily, new discussion, all your footy latest chat and everything else, 7 days a week available there, including AFL Saturday. We asked him about the age-old question about the late changes at Geelong and the fact that they often have a few of those. And Chris seemingly not too happy with the injury list and the late changes and everything else. Asked him about why it rankles him earlier today.
If someone can come up with an example where we've been nefarious in what we've done, then I'd like to hear about it. But the reality is we may run our program differently to some other teams in that if we have to pick a team on a Thursday night before a Saturday night game, which we do, and we've got a player that we think has only a 1% chance of playing, we pick him. We don't have a policy where we want to know 48 hours out whether that guy's going to play. We want to give them every chance to get to the line. So if the question was, and I'd be happy to answer it on a Friday, if the question comes that, are you sure this is going to be your 23? Then a lot of weeks I will answer probably not.
It was a great answer. We're very lucky to have Chris Scott with us. Appreciate his time earlier today on ABC Sport. All right, coming up next for just the 10th time this year, we got 2 top 6 teams playing against one another.
Big game.
Hawthorn and Brisbane. Who do you like?
Hawks, I think. Lions just going. They need to show up today. They need a strong performance. But I think the Hawks on the big ground can outrun them. Geez, wouldn't it be good just to close off from here? Imagine Collingwood supporters today at Marvel, if they come along with a Carlton loss and they get over the line tonight. Isn't that just your dream Saturday of footy?
What an 8 hours underneath the lid. Who wins, Hawks or Lions?
Lions.
Lions.
Yeah, I think the Lions.
You can hear it all here tonight, of course, on ABC Sport. If you're in South Australia or WA, it'll be the Dockers and the Power. Of course, you can take your pick through the ABC Listen app. All right, if you're in the ACT on ABC Radio there, you're off to the NRL coverage with Andrew Moore. For everybody else, Hawthorn and Brisbane. What a juicy game at the MCG. Thanks to our entire crew, to Razor Ray Chamberlain, to our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas, to Ben Cameron, to Stuart Hollywood Baker, and to Craig Davis, of course, back at HQ. Signing off the first leg of the Double Dipper here at Docklands, a win for GWS by 28 points. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. The footy continues right here on ABC Sport.
Storytelling is highly important because it really connects people.
I think it's nice to be inside the story.
To bring people to my eyes.
ABC Radio.